want to mediate, then it's not going to work. It's worthless. The only reason to go to mediation is because both sides think it's worth it. Sometimes the attorneys say, you know what, my client's crazy. They're not going to listen to me, but they may listen to an experienced mediator. And so the attorneys bring a mediator in to beat their own client around the head and neck to get, to listen to some sense. So generally the only reason to do it is because you think you're close. There's some really good issues that a mediator can, move the other side on, and you think the other side is rational. If you think the other side's completely irrational, a mediator's a waste of time and money.
That's good advice. So what preventive measures, like well-drafted contracts and internal policies, can help businesses reduce the risk of being sued? How does that play out?
So due diligence plays a large part.
We've got staff in there that's sorting stuff. We're getting ready to open on Thursday night. But walk through, you got the showers on this end and the bunk room on that end. And yeah, glad you're doing that. Both of y'all can. Yeah, so we've got staff training. We've had staff training this week. Yeah. So you say we're live? Oh, good. Well, I'd like to kick us off. Where do you want me to look? Just no. No, stay right there. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. 24 hours on the bench. We are not trying to do a simulation of homelessness here because there's no way that we could truly simulate what it's like to be homeless, having to sleep on a park bench or in your vehicle. We're not trying to do that. What we are trying to do is recognize, I guess my personal goal is to recognize that there are impacts to homelessness throughout our community. And we've got to have those hard conversations so that we can have come to solutions, to the right solutions for our community. So we want to have conversations. Some of it's going to be light conversations, some of it's going to be heavy conversations, but coming and finding common ground, asking questions, all of those things are welcome. There's different ways that you can engage. One way would be to come. Pop in. Let's have a conversation. We have several conversations scheduled, but we also will welcome walk-ups as well. And we can have these conversations with compassion. And when we do, we're going to figure out that we're all more alike than we are different, and that we're all a part of the community. So I really look forward to the next 24 hours. It's going to be hard to stay awake. I haven't done that since I was in high school, but we've got plenty of coffee and plenty of things to talk about and plenty of good people who have questions and who want to come to the table for solutions. Right now, I have Adam Pittman joining me on the bench. Adam, tell me what brings you to the bench?
Well, I don't envy you sitting out here for 24 hours, but I'm going to give you 20 minutes, which is great. I met you, when was it? Was it 2023?
I believe so, yes.
Mm-hmm. And I had moved back actually from Portland, Oregon. I'm a filmmaker, and I was working for a client doing nonprofit videos. And I saw an article in the New York Times and about the warming center and the politics of what was happening here in Kalispell, and what was happening to the homeless population here in Kalispell, the abuse and some pretty horrific actions being taken. And on the cover of that article was a friend of mine from high school, or from all through school, and that was Victor, and he was a really nice kid. I probably have known him. No, I had no idea. I he was sitting there on the cover of the New York Times, and I think he was in a park in Kalispell, and he was pulled out of his tent at night, and the mob that pulled him out threatened to hang him, and because I think he has such a good heart, he's a good person, he talked them out of whatever violence they were threatening, and he was able to walk away and get away from that scenario. But I read that and I was horrified, and I went all through grade school. I'm from Whitefish. He moved there. I think he's Latino. He's Mexican, and moved to Whitefish when he was 5. And so he was in grade school all through school with me, through many, many years. And so I knew him very well, and I really liked Victor. He was always a nice kid. He had a good heart. He always had the odds stacked against him. He was born with cerebral palsy. He had some cognitive disabilities. I don't know about his home life, but I knew that his brother wasn't the nicest guy, and I didn't know much about his parents, but he had it rough, and he was teased mercilessly all through school, sometimes by teachers. So he always had the odds stacked against him. So when I saw him on the cover of the New York Times and read his story, I thought, I need to find him. And just coincidentally, I was sitting down with my client who had hired me for a bunch of other nonprofit videos, and she said, I want to do something about the warming center and what they're facing. And so she made the connection to you, and that was a great day. I came down and saw what was happening here, and every time I would come, because I was filming a video for you at that point, to try to save the warming center and kind of do a rebuttal about what was happening here, what the community thought, and say, these are human beings. These are lives, and we need, this is a step in the right direction. I tried to create a video as quickly as I could, which is never easy, to tell the public we need this service. The homeless need this service, and we as a community, and I'm talking about community as in the whole Flathead Valley, need this service. So while I was filming here and getting to know everyone and realizing how wonderful everyone here is, and where their hearts are, I started to feel like home. I started to feel like this is a home. This is a community, and I became very involved. And every time I came, I was saying, "Is Victor here? Is Victor here?" Because Victor had been in and out. I know he had addiction problems, and I kept missing him and kept missing him. And one day I came in with my wife, who's a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and we found Victor, and he was not good. He was in the throes of addiction. He had no teeth. He looked terrible. He looked 20 years older than his age, and he couldn't look me in the eye. There was a real shame there, and it broke my heart. And so I kept thinking, what can I do for Victor? That's one life that I have a personal connection to, and that's one life that maybe I can help. Whereas you're helping 60 a night, or however many bunks you have, that's something that I could potentially control. And so there was this crazy coincidence, and I I had heard that Victor was in rehab. I had heard that he had gotten into rehab, and I think I had seen it on Facebook. He had written on Facebook that he was in school and in rehab, and I thought, wow, that's incredible. And it was because directly linked to the warming center that he was able to be connected to those services and get into a rehab. And so I was down actually getting my new driver's license. My driver's license had just expired, and Victor walks in. And I turned and I said, Victor, what are you doing here? And he, I gave him a hug, and he said, I'm here to get my driver's license. I'm here to get my ID. And the lady there was a kick. She was, we were kind of joking around beforehand, and then Victor walks in and he says, I don't have identification. She said, I need identification. I need a birth certificate. I need something to say that you are who you say you are. And he said, I have none of that. I've been homeless and I'm in rehab, and I need identification so I can get a job and go to school and do all of these things. And I said, I can vouch for him. I went to school with this kid. I know Victor my whole life. And she said, well, that's good enough for me. And she got him his ID. And so I just felt like that was, as a friend of mine says it, she calls it a God wink, where you feel like you're on the right path. You feel like, okay, this was meant to be. What can I do for Victor? So I set up a GoFundMe for Victor. He, at this point, was 4 or 5 months sober and going to University of Montana. And I set up a GoFundMe, and basically my hook was, I went to school with this guy. He's a nice guy. He never had anything going for him. And he had a big smile. That's what I remember about Victor. He was always goofing with people and had a big smile and laughing with everyone. And he doesn't, he doesn't have a smile. His teeth are gone. He lost that light in his eyes. And so I said, let's give Victor his smile back. Let's raise some money, get him some teeth, help pay for bills. And so I think we ended up raising about $8,000 for Victor. And now he's 14 months sober. He lives in an apartment. He has a cool new phone. He got his Nike kicks that he's always wanted. And little things like that are so good for your confidence. They make you feel like you belong. And he has a community. He's in Voc Rehab that's going to pay for his school. And he has teeth. He has his dentures. He has a big smile. Yeah. And so, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we are. Yeah. Right. Uh-huh. I was here a lot.
You're in and out a lot. What did you learn about the warming center?
Yeah, I think I learned, I feel like there is not necessarily a homeless problem in the United States. There is a lack of empathy, a greed problem, a mental health crisis. These things are leading to the homelessness problem. But initially, there's these other things that we really need to work on. If I could, someone who is, skates by many, many years of my life, if I can make such a difference in somebody's life, I think we all can come together as a nation and make a difference. I mean, there's no question in my mind. And the people I've met here, the guests, the volunteers, all your staff, their hearts are huge. And that I left every day here feeling full, feeling like it was a privilege to be here and to film and to hopefully in some way make a difference. And show your heart, show the truth. And so, I mean, if you go back and watch my videos, I don't know if you'll link to them.
We're going to be showing them throughout the evening.
Okay.
The overnight hours where people are sleeping, but we'll be recording and showing those, and then I'm going to be able to speak after them.
Oh, great. Okay.
And share a little bit of the history of it and stuff. And
yeah, it's been an ongoing process, and you know what? The one thing that I did learn, I think, is there's so much misinformation.
Yeah.
There's so many people are throwing around all of these rumors, myths, and they don't come in and actually take 10 minutes out of their lives to come in here and see what is happening. Meet you, meet the staff, meet some of the guests.
And they're missing out.
And they're missing out.
They're missing out.
These are people that have, sure, they have addiction problems, they have mental health problems, they've never been they've never had a hand up in life, they've never had a foot up in life, I don't know what the saying is.
Yep.
They've never, they need those basic necessities that human beings need.
It has to start there.
It has to start there. Yeah. They need a warm meal, food. They need a bed to sleep on. They need safety. They need community. And all of those things add up to the beginnings of a healthier life.
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
That is. And it has to start there, and I believe it starts here.
Right.
You talked about Victor's success story, and I'm so proud of him. But it has to start with what he received here at the Warming Center.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the basics, but it was the compassion, and it was the relationship. Right. And I am so proud of Victor.
14 months sober.
Yes. And he's going to school. And he has teeth, and he's smiling big. I mean, he's going to school in social work.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so proud.
He's a very special person, and that's the lesson we need to learn, is that everyone that walks into those doors is a special person.
Yeah.
Every single person has a story. Every single person deserves help.
And you said the word community, and that he got community, and that community helped him.
Right.
Tell me just briefly, we only have a minute left, but tell me about what you've learned is the importance of community.
I think community is everything. I'm not going to go deep into it, but everyone should read the study about Rat Park. It was a study done in the 70s, and they've done it again through the years.
And you said it's called
Rat Park.
Rat Park.
And basically what they discovered is that rats that they've addicted to morphine or heroin, once they put them into a community, Rat Park, which was this paradise with mates and food and space, not in a cage, they found that these rats, the addiction either went away or reduced significantly. And they would replace it with community, with relationships. And that's what is here, community and relationships.
It's so true. And you don't just lose a home when you become homeless, you lose community.
Yeah.
And it takes getting community back to have those success stories.
You need that foundation.
And that's what's beautiful here, because we're funded by the community, and the community comes in and volunteers.
Yeah, you don't take
and support.
All the funding comes from community funded, right?
Yes. Private donations. We are not funded by our city, by our county, by our state, or by federal government. It is by individual donors, and it is incredible. And we have an incredible community.
Yep.
And that's why we're able to do this, and that's why we're able to see success stories.
Right.
Because people like you step up into those gaps of community and become community for people, and you've made a real difference in his life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really hope so, and I hope with these videos it gets the word out, and I want this to spread. I want the love to spread. I want we're missing the resources that we need to get these people healthy, happy, back on their feet, and we're lucky to have the few that we have. So let's keep them going.
Well, thank you
Keep it
for the
going.
conversation,
Yeah.
Adam, and my heart
Thanks,
goes
Tonya.
with you.
Yes. All right.
All right, thanks.
Good luck out here.
All right.
And I'll send in the next person.
We'll send in the next conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Tonya.
Thank you. Oh my, come on, guys.
Hey.
Hello, have a seat.
How are you?
I know these people really well. These are two of our really important staff members and know them very well. So I'm going to let you introduce yourselves and just give really briefly about what you do here at the Warming Center.
Okay, my name is Britta Sago. I am the resource navigator at the Flathead Warming Center. I'm a social worker, and I work with the individual guests to come up with plans to get them to a better situation, whether that's healthcare components, substance use resources, or housing.
And my name's Sean Patrick O'Neill, and I am our resource manager, and I basically oversee Britta as well as our roadmaps and links program, along with some of the shelter management to make sure that our folks are getting to where they need to go, which is usually where they want, and that is best for everyone, whether that's a small achievement, a small goal to accomplish, or a greater goal, which could look like recovery, inpatient treatment, housing, or more. We've seen folks become homeowners that used to stay here. So it's a pretty amazing role that I get to be a part of somebody's journey out of homelessness. So I'm very happy to be here and a part of that. So
Let's see if we can, adjustment. Okay, good. Thanks. So tell me, we throw out words like links and roadmaps. Tell me what those are and how we use them here at the Warming Center.
I'll go ahead and start with the links and then throw it over to you, Britta, for roadmaps. So links, one of the things that we care a lot about here at the Warming Center in particular, part of our mission is connect people to resources, link people to resources to help them get out of this situation of homelessness. And so one of the keys is bringing providers directly into our shelter so that folks can have that immediate impact or the immediate connection with someone that can help them, either with getting connected with Medicaid or insurance services, SNAP benefits for food stamps, or even primary care, behavioral health, job services, anything that we know can make an immediate impact on somebody's life as soon as they get connected with that service. We try to bring them in here so that we're not making people have to go and find those, because often with the community like we have here, they're too far spread for people to get to everywhere they need to go in the time they need to get all the help they need. So instead of hoping people can get there and figure it out on their own, we try to make sure that we provide some sort of resource here in-house so that they can actually make that difference before they leave for the day. And the roadmap.
And links work really well with our roadmap program. So we require our guests to meet with Sean or myself every 7 days. Our roadmaps start out pretty simple with building relationship and getting to know the individuals we're working with. Homelessness is not the same for every individual. It looks very different. So it's not a one-size-fits-all fix. We're gonna talk with them, hear their story, find out what strengths they already have, what resources are they already connected with, and where are the gaps that we can help fill. Like we've said, a lot of those are really basic pieces, like some healthcare. Some of them take a bigger step, like stepping into sobriety. And our goal is just to set them up for the most success to move out of homelessness or move into a better space for them, even if that's not housing yet. A lot of our folks not housing ready. It takes a lot to maintain housing, and we've lost a lot of resources in our community that used to support folks in doing that. And so we're just trying to do our part in the solution to kind of build up what we can. While we do have a lot of links that come here, as we've said, there's individualized needs. And a big portion of that is a transportation piece so that we can help folks get to where they need to go. Beyond that, some people need a little extra support from us. We can sit and build a lot of rapport and have a plan, but actually getting to that place and then walking in and being able to explain why you're there and what you need can feel really daunting. And so we're hoping to have that component of a case management so that we can support our folks when they're out in the community trying to make choices for themselves.
Thank you, Britt. That's a great reason why we do all these things and explaining that roadmaps. The goal here, though, is, people want more for themselves usually when you ask them what they want. Where do you want to go? It's not here again. It's not here next year. It's not here 5 years. This is not part of their 5-year plan. We like to use that roadmap as asking them where they want to go. I have not heard in the dozens or hundreds of roadmaps that I've done anyone say that they want to stay homeless. And that's the thing that I think people don't believe, that don't know. And that misunderstanding is out there, and it's projected on a lot of our folks that are struggling with something that is the hardest thing that they've ever dealt with in their life. And so when we're working on this roadmap, we are starting often with nothing, not even an ID, not even a support system. Everyone has abandoned them. They're lost. They don't know where to go. And we just try to make sure we figure out where they want to go. And then they have no idea where to start. Then we start helping paint that picture of where we're going to go. And it often is like this. It's very rarely a straight road. It often is one of those things where you make certain choices, and as long as they're getting us towards the right direction, they're the right choices to make for you right now. And that's all that we ask, that our folks make right choices for them to make their stress or their barriers less than they are while they're stabilizing in homelessness. And that's very hard to do, to imagine like trying to function normally while you're struggling in survival mode. So we ask folks, we're trying to meet their basic needs here when we get shelter, and I know our other shelter partners try to do similar stuff where they wrap around some support so that they can help get people out of this system, because it can become a hamster wheel if we don't provide the opportunity or the services for folks to get out of that hamster wheel. Otherwise, what are we expecting? That hamster wheel gets even harder and harder to get out of. You go faster and faster. So.
Yeah. You touched on a little bit of the misconceptions, or quite frankly, the lies that are said about the warming center. Another lie is that all that we do is we just shelter people, or we enable people. Everything that you just spoke to just show that is not the case, and we are getting better and better every single year. You don't just start out with everything, but we continue to work really diligently to be able to help people more and more out of homelessness. So let's talk about kind of what our next venture is, what we want to achieve with transportation.
Sure. Give me just a second, then I'm going to hand it over to Britta, because she's going to have lots of better things to say than me about it. But one of the biggest issues that I always see with our current system in place, and I used to be a case manager, and I know we've got a social worker here who is also a former case manager, so we all have this same, we've seen it happen where our folks had supports in place, and then they've fallen on hard times because those supports have gone away. Those supports used to be things like getting people to appointments, helping them be advocates for them through those appointments to get services that can help make life easier for folks who are usually living on very low income, fixed income, have very small margin for where they can either have an error here or an error here. And those people who pick up those pieces for these folks or help them pick up their pieces when they're in crisis are gone. And so what we've seen now is that crisis play out into the streets with homeless that are more vulnerable than they've ever been. They're less able to work, less housing ready than they've ever been. And so to curb that, to get back on the right track, we need to provide those supportive services. But that even to get to the supportive services, you have to get there. So the first thing that we're running into after we get a roadmap and the plan in place and we get all the appointments set up and everything is we can't walk out that door yet, or we haven't been able to here at the center. And a lot of people don't have that support to get them to where they need to go and then walk them through that door and help them get through that lengthy intake process that we often see with the services they need. And so half of the battle is getting folks a plan in place, and then the other half is getting them through the door and access to those services. So transportation, unfortunately for us, has become one of our biggest issues to getting people out of homelessness, because it is across town to this one service, and then across town to this other service, and then in another town for this other service that is specialized for your specific disabling condition. So we're struggling with these folks to help them figure out how to pull themselves up by their bootstrap. And that's truly what our roadmap program is designed to do. But we keep running into the wall because we can't leave the door and go out into the community with these folks to help get them connected. And so hopefully this transportation issue we will not see as big as it is now, because we have some things hopefully in the works that will change this, we hope. But with that, I probably said too much, and now I'm going to try to give Britta some words.
Yeah, so on that piece, we have had a community member reach out and support us in a component of that transportation, a single car that can take an individual, which is wonderful. That's a huge step. But beyond that, we're really trying to build transportation into our program, even just to get folks here and back. And that's going to take a bigger vehicle with more space. One of the big complaints that we have often is that people don't want to see the people coming to the center. I think that as people who have homes and people who have cars, it's really a moment to appreciate that we're not having to do that walk of shame. But we would love to give our folks some more dignity and to just reduce the heartache that it is to see what people are going through. Nobody wants to see people suffering. And so we can help people suffer less. You know, folks have mobility issues and are using their walkers, pushing through the snow, trying to get down here. And if we can come up with a piece of that solution to help get folks en masse here and then back into the community in a just smoother transition, I think.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
It's a dream. We're working towards it. It's not a small thing, I mean, to do transportation.
Yeah.
And so we really need our community support to be able to add that service, but I think it can make all the difference as we continue to get better and better to help people move beyond homelessness. Yeah.
I mean, walking around, riding your bike, driving around a dilapidated vehicle in the middle of winter isn't safe or healthy for anyone. And that's what we're looking at with most of our shelter season, is folks that are dealing with those conditions. And like, to expect somebody to make it to OPA, then over to Community Action Partnership so they can get signed up for Medicaid and then housing, and that would take all day just for somebody to walk around to get there if they had the energy and they were, had a good night's rest and they had a good amount of calories and nourishment before they went on that journey. That would take you out for a few days if you weren't healthy. And that's what we're asking folks to do to make themselves better. And we just can't. We see every morning when people are leaving, there's only a few folks that are able to get access to public transportation through a bus pass, if they're lucky enough to have one. And then the rest of the folks, the other 30, 40 folks that don't have a vehicle, are on their own, and they're walking down the street trying to get somewhere where they can be warm, somewhere they can be accepted, and it won't be moved along every few minutes. And that's the big issue that we're also seeing on the other end of the transportation piece that you were just talking about, Britta. And like, I'm sure you've mentioned this already in this conversation, but finding places where people can be is like one of the big issues I know that I hear when I hear Tonya speak on our transportation issues. This is it. Like, we don't know where people can go. I just was asked by our staff when we're doing training, where can we tell people to go? We can't tell people where they can go because we can't be responsible if they get in trouble somewhere else because we told them. So that's it's hard. That puts us in a bad situation where we don't have places where people are safe to be whenever they can't be here, or we don't have room for them or shelter for them. So we need to find those things.
It's unfortunate that as a community, we have focused a lot on where we don't want people to be. Absolutely. And that's the wrong focus. We need to be focusing on where people can be to get the help that they need, because we all have the same goal. We want to see people off the streets. Right. And even those who disagree with the warming center and disagree with the things that we do, we have that common ground in that we all just want to see people off the streets. And the people on the streets, generally, they want to be off the streets too. So if we could find that common ground and work together more as a community, instead of focusing on where we don't want people to be, maybe we would find out and find the places where people need to be to get the help they need.
And I think too, just like the component of community, giving someone, saying hi to someone, looking someone in the eyes, giving someone a space where they feel like they can be a part of the community that they're in. We see that really grow and flourish here within the walls of the warming center, but I would love to see that expand outside of the center, because we're all part of this community. We're all each other's neighbors, whether we're sheltered or not.
Yeah, very true.
Well said. Well said. Yeah. That's something we try to foster here. I mean, we are just one little cog in this machine that is trying to help folks get to where they need to go. And some of that momentum we can't carry. We need help. We need a lot more people to come in. That's why we bring in those outside service providers. So we even get haircuts in here so folks can immediately feel the impact of looking at themselves in the mirror and feel different than they did when they came in. And that's the whole goal, is better than they came. And that could be small milestones or big ones, like I mentioned, but the pieces, the hurdles that we could control or help people alleviate for them are these transportation barriers, these case management pieces. But unless somebody else is willing to step up and provide these services, we're having to kind of fill this gap for our own clients, because those services aren't here anymore, or they aren't stepping up. And that's something that we're trying to partner on, so we don't duplicate anything that's being done, but also so we can identify those gaps, make sure that we alleviate those so that our folks aren't struggling any longer than they have to. Because the people that struggle the longest are the hardest ones to get out of homelessness, because the longer you're homeless, again, that hamster wheel. So.
Yeah. Well, I do hope that later in this 24 hours marathon, that we'll be able to have conversations more. And I want to thank you guys for your work. I know that we have all had a lot of pushback in what we do, and we continue to fight on because we see the difference that we're making in people's lives. And just real quick, are people welcome to come in and ask you questions? Are they welcome to walk in the door and ask you those hard questions anytime?
I mean, I've never said don't, and they always seem to come right in and ask me. So I've always thought we'd had an open door in that regard, and that would be news to me if we didn't. So yeah, I mean, I've welcomed plenty of hard questions and conversations over the phone or right through the door in front of me. So
Good.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can't work out together if we just have a meaningful discussion where we both are coming in, both parties, with open minds, or at least willing to hear each other. And that's what this hopefully can help foster in some regard, or at least that we want people to know that this is helping us become part of the solution when we have these conversations, when we can meet. It's somewhere in the middle, even if we're compromising on, yes, we understand. Tonya said, none of us want to see homeless people out in our community. That is not good for anybody, right? Not good for them, not good for me, not good for these two, not good for you and the other folks that live in this community. So, we have the same goal. We just go about trying to accomplish it a little bit differently than some people think we should, or others think they know better. And that's fine. We don't pretend to know everything. We're trying to address our local needs, address our local issues. We're not trying to fix national problems here. We're just trying to help the people that are from here, that grew up here, whose family can't support them anymore for whatever reason, or never was a good support to them for whatever reason. You know, a lot of our folks come from, you know, broken households or no households. They come from foster care. They come from mental breaks where their family has abandoned them because they don't know how to help them the way they need. And a lot of our folks may resort to some substance use because they're not getting medication or case management or therapy that they used to have to silence the voices or calm down their mood disorder. So we're seeing this play out every day. We're seeing the ill effects of the decisions we've made in the past, but we need to make different choices now together so that we can actually curb this from getting worse. Or we're going to see a whole bunch of 80-year-olds homeless. We're going to see a whole bunch of 70-year-olds that left a memory care and are no longer accepted back, that are homeless on the streets, that are wandering around, not knowing where they are, scared. We're going to see people who have mental health conditions. They continue to drown on the streets. You know, we're going to see young folks that are aging out of foster care or coming out of broken homes, or women and children fleeing domestic violence that don't have what they need to get out of this situation. So this is what we're saying. We need help because we're not going to fix all that. We need everybody to partner up. We partner with everybody that is here, but we don't have enough resources to fix the issues we have for the people that are here. So when we start doing that, then we can start to not worry about these things as much as we are. And that'll start to hopefully be something that where in 10 years, we're like, oh, I don't see a homeless person maybe, or we don't know if they're homeless because we just don't assume these things of people anymore. And that's the thing. I look probably homeless a little bit right now, but I mean, that's that casting of like what I think someone homeless looks like. So we're just asking people to kind of check those things, give that grace, and that you would hope if you were struggling that someone would give you. Someone saying, hey, it looks like you had a tough day. I understand, and I'm going to be a little bit empathetic or sympathetic to that. A lot of our folks here don't get that ever, or haven't had it in a very long time. And so it's hard to want for yourself something better or more when you're in survival mode and everyone's trashing on you. So if you could lift somebody up a little bit, you don't have to do that hand up thing that everybody gets all hung up on. But enabling somebody to be in a better situation is never a bad thing. And we need to be focusing on what the good part of enable is and not the bad enable. Because we don't do anything where we enable people to do bad things here. It's a safe, healthy place for people to try to pick themselves back up. So, and I said a lot.
Britta, any thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you do come and ask a question, don't expect a yes or no response. We love good faith conversations around here. So always stop in and somebody can chat with you, or we can set up a time. If you want to speak specifically with Sean or myself or Tonya, we can arrange that as well.
Yeah, and that's why we're doing this, because it's going to take those hard conversations for us to find the right solutions that make the Flathead better for everyone.
Because we all deserve that.
That's right. We do. We do.
We take care of each other in the Flathead.
That's right. That's our motto.
I don't know why she said it all sing-songy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we take care of each other. It's that Taylor Swift thing that she's on a kick.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And I look forward to
thank
having you all
Thank
again
you.
at the bench. Thanks. Would you help to welcome the Warehousers? Thank you. We're going to be welcoming our next guest in just a second. Hello. Are you doing a walk-up? Oh.
You know, in 20 years out at the RV Center, I never even got on the radio when we had off-site sales.
Oh, really?
So I was like, you got a radio face. Yeah,
Well, you're on right now. Did you know that?
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. We're going live for 24 hours. I love it. That's why I wanted to know if you want to do a walk-up conversation real quick. Are you sure? Okay, because I could ask you a good question. We're just waiting for the Warehousers are going to come over and have a chat. You want to do a quick? Okay, that's great. Yay! So grab the microphone and I love it. So we've had some scheduled interviews and some walk-ups, and you're a walk-up. Tell us what brings you to the bench today.
Well, Tonya's graciously given me an opportunity to serve our community by giving me a job this season. I get to be a community lead with the Warming Center, which I'm very excited about. So, yeah, that's what brings me to the bench today. It's just I have a heart to serve, and I finally, get to do another bit of serving for the community. So.
Well, we are excited to have you. So tell us about. Oh, let's start. Oh, okay.
The mic wasn't on, folks. So.
Okay, so let's start again. What brings you to the bench today?
Oh,
That's okay. That's how we roll here.
That's right. So Tonya has graciously given me an opportunity to serve the community by giving me a job and training me up to be a community lead for the Warming Center's 2025-2026 season.
That's right. It's our 7th winter season, and we've just all this week have had staff training.
Yes, we have.
So tell me some things that have been an impression on you through staff training. What are you thinking?
Well, just the influx of homelessness in the valley, and not just one represented community of homelessness. Not those that homelessness isn't a disease. It is this ever mutating and growing issue that has so many different parables and possibilities to happen. You've got people that have been, never been homeless in their entire lives coming into their first crisis. And you've got people that have just caught unlucky break after unlucky break. You've got medical-induced homelessness. You've got mental health issue-induced homelessness. And just so many things that I wasn't aware of starting here.
Yeah.
So,
oh, great. So we kind of broke that down. We also broke down what you're in for as being staff here, and we broke down what it means to be a community lead. What are you going to be doing as a community lead here at the Warming Center?
Well, dignity is a big thing that you discussed, and being a community lead means treating not only other staff and the guests, but everybody in our community with dignity and respect. And it's showing that these people that we are serving, they're just as much a part of the community as you or I, and they mean just as much to the community as you or I. So being a community lead means representing that in all facets, getting involved, learning their stories, sharing their stories if that's okay with them, with as many people, letting people know that, this is, something that's affecting all of us. We are all a community. We're all in this together.
Yeah, very true. And building community inside the Warming Center. We talked a lot about that because it's a part of a population that doesn't have a lot of opportunity to feel like they belong or to feel like they can give back to community. And so when we build community inside the Warming Center, that changes everything. That changes the hope that they feel. That changes their dreams and their goals. And they take that beyond the Warming Center with them when they go. And so your role's really important, and we're excited to have you and there were 12, 13?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of us.
Staff that went through training this week, and we're excited for the 7th season, and we're excited to have you. I'm so glad you joined us, and we look forward to seeing what the road ahead is going to bring.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Tonya, and glad I got to speak to you for just a few minutes. Guys, this is an amazing opportunity. Come talk to Tonya. She's got a lot of insight. And thank you, Tonya, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. You just sit right there.
Turn it off.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. Are we ready? Are you? Come join me, please. Are you coming too? Watch the cord, but come have a seat. And we are.
Sorry, that thing is that.
Yeah, we've got
Our French drain.
We've got a ditch. So come on and have a seat.
Good for rollerblading or skateboarding.
How you been?
Good. Good to see you. Can I give you a hug? Oh, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you'll have a seat, please. And I'll tell you what we're doing. Have a seat, and we'll get the.
Do you remember Tracy?
Tracy. Yes. Oh.
With her.
Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. Well, we're gonna give you a microphone so that they can hear you. Okay.
Here is your microphone.
Yeah. So what we have is this is on YouTube right now.
This is not to tell dirty jokes.
No, that's right. Is it on? You have to hold it a little closer. So this is on YouTube. I'm doing this 24 hours. I'm going to sit on this bench for 24 hours. We have scheduled people to come and talk to us. The reason why we want to do this is because we want to change the narrative around homelessness, bring the community together for solutions. Homelessness is a problem everywhere in the United States.
And it's not getting smaller.
And it's not getting smaller. And what it's going to take is people coming together to find the right solutions for our community. And you and I have had lots of conversations. If you would, first introduce yourself.
I'm Chuck Warehouser. I've been a resident here for some 30 years in Big Fork, Montana. Born and raised in Minnesota.
And this is your beautiful bride.
This is my beautiful bride, Mary.
that you've drug along. She didn't know what she was getting into, does she?
Together, we're really a couple of old coops. We equal about 180 years between the two.
Oh, how many years have you been married?
We've been married about
13
I may
years.
Be off a little on that.
Huh?
I may be off a little on that.
Okay.
Not too much.
Well, wonderful. Well, then she must know the things you drag her into then. You know,
this was not a matter of dragging her in. She has a very sensitive heart to these
Yeah.
kind of problems of people.
hold it up closer to you. You got to hold it
okay.
up closer. Okay.
Really, I came because of a Christian view.
Yes.
God asked us to take care of the poor, but this is more than the poor. This is people that are mentally sick and so forth. Really need help beyond even what you can see here. And I'd sure like to see our state and our government pick up the banner and help some of these people. Like we're finally starting to help our servicemen. Holy smoke, people without legs and arms that have fought for this country.
Yeah.
And what have we done for them? And I'm very sympathetic, and I tell you, there are very few people around like Tonya that are running this show to spend their time and their effort and the abuse from local people that they get because of the location they picked. Heavens to Betsy.
You guys, you followed us through that journey.
Yes, I did.
And that gave us lots of conversations, and you came, you would stop in and you would pray with me.
Mm-hmm.
And that meant so much because it was traumatic.
Right.
What we went through was very traumatic, and your prayers meant so much to me. Tell me what Jesus has taught you in how to treat others.
Well, he has two commandments above and beyond the Bible, and although it's in the Bible, to love God with all your heart and all your soul and all your strength and all your mind. And the second part of it is to love your neighbor as yourself. And that second one is tough in a lot of ways. And I looked at that as an excuse not to come here and not to help. But all of a sudden, when I start to see these people, and I see people like Tonya really sitting their self down and doing something about it, I'm excited, and I'm excited for them. And it's a wonderful organization and wonderful things that they do.
Well, and you're right. It's not going to get better until we love our neighbors like we're called to love our neighbors.
That's right. That's right.
And
I tell you, many of them are victims of problems that are beyond their control. Divorces, for example, with kids where the husband leaves the wife and she has absolutely nothing. People that are fired from jobs. Needless to say, our drug situation is bad news, and I don't know if it's 50% of the problem or maybe even more. I don't know, but these are cases that are it's time our country starts to do something about it. I'm glad to see Trump closing up the borders and keeping some of the drugs out, but we need more help here locally.
We do. And tell me about compassion. What do you think? What's your calling upon showing compassion?
You know, I come to this place and it's like a different place totally. The people here, the people that they're serving, for the most part, very humble. I think if they had a choice, they wouldn't be here. They'd be out in the job doing something. I hope that our local people are able to train some of these people and give them jobs where they can become useful in the community. And it's a hard situation all the way around. It's tough.
So you've come in and you've asked questions and you've observed, and I really appreciate that about you. There are some people that have opinions about the warming center and what we do, but they've never been inside the doors to see it. And you have come inside.
Well, and that's what you have to do. You have to look deeper than this. And this is a Christian objective, is to help these people, not to run away from it. And it's difficult. It's difficult to see a guy. I remember going by Kentucky Fried Chicken up here, and there's a fellow that sits there and giving him a meal. And I never seen a bigger smile than that in my life. And I'll tell you, when you do something like that, it affects you too. You have a feeling that you're doing God's will. You're helping these people. I'm not saying giving them money is an answer. I don't believe it is, but giving them the things they need is. Giving them the opportunity. That's what the warming house does, is provide opportunity for these people. And from what I understand, there is some help coming from the merchants here in the city, and I just hope we all can band together and recognize it for the problem it is, and not condemn these people. Many of them are here through no fault of their own, through mental conditions. It goes on and on. A lot of it's drugs too, and that we need to handle.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Now, I want to thank you. You don't want to hear this. He doesn't like to be thanked. But I want to thank you for supporting what we do. And one way that you have supported what you do is kicking it off, moving the ball forward so that we can move forward with transportation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You asked us, what is your biggest need? And we sat and had that conversation. And our biggest need is transportation so that we can get people to the help that they need, and that we can walk with them through those doors and be that voice for those
That's right.
folks.
That's right.
And you helped to kick off that,
Yeah.
and we are taking that ball and moving it forward to be able to provide transportation to folks. And I can't tell you how much that gift that you gave to us to get that going is going to mean. We are going to be able to connect those dots in the community a lot better so that people can get the help that they need, so that they can get out of homelessness. And that started with your gift.
Well, you have to be able to move these people around. You know, they're not all in one specific area, and the jobs that are available are certainly not right here. They're around the area. So this was a real need, and happy to do it. And I hope that it can take place soon, and we can get rolling with it.
Me too. It's a big undertaking, though, because it's not just a vehicle, it's a whole different program that we're going to be offering, and we want to do it wisely.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be policies and procedures and all of those things to make sure we can do it wisely and safely.
Mm-hmm.
But that ball is moving forward, and that's thanks to your gift to help us to be able to get transportation.
Well, I'll tell you, this organization just really impressed me from the day I walked in. The way they handle people here at night, both male and female, the rules and regulations they have. There's no two chances, there's one chance. And after that, if you have a second, you're out. I mean, they're tough by it. and they're teaching these people, I think, the rules and the laws and what they have to do and observe. So it isn't just a gift to them. They are learning probably some skills that they never had before, and I think it's due to the young lady that's sitting on my left here. She's a leader. She's the kind of person you look at, you respect, and I'm certain these people all have that feeling about her, and I'm talking about Tonya. So,
Well, thank you. We couldn't do it without community. And even though we've gone through hard times with community, with some people that have misunderstood what we're trying to accomplish here, even though we've gone through those hard times, we've had great community support all along.
yeah, yeah,
People who have come just like you, people who have come in here and asked questions and figured out who we're about. That's where our support comes from, and we're so grateful.
well, I'm happy to do it, believe me. You represent a cause that everybody should be looking at and taking some responsibility, and many of these people, the fault is not their own, and those are the people we need to help. We can't leave them out there when it's 40 below zero, you know? So
Any parting wisdom you'd give me?
trust God. Trust God. God will do it with prayers, and I think we're seeing that already. I mean, they closed you up for reasons I don't even want to talk about, and here you are open, as you should be, and I look at God as saying, hey, whoa, wait a minute.
I need to be reminded over and over to trust God, and prayer is so very important. So
That's
thank
right.
you for
That's
your
right.
prayers,
That's right.
because God has provided every step along the way.
That's right.
And I say this jokingly, but it's true. He's never early. It's in his own time. That's right. But he has provided every step along the way.
Sonia, how many times has he said patience?
Oh my gosh, never pray for patience.
That's a tough thing.
Reason to have it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, when it comes, you realize he's there and he's real and he's there to help.
Yeah.
And I feel that's happening here. I think this organization is going to sprout. I'd like to be a star in the sky, as something that everybody across the country looks at and says their ideas are right and we should be doing the same thing.
Well, thank you for your support. Thank you for your prayers. And we'll be in touch.
God.
This is my friend here. And you are too.
God bless you, Tonya.
Thank you for having a conversation on the bench.
Every good thing come, believe me.
go on.
Perfect.
There you go. Well, welcome to the bench.
Yes, I'm glad to be here.
I'm still fresh because we're just starting.
Just getting going, right?
That's right. That's right. So I click on to see how I am first thing in the morning.
Yeah, well,
I can't promise you that. So glad you're joining me this time. Yeah. Okay. Oh, right here. Want to do test? Okay, great. So, what brings you to the bench?
Oh, I think it's, I love the opportunity. It's just a great way to come down and sit and talk about what you guys are doing and hear how people can help and kind of just get an understanding of what's actually happening.
Well, wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad you came because I'll tell you kind of what's up with us.
Yeah.
We are trying to lead more in our faith. Let's just go straight there.
Awesome.
We started the Warming Center as people of faith.
Yeah.
And God has provided every step of the way. It has been quite a miracle, the whole
Yeah.
step. And but we as a board of directors and as the director, we want to lead more in our faith. And that's what our people need.
Yeah.
That we serve. And the bench, this is all about bringing hope and stories of hope.
Yeah.
And so I want to hear from you. How does your faith shape how we should treat people in homelessness? How does your faith, tell me where your faith comes from and where hope comes from in your life.
Sure. I think as I think about hope, where it comes from, faith is a huge part of that. And I think for this reason, it's not based on circumstances, good or bad, but really an unchanging God for me that has been really in every step, in every direction I've taken, has been there, confirmed things through other people, through his word. And so faith is a big part of my life, but also just the fact that my faith and hope can be shaped to help other people that are in the journey. And it's not an unchanging God, but a God that is consistent and constant. And so that's where my faith comes from, and I put my hope in that faith. And just being able to share that, I think for me, one of the things that's big is I've seen God move in my life. And so as God has moved in my life in tough times and in good times, how can I share what God's doing in my life with other people and give them the hope, right? So I've been without a job. I've lost a job. I have worked in places where I've seen people that are at their lowest point of their life. And I've worked in places and been with people who there's many wins that are happening in their life, so things are going great. So being on the spectrum of the good and the bad, seeing people that have had everything to lose everything, to gain it back, or to re-enter life in a way that works for them, I think it's one of those things where I see just God in all of it. So if I can help people in that journey, using my story, someone else's story, or being a light to them, then I want to provide that hope.
You know, you bring up the word light, and that's where we've always been with the homeless shelter here, is that we want to shine a light so differently that they want to know the source of that light.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we don't, when they walk in the door, it's not Jesus, Jesus, Jesus
Sure.
right away. But it's like, wow, this is a place that I'm accepted.
Yeah.
This is a place that I'm treated with dignity.
Mm-hmm.
And that can change everything,
Yeah.
even without speaking the name Jesus. If
Yeah.
they see the light
Yeah.
and want to know why we're loving so differently and where that source comes from, that has made a lot of difference in what we try to do here.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I learned early on, just connecting with people that may feel like their life's falling apart, is looking at them in the eye and learning a name. I think it helps connect just as a human, but it also lets you into a world. It opens that door for them to open up to you of where they're at, what they're doing. So I think, like you said, when you open your door, it doesn't have to be Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. It can be, hey, I see you.
Yeah.
You have a need. How can I help you? And I think that's powerful. And I think that's what I love about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, and that's so important. It's treating people like dignity, with dignity.
Yeah.
And what I see in their everyday life is they're going around our community not feeling that being seen, not feeling the dignity. And if there's any way that we can restore that when they walk in the door, that gives a lot of room for us then for the walls to come down, for the bridges to be built, for us to really make a difference in people's lives. And you're right, and sometimes it just starts with that first, I see you, and calling them by name. That's huge. We have volunteers that come in, and from the church as well, that come in, and that's their first conversation that they've had with someone for the whole day, is with that volunteer that shows up at the warming center in the evening. And that makes all the difference in the world, seeing them as a person. And that's the first step of what we do here. The very first step. But it gets us so far in being able to help people.
Yeah, I think you said something. I heard something this week, and it's resonated the entire week, and I've been processing it. And that is, behind every stat, there's a story. And oftentimes, statistically, with growth in areas, or how many people come in, behind every number, there's the story of someone. And when you learn the story, that brings a connection to you with that person. And it can be a simple commonality. Grew up in the same state, or cheer for the same sports team. But when you hear the stories, that opens you up into people's lives. And I think that's a powerful thing, to hear the story behind the person, or in this case, what I said, behind the stat of walking through a door. So,
it shows that we're more alike than we are different. And when we come to understand that, that's when we can help each other. Inside the warming center, I honestly believe, and I try not to tear up when I say this, but I believe this is not just for the homeless in the warming center. I think we all grow in who we are when we're giving of ourselves. There's times that myself and other volunteers will say, who's helping who here? Because when you make that human connection, because that's what God calls us to do. And when we're giving of our bucket, God continues to fill our bucket even more. It almost feels like a selfish thing in a way, but it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually worked with homeless in a couple of different communities, Portland, Oregon, San Francisco, and again, going back to just being able to connect with people that are at their lowest most of the time. Stories from 20 years ago that resonate today because of that connection of that one-on-one, just hearing them, getting them to open up in a world where oftentimes they feel shut out. And I think, if we can step into their world and get a glimpse of what are they really walking through, how can we come alongside and help? I think it's a powerful thing. And it gives us the hope. And again, when you're impacted by it from the other side, you're like, wow, thanks God for opening that door, or thanks God for giving me the ability to come alongside someone and
we
serve
get to
them.
do this.
Yeah.
We just had staff training because we're opening our shelter overnight season for our 7th season Friday night, which is World Homeless Day. That's tomorrow night. I can't believe that. That's right. And it's amazing to me and I just forgot what I was going to say. It was so amazing that I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, so sorry.
World homelessness.
Sorry.
It's coming.
The world
Open
homelessness
the
is coming, and then I'm starting to think, that's tomorrow. Oh
All the
my
things you have to
gosh.
do.
But no, what we said as a staff, now I remember, is that we get to do this.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that we get to do this. It's going to be a lot of work. It's always a lot of work. This work is not easy, but we get to do this. And God fills our cup so much more than what we pour out.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we started our conversation, we didn't talk about your name, what you do. Tell us a little bit about your testimony and what you do.
Yeah, so my name's Phil Wilson, and I am the Connect Care and Missions Pastor at Canvas Church locally and right up the road from here. And my background, I've been in ministry for 28 years in a variety of different states and a variety of different roles, and think I am all about people. And I think God wired me that way, God built me that way, and so if I can come alongside people of all sorts and help them in a spiritual manner, challenge them, you know, even relationally, emotionally, physically even, I think that's why I love what I do. I just get to come alongside people in their journey, a lot of times in faith, and a lot of times in struggle, and they're trying to, you know, get to the future reality of where they want to be or what they want their life to look like, and if I can come alongside of them and help them in that capacity. So that's a little bit about what I do, but my role at the church, making sure everyone knows they're cared for, connected with, we say needed and known. We know their name, and they know that we need them to serve or find a place locally to connect. And then, you know, my missions role is to help come alongside organizations and mission outlets that are what we call here, near, and far. So locally, maybe nationally, and then globally. So that's a little bit of what I do. My faith background, I grew up in a Christian home. I was fortunate to do that, and kind of fought what I wanted to do with my life, and you know, had great dreams and aspirations of going into business and marketing, and God had other plans, and felt Him nudge me into working in the local church, and like I said, been doing that for 28 years.
We have that in common. I grew up in a Christian home. My dad was a minister, and I didn't have to go to church. I got to go to church. And I think I'm very thankful for those times now.
Absolutely.
But you know, I had a youth minister growing up in church that said, you don't get to go off on our mission trips. And really, it was our mission trips that led me down the road of social work.
Yeah.
And he says, you don't get to go off into mission trips until you do home missions. And that's what I really view what we have going on here at the Warming Center. We are a home mission field. These are our people who are suffering, our neighbors that are suffering right beside us.
Sure.
And it's got to start here. And that's what I love about the Warming Center, is we bring kind of that mission field together.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And as we lead more in our faith, what I want to call upon the churches is to come walk alongside with us even more, to see this as a home mission field, because together, this is what God has called us together to do, and we can make the greatest impact when we're all doing it together.
I don't know if you remember this, but
An airplane.
Okay. We met on an airplane.
Tell the story, please, please, please.
I remember we were getting on an airplane, and you know, I always kind of scan the airplane, see if I know anybody, and especially when it's taken off from my hometown. But I think you recognized me and said, "Are you Phil?" And you know, we were sitting next to each other and had this, you know, great conversation.
And this was
this was the dream.
When
like it was
found
coming.
out. This is when I found out that when we were looking for a location, we got a lot of no's. And our first location was in the basement of what they call the Red Door Church, the Christ Church Episcopal downtown. They were going to let us set up 20 beds in the basement.
Yeah.
And I had just found that out, and I was sharing that with you, and I was just, I can't believe this is happening.
Like, what's going on? Yeah.
I know.
So no, I remember that pretty vividly.
So that would have been, if we are in our 7th winter season, that was 7 years ago. And I think you were coming back. It was on the way back. You were coming back from a seminary or something that you were doing.
I was in Seattle working on a master's degree in
in
geology. So Yeah.
That's incredible. And sometimes
It's a
it's just
small
those.
world where
That's
our
right. God
lives intersected
puts
there.
things together, and I appreciate how Canvas has been a part of
Yeah.
this journey. Tell me ways. Like, I know that you all have donated donations,
Yeah.
supplies. You've sponsored holidays for us so that
Yeah.
we can stay up the whole stay. A lot of people don't know that is that on holidays there's nowhere for people to go.
Sure. Yeah.
And where we might normally close during the day, we stay open the entire day for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, and for New Year's Day. And your church has come along and sponsored the whole day, and that's $1,000 to pay
Yeah.
the staffing and everything to keep people inside that day and to
Yeah, I
bless
think-
them in that way.
I think, if there's a need, when there's a need and we find out about it, if we can come alongside and help in some way. I think that's what happened with Thanksgiving years ago. Like, hey, we need to keep our doors open, and that was one way I know Canvas came alongside. Just about 2 weeks ago, we were bringing supplies in for this winter, and again, the need was presented to us, and like, hey, this is what we need to keep us running, and we're like, hey, we can help with some of that.
Yeah. And you did.
Yeah. So
And you did.
and I think, we tell people when they give to the ministry of Canvas, they are giving to help us be able to do those type of things. And where we might not be boots on the ground all the time, we're sending money and resources to the places that are boots on the ground. And in this case, we do have, people that are connected. And we have a Canvas college that meets out of our church and in partnership with Northwest University. And we have a group of students that in the next couple of weeks, they're coming over just to kind of see what's happening here. They have a heart for people, and again, want to see. Some of them want to go into social work, some of them psychology, some of them ministry, and we're like, well, hey, let's connect them to places in our community that are helping people in a way different than we are.
Yeah.
Because we decided as a church a long time ago, let's not try to duplicate what other organizations and ministries, warming centers are doing. Let's come alongside of them and support them, again, with resources, people, finances. And so that's what we've tried to do locally with what's going on here. Yeah.
And the difference that Canvas makes, I want to give just one brief story.
Yeah.
We have an individual who's a guest at the warming center, and then he went to treatment, a life of addictions, and he went to treatment, and he became a Christian, and he was baptized there at Canvas when you all did the mass baptisms at one time. And so I was there. We were able to cheer him on and support him, and now he's staff here at the warming center.
That's super
and
awesome.
that is incredible,
Yeah.
the work that God does in people's lives, how he can take someone, he uses sometimes the biggest wrecks and stories
for sure.
to his glory.
Yeah.
And that's so impactful to
We see that all through scripture too, right? Like, all these mess ups.
That's
and
right.
God was like, I'm going to use that one and that one.
What he does with
and he's still
broken
doing it today.
pieces.
Yeah.
And what the rest of us may be judging, God is using for his glory. And I think we need to remember that. Yeah.
It's and I love, there's power in the story and in a transformed life. And that's what I love about hearing stories like that, where, God uses someone that just happened to walk through the doors.
Yeah.
And, didn't need A, B, and C. It was like, I'll take you the way you are and we'll transform you along the journey. And then you hear a story like that. And there's many stories like that, I'm sure. So.
Oh, definitely. And it's living out the calling is what is making the difference. And I really greatly appreciate Canvas Church. And, I said that my dad was a minister.
Yeah.
And when I told him I wanted to be a social worker, here, I got my tissue for a reason. When I told him I wanted to be a social worker, he cried.
Yeah.
Because he said that I would come in contact with more lost people than he would as a minister. I didn't really get that. I was like, come on, Dad, quit crying. But he is so true.
Yeah.
And we need to go where the lost people are. And that's what I love about the warming center, is that we're that missions field.
Yeah.
But we can't do what we do without places like Canvas Church. So I'm so thankful for Canvas Church and what you guys do. I'm thankful that you came and you had a conversation on the bench.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
appreciate that. Now tell me, when you think about homelessness, what change would you like to see in our community?
I think there's everywhere you turn, you can find someone, that is struggling, or they're trying to figure out where to go, what to do. I think I would say in the last couple months for sure, the warming center has really given the community a look at, hey, this is what we're really doing. And I think for me, just being able to have a resource to point people to at the right time. Oftentimes people come into the church looking for this, or they're looking for that, or they're looking for help here. And being able to partner with someone like the warming center and you guys, for some people, it's like, hey, let's point you here, because we resource and we're coming alongside you guys. And so as it relates to what would I like to see, I think you're offering a place of hope and change, and hearing that Jesus is going to be a little bit more part of the conversation. I think that's awesome. Yeah. Because people either run to that or run from that. Either way, you're in the right to provide that. So I think as a community as a whole, I think it goes back to something I said, and I would put it this way. This is something we say a lot. Every number has a name, every name has a story, and every story matters to God. And so there's a lot of numbers of homeless people, but they have a name and they have a story, and that matters. And so if we would, in the craziness of our own lives, sometimes just pause and check in and say, hey, do you need help? If you see someone that might need help, either point them in the right direction or offer a conversation. And I think we're so quick to move on or move out of the way, we don't stop and see what that need might be. And I'm guilty of it. I've done it too.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. It is.
And for some people, they'll feel all the emotions or the feels of that. So I think there's been times where I've been convicted to help someone I see in need. There's been times when I've kept on walking. There's been times where I've stopped to talk to people.
We don't always have to be the ones.
Exactly.
That's what we teach the staff.
But it only takes one.
Yes. Yeah. But you don't always have to be the one. Sometimes God's calling someone else to help in that situation.
Yeah, I think as a parent, and I have, my kids are getting older, but when my kids were younger, it was important for us and our family to set up the precedent that there's people out there that need help, and let's not miss them when God puts them in front of us. Yeah. And I think consistently of we would, on the way to school, my 3 kids were at the same school, and we would drive by and we'd end up at a stoplight every day. And for like 3 months, there was a guy at the stoplight asking for help. And one day with my 3 kids in the car, I rolled down my window and just said, hey, how can we help? And he kind of told us what the need was. Well, we had seen him there for a couple days. And so my one daughter would start packing an extra sandwich. Oh. So every day on the way to school, we would stop. If we got stopped at the light, we would stop and talk. We found out his name. We invited him to church. And over a season of time, we stopped seeing him there, but we would see him we'd see him at the lobby of our church. Oh. And as a parent, it was a great moment to invite my kids into a space that most people would shy away from. And we were also in a safe opportunity to do that. We were in a car able to, stop and just have a quick conversation and find out a little bit about Jeffrey was his name. It was easy to remember. So
that's wonderful. And I bet your kids remember that for.
Yeah, and my kids are grown now, and every once in a while remember when we used to make an extra lunch for Jeffrey, so I think those type of things is
there's always a Jeffrey.
Yeah, there is.
And they're gonna meet another Jeffrey somewhere else in their lives, and that gave them a good lesson.
And the other thing I think you mentioned, I'm seeing a shift in culture where people are more open to talk about their faith. I'm seeing it in the not only the high school, college, and professional sports world, but I think people are a little bit more open, and God's opening doors for them. And I think there's okay, I'm going to share my faith, or I'm going to build a relationship to share. And so to talk about Jesus or your faith, it's not a crazy thing, because it's more accepted, and it never was crazy.
Yeah.
But I think people are a little bit more receptive to it, especially, I would say, in this region of the United States. But I'm seeing that kind of grow and expand.
I think so too. And I think we're learning the hard way that only God can fill that void that we have in our lives.
Absolutely.
And we're going through a lot of hard times to get to that point.
Sure.
But I hope that people are starting to see that
Yes.
it's a God-shaped hole that we have in our soul, that it's got to take God to fill that. And I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I do. I that would be very encouraging.
Yeah, and I think, for me, again, that's where the hope comes from, is that faith that was instilled to me as a young kid. And again, circumstances change for everybody. And, there's a stat out there, and I don't have maybe the correct stat, but, half of Americans are only, a month away from being homeless themselves in some cases. So it's, coming alongside people that are needing that boost, that, help, and being okay to ask for it, I think, is a big deal.
It is. And not letting there be a divide between us and them.
Yes.
That is the homeless, and this is us. When we take down those walls, we learn that we're more alike than we are different. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's that human connection and human dignity of, I've seen people with doctorates, I've seen people that have run their own businesses, families, and, within 6 months have lost everything, and, and it's like, hey, what happened? Or how can we help?
Yeah.
How can I pray for you? Those are 3 great questions.
It is.
To get to the bottom of how do we get here, and how can we get you moving in the right direction, no matter what the situation is.
True.
Yeah.
Well, I always appreciate your prayers.
Yeah.
We do here at the Warming Center. We need that.
Yeah.
We've gone through hard times.
Yeah.
But God sees us through. And that's really amazing. And I thank you so much for having this conversation on the bench.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We're going to do this once a year, and I'm going to expect you again next year.
I send greetings from our team. Some of our teams are tied up today, and some future vision planning and stuff, Pastor Kevin being one of them. But
he sent exactly who we needed, and that was you. So
we appreciate the relationship, and keeping you in front of our people and in this community is important for us. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Continue to pray for us, and we will pray for you.
Can I pray for you right now?
Please do.
Yes,
please.
Absolutely. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for Tonya. We thank you for the vision of the Warming Center here in the Flathead. We just pray a blessing over the ministry and the conditions that are coming in the days ahead, even locally with the shift in weather. God, I pray for the whole team here, that as they welcome people in, God, that they can make that not only human connection, but that spiritual connection as well. And as they come alongside and help give people some of the simple needs that we need as humans, that you would just give them the manpower, that you would give them the financial backing that they need and all the supplies they need. And again, the team they need to be of warmth to this community in the season ahead. Again, thank you for their leadership. Thank you for the board. Thank you for the vision. And we just pray a blessing over them right now, heading into the busy time of the season. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Absolutely. Great to have you. Thanks for being here and letting me show up.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Well, if you drive by in the morning, I'm right here.
Yeah, right here. That is awesome. So I was like, as I was sitting on my phone, I'm like, I hope it's not calling anything.
Oh, they'd get a good conversation if it did.
This is awesome. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, Kevin he would have loved to have been here. He was like, matter of fact, when we got the invite, yes, I can't be there. I'm gone, but can you be here? I can be here.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Hey,
we loved having you. Thank you. Hmm? Okay, yeah. Okay. You said he
really
needed just a
tough
second.
populations to
I
be
don't know if he
engaged
turned it
by
off,
various
though.
resources that can help the entire community. And I think it's a vital asset in this community.
You know, hope is not just in getting that housing. Sometimes you see that hope walk out of the shower, walking out from getting a haircut. I think dignity and hope go hand in hand.
We all need to feel cared for. We all need a sense of community. We all need to feel supported when we're at our most vulnerable.
People can bring their pets here. That's not something that's common in other shelters. Pets provide so much emotional support.
When we bring people inside to warmth and safety, it makes the whole community safer. That's 50 people that aren't having to fight for survival out on the streets.
I don't want to see any human have to go through being on the streets when it's that cold out and possibly dying. I mean, I have a college degree. I was a law enforcement officer for 13 years. Ended up with a pain pill addiction. Could have and probably should have been homeless. So it can happen to anybody. I would hope that people would see homeless people and have a lot more empathy, thinking, you know what, that could be me.
Just would like the community to know that we're still people.
I'm a low-income, disabled, honorably discharged veteran. I have mental illness that causes me a lot of problems.
You do not need to stereotype us. We would rather see the community understand us better.
I don't want to harm anybody. I'm actually a really good guy. I believe in Jesus. And in fact, I want to be a good member of society here in this town.
Because I'm homeless doesn't make me a bad person. It just means that I'm going through a tough time that I need help with. And everybody needs help from time to time.
I mean, I'm going to be forever thankful. They gave kindness when I needed it the most, and that was everything to me.
For many people who are here, they really haven't had an easy time since the day they were born.
Everyone comes with their own story, with their own background. A lot of times it's wrapped in trauma and in loss.
Let's work together as a community, bring these resources together, bring back resources that we lost, and focus on building an inclusive Flathead Valley that homes everybody.
I encourage everybody that I talk to that take the time and come in here some night, you know, when we're open and observe or visit with some of the guests and stuff. And I think they'll find the preconceived notion of what homeless people are would quickly go away.
I'll give them a free tour. I'm pretty good at that now.
Life works best when we take care of each other.
Does that mean thumbs up? We're good to go? We are good to go. Yay. Welcome to the bench. So what brings you to the bench? First, introduce yourself. Let's make sure people know who you are.
My name is Dave McLean. I'm the director of Array of Hope, and as you know, we are a homeless shelter, over on 5th Avenue West. So yeah. Thank you for inviting me. First off, I appreciate that, and I know you had asked me to briefly share about the grant that we received from Spectrum.
In a way that we're going to be able to partner together. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, and so the idea there is to do workforce training, really, and it's kind of exciting. And Wayne Apple is the one who has initiated that with Array of Hope, and the purpose there is to put on some classes and get people equipped for the workforce. And for example, at our shelter, we have a 2-bay service garage working on vehicles. That would be a great thing to learn. We would like to see people do, computer-associated type learning, maybe construction. I don't know. That's all kind of up
So
in the
different
air.
kind of job skills, and this grant through Spectrum is going to open up room in the class. And I think that they've said that, 2 warming center guests, we could recommend 2 warming center guests to be able to go through that. That's such an incredible partnership. So we're really grateful for that.
Yeah, and so my hope is that you will communicate with Wayne. And if you know people or different trades that people want to learn, it's kind of, quite honestly, wide open. What we do need to focus on is, job skills, to where they can get into the workforce. And the mall over there with United Way, Jody Cross has blessed us with a room there.
The space, yeah.
And so we're excited about that.
Oh, we look forward to that opportunity to partnership because it's gonna help people that we serve. And sometimes we serve joint people, and so thank you. That's wonderful. We look forward to that.
Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
yeah,
We're excited about that. So.
Well, tell me, answer this question. How does your faith shape the work that you do with homeless individuals?
Oh my.
That's a big question. I know it is, but it's very important, and it's important to us here at the Warming Center as we're stepping out and leading more in our faith. I want to hear from you how your faith shapes what you're doing.
Well, that's a good question because actually that's what I came prepared to talk about.
I love it.
And I want to share a passage. I was actually shepherding a fellowship here. This was about 19 years ago, and I was preparing a series of messages on really financial. How does God want us to deal with finances? And I came across this passage, and it changed my life and changed my direction. The context is fasting and helping those in need, and I want to read this to you. It's Isaiah 58. 6 through 12, is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou see the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. Okay, so in other words, what the Lord is saying there is that when we do a fast, that what we are not consuming, we should be really passing that on to the poor, those who are in need. And I like this part where it says, and don't hide yourself from your own flesh, from your own people. Which what people have a tendency to do is when they see problems, they don't want to deal with that. I don't know if you've encountered that at all. but both people, the people who are in need, they want to turn the other direction, and those who can help tend to want to turn the other direction, okay? Then it goes on here, then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily. Thy righteousness shall go before thee, the glory of the Lord shall be thy, and the word here is in King James is reward, but it really means rear guard. In other words, the Lord's going to cover us, all right? Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If you take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity, and if you draw out your soul to the hungry. And that is what I believe the Lord is saying. Very often, people might be interested in giving money, but they don't want to get too close to it or to those who are struggling. But the Lord is saying, draw out your soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul. Then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness shall be as the noonday. And I'm telling you, when I stumbled into this passage, I spoke with my wife, Holly, and I said, Holly, I said, I want my light to rise in obscurity, and I want my darkness to be as the noonday. I want that.
Yeah.
I want that. Now listen to the rest of this. And the Lord shall guide thee continually and satisfy your soul in drought and make fat thy bones. In other words, health. He will bring health to you, okay? And thou shalt be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose waters fail not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places, and thou shalt raise up foundations of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. And I just want to share with you that, when I saw that, Holly and I spoke, and I just said, I cannot get past this scripture and do nothing. I have to respond to this. And that's when I got a hold of Ray of Hope, I think, back in 2006.
So this scripture has a big part in your calling of why
without a
you
doubt.
do what you're doing with Ray of Hope.
Well, it has everything to do
Wow.
with it, because this is what prompted me to get a hold of a Ray of Hope. And
how long ago was that? Because you've
that
been
was
with Ray of Hope for a long time.
19 years ago.
Oh.
19 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
So anyways, and I learned a lot more, because when I was studying, when you study God and money, really you cannot. When I was studying debt in the Bible, I could not believe what I was finding, because really what you find is it will talk about the poor. You cannot talk about debt in the Bible and not talk about the poor or those who are in need. And really what I learned was what I feel the scripture teaches, the absolute model for reaching out to those who are in need. And the idea there is, if God's judgments, 2 Timothy 3:16 says, all scripture is inspired by God and profitable for doctrine, for reproof. So when people violate God's doctrines, and certain doctrines, because all of his reproofs match the sin or the failure, right? And so there are many sins or doctrines that when we fail, God brings financial reproofs upon us. And so the people who come to our shelter, I will meet with them, and they'll tell me what's going on, and I can literally say, hey, is this going on in your life? because you're using God's word to trace it back and to find out what they're doing. So all of Scripture is inspired by God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction. So the Lord, when we dishonor him in certain ways, he brings about reproofs, and many of them are financial, and then he also gives us the correction and then the training in righteousness, that the man of God may be equipped unto all good works. So that's what our ministry is founded upon.
Yeah.
Following the Scripture in that way. So quite honestly, the Scripture is everything.
Yeah.
It's everything.
Yeah,
To answer
and
your
it's
question.
a big part of your calling of what you do in the ministry of Ray of Hope, and that Scripture made you rise.
It
made
did.
you rise to get involved, and that is so important, because I think in this work, it takes a calling. It really
You're right.
does. It
You're
takes
right.
a calling on your life, and that's not always easy.
Yes.
And I see some similarities in what you're talking about versus the path that has brought me here to the Warming Center and
Yes.
starting the Warming Center,
Yeah.
and is that it's the calling upon my life. I grew up in a Christian home. My dad was a minister, and I learned so much in mission trips that we did
Mhm.
about how God calls us to take care of the poor, how God calls us to care for the least of these, and that glorifies God when we do that. And what we do here at the Warming Center is, it may not be so much the calling of the Scripture of what you're talking about there.
Mhm.
It is the love that we show. And it's always been my drive to just love people so differently that they want to know the source of that love. And to me, that's my calling in what we do here at the Warming Center, is just to
Amen.
love them so differently that they're like, this is different.
I want that.
I want that.
Yeah,
And this is a different life. There's something different here, and I want to know what that is. And sometimes it takes a while before even the name Jesus is spoken to, but they're seeing something different, and they want to know what that light is. And that's
It's funny that you brought that up, because we were talking about that this morning at the shelter. And when we speak, it doesn't always have to be Scripture. As a matter of fact, that's only comes out on occasion. But it's the fact that they see, hopefully they're seeing Jesus in us, and they see the love of Jesus in us. And there are people, and I'm, as you're talking about, and I see it at our shelter, and that is that people see who we are, and they say, you're different, and I want that.
Yeah.
I want that. And sometimes they turn to the Lord. Other times they're not ready.
Yeah.
But who knows what happens a year or 2 years down the road.
Yeah. It's about shining a light so differently that they just want to know the source of that light.
Amen.
And that's so important. And you're right. Sometimes they don't want to hear it right then. But you just keep shining, and you just keep shining, and you keep shining. And then at some point, God can move their heart more towards the light that you're shining, how you're trying to be different.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
And it's treating people differently. I think, unfortunately, in today's day and age, there's a lot of people have to deserve compassion, or they have to earn compassion. And that's different than what I know from the example of what Christ has shown us, that people don't have to earn it or deserve it. It's what we give, and that is how God shines through us. And that's what I've been able to see make the biggest difference in people's lives, is when they feel that difference.
Do you find that those who come here, the ones that you may get a little bit beyond the surface, right, that they were hurt when they were younger?
Yeah, lots of trauma.
Yeah.
If it's not before being homeless, it's definitely in being homelessness.
Yeah.
A lot of trauma is wrapped around that. Yeah.
Well, when I first started serving at A Ray of Hope, I'll be honest. My first and early thoughts were, why didn't you choose better and different?
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why did you make these decisions that got you here? But then over time, I came to realize that they've been hurt.
Yeah.
And I would have to say, since I've been keeping track, I would say probably about 100% were hurt, particularly at a young age.
Yeah.
And I've had some who say, well, I've not been hurt, and that type of thing. And then the more time you spend around them, you just see it come out.
Yeah.
Yep. But I would say just about 100% of the people that I work with were hurt at a young age, and then they alienated themselves from their parents or loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they got older, they moved into wrong friends, drugs, or alcohol, and began a kind of a life of self-destruction.
Yeah.
Not because they wanted that, but because they were hurt.
Yeah.
And they don't know. It's almost like they've gone down a maze. You know how we see those mazes on paper, and the more complex ones, people work their way down and they go, and all of a sudden they're stuck and they don't know how to get out. Do you know what I mean?
True.
So anyways, I find that, if we can look past their struggle, look past their dysfunction, and bring healing by the Word of God, they get excited about that.
They do. It's another way to look at it is we're all wandering around with a void in our lives, and people try to fill that void with different things. They're trying to fill that with poor relationships or with substances. Or sometimes it's just with working too hard or something. We're all just trying to fill this void in our lives. And until we realize it has a certain shape, it's a God shape, and that's the only thing that's going to fill that void in our lives.
Amen.
And we have tons of people, they come and they line up, and you could just see it. It's the void that they have in their lives. And until they understand the only thing that can fill that is Christ and His love, that is the only thing that's going to fill it.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Everybody is searching for joy.
Yeah.
Everybody wants joy. I've run into a couple people who have said, I don't want joy, and I think they were just at a point where they were like, I'm done, I'm over it, etc. But when you spent time with them, they want joy.
Yeah.
We all want joy.
We do.
And God designed us to be filled with, what's the verse? I think it's Matthew 5:6 that says, blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. And the Greek word there for filled is more satisfied. They'll find joy by hungering and thirsting after God. But then there's a proverb that says, hell and destruction are never satisfied. So what you see out here is never going to fill you. It's never satisfied. And yet, like you're talking about, when the Lord fills us up,
There's nothing like it.
Oh my word. You can't replace that.
That's right.
There's
That's right.
nothing that compares.
And when people can see that in our lives, that makes a huge difference. Answer me this question. When you consider homelessness, what change would you like to see in our community? What do you think needs to change? We're both trying to help. I mean, this is a huge problem, and we're trying to do the best we can and where God is leading us. What changes need to be happening in our community that can help?
There are two things that stick out to me, and I will say that it's just kind of a gut feeling. I don't have statistics or whatever, and my view of homelessness is kind of limited to the way I'm involved, right? But it seems like there are some who they've been on drugs very often. Very often it's the use of drugs, and they literally have opened their mind and their hearts to demonic activity. And I think we need to be able to, the state get involved to take them in and get them some care.
Yeah.
So there are some people who come to our shelter where we can't help you. Because we are not able to help those who are that unstable mentally, okay? And I don't know what you're finding, but I just think that's a huge deal.
Yes.
The other thing, and this is what I see in the scripture, is that the scriptures talk about how we in the church should be taking people in who are hurting. And I think there are a lot of people who we can trust them. Obviously, you want to make sure that you're comfortable trusting them. But I think the more that the church and the community can get involved, either in supporting shelters or taking people in. And the idea there, I believe, is if you take away the expensive housing and the expensive food for most people, and particularly those who already have a job but they're not earning that much, that's half their expenses right there.
Mm-hmm.
Shelter and food. Mm-hmm. And if you can help in that area and help them, then that gets them on their feet again.
Yeah. Another way of saying it that I think you would agree with this, the way I see it as a community, we have focused so much on where we don't want these people to be. These people who are broken, these people who have had the pain in their lives, that have these voids that they're trying to fill in inappropriate ways. We focus on so much of where we don't want people to be. I would like to see as our community to focus more on where people can be to get the help that they need. And that's going to take a lot of different places, and that's going to take a lot of different, the church and businesses and all sorts of different partnerships coming together for the places, not for them just to be, but for them to be to get the help that they need. And we've got to build those places up. Because like what you talked about, we're seeing the same thing here. People that we cannot help because we are not a group home. We're not a nursing home type thing where they can have that more intensive care that they need. We're seeing people who can't even take care of their physical needs. They're getting discharged from nursing homes without a discharge plan or anything. They're not even able to go to the bathroom, to toilet on themselves, by themselves. They need a higher level of care than we're able to provide. But even those things are not available within our community, and we're focusing on where we don't want people who maybe make us feel uncomfortable, where we don't want them to be. We need to be focusing on, that's my dream, that we're focusing on where people can be to get the help that they need.
And that's what we saw in Isaiah 58. Don't hide yourself from your own flesh, from your neighbors, your community. Don't be afraid. And I know when I first started serving at Array of Hope, the first number of years, it was awkward for me. I'm sure there are situations where it's like, okay, this is awkward.
Oh, no. Where'd that come from?
Yeah. But I believe that, and again, my understanding is that the state has scaled back on mental health care. Mm-hmm. It's almost similar to a sanctuary city concept, but we've had people stop by the shelter who they've been on some serious drug use for a long enough time. They're starting literally to lose their mind. Sadly, I hate to say it. And we cannot take them into the house because they just are not able to fit in that environment, but they've got to fit somewhere.
That's right.
And so I think we're saying the same thing.
We are.
I would like to see, and again, I don't know, just the mind thinking here, maybe there can be some places in the state. They cannot respond back to you. And I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
I think there should be a response. Even if that response is, we'll look into it.
Yeah.
Or,
Where are we without conversation?
Yeah. We need a dialogue. That's still will always rub me wrong. That we got put in the fire without dialogue.
Yeah. You got some ideal logs.
I'm gonna check in with them because I don't want to waste your time. Your time is very precious to me, and
That's all right.
huh? Oh, we are okay.
Yeah, we had
Okay, so we just should go to the bench. Is my microphone on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay.
I think you should have turned you off. Hello?
Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Are we good? Yes, we are. All right, you've got your microphone right there. Yay.
You got somebody coming at 4?
Yeah, let's see how we are.
We're there, so.
Nope, we're good. We're good. We're good. I just don't. So tell us when we can start. Are we ready? Dana, you want us to start? Okay, we get to go. Yes, thank you. Here with John Hendricks, and I love this because usually it's the other way around.
It is now, so.
That's right.
I'm at your mercy.
I love that. You know, we were on KGEZ Warming Center Wednesdays for, I think, 18 months.
Yeah.
And you saw a different person in the end than you saw in the beginning for several different reasons. I used to come in there so nervous, and I had all my notes, way too many notes. And you were so good at interviewing me. And so I thank you that we can turn the tables here and have a conversation outside on the bench.
All right, let me have it.
This is a different kind of conversation and different than the radio. I mean, there's a camera and so people can see more about what you look like. But it's always great to visit with you, and it's always been wonderful to visit with you about homelessness.
It's a problem, and it's it didn't happen last week, and it won't be fixed next week.
That's true. That's true. And there are impacts to community because of homelessness.
Sure.
And I need to be better about saying that more and more. Saying more and more that I understand that. But it's going to take the whole community coming together to address those impacts. You know, as we spoke for over 18 months and other staff came in and other partners came in to talk about homelessness, tell me your insight. What did you learn about homelessness, or what did you learn about the Warming Center, or what did you learn about our community?
Well, I think the first thing I learned is that being homeless can happen to anybody. Anybody. I had a friend in Denver, a colleague, and he got himself into tax trouble. And before long, they had basically they'd taken everything. He lost it all. And I don't know how he got into that mess, but there was no way out. The IRS was not willing to help him at all. They seized his income, they seized everything, his car, everything. And, within 30 days, he was homeless. There he was, living on the streets of Denver. And it's just an example of what can happen to anybody. Now, it can be the IRS, it can be a divorce, it can be all sorts of things. I've seen divorce situations where a judge will come in and just wipe out a guy's income, and the IRS will come in, they'll max out your credit cards, seize your income, seize everything, and where do you go? Unless you have somebody that's willing to take you in, you're going to, at first, he lived in his truck for a while, and then they took his truck.
Oh, gosh.
And this is the thing that I think most people think that they're above it all. And in reality, we're not. And with the cost of housing being what it is now, anybody living in an apartment is basically 30 days away from being homeless.
Anybody living in a home, you're paying a mortgage, you are 6 months away from being homeless if something bad happens, something catastrophic. And to know that there's nothing out there to help you, there is nothing that's going to save your life, what do you do? And I suspect that a number of the people that come to the Warming Center are in similar situations through no fault of their own or through a fault of their own that, you know, they just wound up with no assets anymore. And there they are on the street.
The question that's been asked of me is, tell me why people become homeless, because there's so many different reasons and so many different stories. It's hard, yeah. But it could happen to any of us for many different reasons.
Yeah, I think the single biggest move you've made here is to bring in resource people, because there is a way out of this. But most people, when they're homeless and they have no resources, they're so darn busy just trying to stay alive, find some food to eat, find a place to stay warm, someplace that's safe to spend the night. When you're like that, you can't be thinking about how you're going to get out of this.
Yeah.
You're just trying to survive. So when you got a place like the Warming Center, first of all, you get out of the cold. And as you pointed out, we have people die right here. We had somebody lose a foot to frostbite, and heaven only knows what else. And what it does to a person's psyche when there's no place to go to the bathroom and they gotta go. What does that do to you? You know, you go find a corner. It takes you so far down that you can't ever find a way back up again. You've almost become one cut above animal life.
What changes would you like to see in our community, thinking about homelessness?
Well, I think the first thing we have to understand is that it's not a disease. It's a series of events. Maybe it's alcohol abuse. Maybe it's drug abuse. Maybe it's just not taking care of your finances. Oftentimes it's divorce or some other legal matter. It could be a lot of different things. But it isn't a disease. It is something you can die from, but it's not a disease. It's not something that if I touch you, I'm going to become homeless. I'm not going to get COVID. Okay, the same kind of an idea. So when we realize that there's people who are helpless, why aren't we helping them? We say, well, they did it to themselves. Well, maybe they did. That's irrelevant. It's done. How they got here, to me, is irrelevant. What is relevant is how we get them out of here. And your ability to connect people, if they've got a substance problem, get them some substance help. If they have an alcoholic problem, get them help there. If it's financial, help them get started. By the time they get to you, oftentimes they've lost their wallet, they've lost their ID. They may have a valid driver's license, but they don't have it anymore. The fact that you can help them get a driver's license back without ever taking a driver's test. And if they can't do that, you can get them an ID. With the ID, you can get them a Social Security card. With the Social Security card, you can get a job. With the Social Security and ID card, they can get Medicaid. They can get other types of mental health help. And the state has programs. But if you don't get connected to these things, they might as well not even be there. And what's the use of having these programs if they're not being used? But that, I think, is the overwhelming thing, Tonya. Understanding that homelessness is not a disease. It's a series of unfortunate events that maybe they can't be reversed, but they can be, you can push through them. Somebody once said, when you're going through hell, keep going. Okay?
Yeah.
And I can't imagine a greater hell than being in northwest Montana at 30 degrees below zero when you got no place to sleep.
And it is, we just had staff training this last week. And one thing we were talking about is how very hard it is for our guests just to walk through the door. And we need to always remember the gravity of that situation for that person to just walk through the door. And what we do from that moment forward is going to make or break if we're going to be able to help that person to get out of homelessness. Yeah, because you're right, it's the very bottom. And how you're looked at, how you're just not seen. And if you are seen, you're seen as trouble, as a person. I mean, as a problem and not a person.
Well, it's difficult for most people to identify with a homeless person. It took me a little bit. It just took me some thinking about it. Okay, so I'm walking down the street by the library, and there's 3 or 4 homeless people sitting at the bench. Most people walk by, hurry up and walk by, and don't make eye contact. So what I decided to do is make eye contact and say hello, and stop and talk for a minute.
Eye contact, yes.
What a difference. You know, you watch these people's long looks, and all of a sudden, they look up. Hey, I'm a human being, and somebody noticed. You know, we can
do just those small things like that.
We don't have to run the warming center to make a difference, but we can do a simple thing like recognizing a human being sitting on the street. You don't have to talk about, well, hey, how come you became homeless? No, just recognize him as a human being. Say hello. Even if you say nothing more than say hello, at least say hello. My gosh, we do that to anybody.
It's common courtesy.
Sure it is. We say that to the clerk in the grocery store. So why can't we do that for a homeless person on the street?
Sure. And everyone can do that.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we don't because I think there's fear. And I think there's also a bit of guilt. That we feel like we should give money or something like that. And I don't advocate giving money. I do not advocate giving money to individuals. Give to organizations that will have that relationship with the person that money can be used better. But I think sometimes we pass by because we're afraid of what we don't understand. And we don't have to understand. And we don't have to be afraid. Or that we pass by because we feel guilty, feeling like we should do more. But you're right, just that common courtesy of just looking someone in the eye can go very, very far.
You know, we do that with kids too. You know, when we get a little older, you don't identify with little kids anymore, and you think these kids think we're a bunch of old fogies, and they're not looking up at us, but they don't know what to think about us either. So just take a moment to say hello and recognize even a teenager. No matter, and teenagers look a little different now than they did when I was a teenager. All right, but you know what? I looked a heck of a lot different than what my folks looked like when they were a teenager.
That's true. That's true. Seeing people as people.
Exactly.
What happened when you walked by the library and you acknowledged the homeless people that were there?
I saw faces look up, and all of a sudden that glum look changed. And I didn't talk with them for long. I just said, hi, how are you? And just kept going. But that was enough. I could see that it was enough. And frankly, I didn't know what else to say.
And sometimes you don't have to say anything
But
else.
it wouldn't hurt if we all got a little training on that.
If we all got what?
A little training on how do we talk with people who are homeless? What do we say to them? How do we connect? Other than just a simple hello.
That's important because when you become homeless, you don't just lose a house, you lose community. And when people can connect with you, that brings back a sense of community.
Sure.
And that's hard, Sometimes it's just trying to find something in common. Maybe you see them wearing a shirt that says, something on it that you could relate to, or just, hey, how long have you lived here? That's okay to ask. Some people might not want to know. But how long have you lived here? And what is your plan for the day? You talked about them being outside the library. This might surprise people. I don't want them outside the library. I don't want them in parks. I don't want them up and down the trails either. But the reason why I don't want them there is I want them in a place where they can have that community that is so lacking so that they can get the help that they need. But we here locally have focused so much on the places we don't want people to be. All our focus has been where we don't want people to be. Where our focus should be where people can be, to build up that community aspect so people can get the help that they need.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
I don't want them outside the library. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that's even the people that do not like the Warming Center. I've come to learn that there are some people that don't like the Warming Center. But even those folks, we can find the common ground. We all just want people off the streets.
I'm seeing something in some communities where we have what we call the working poor. And these are people who live, and a good example is outside St. Peter Hospital in Olympia, Washington. The street that goes up to it is lined with campers and trailers, and people live there. And the city put restroom facilities there. They put trash containers and things, so they live there. But these people get up in the morning and go to work somewhere. Problem is, they don't make enough money to live anywhere else.
Yeah.
The working poor.
Yeah.
And this is getting to be more and more of a problem.
That's what we have here. You know, not all, but it's amazing the number of bed holds that we hold for people because they're working. Or we have wake-up calls where we go and we wake them up in the morning so they'll get to their job. But that is such a hopeless feeling. You have a job, you're working, but you still have no home.
You can't make enough money to get a home, but you can't stop working.
Yeah.
Because you lose what you have.
Yeah.
And you had a guest here at the Warming Center, and he may even still be here, but we had him on the radio, and this guy really spoke to me. And what happened to him is that he got divorced, and the child support that he had to pay, required by law, he was working so hard to pay that for the love of his kids and his love of what the family that he no longer has. Yeah. And he kept working and working for it. He could never get enough money working that he could get beyond just paying that.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people like that. A lot of people who are barely able to pay their child support, and as a result, some of them are living in their trucks. And are lucky enough to be able to afford that truck.
Yeah.
And so the problem is far greater than what you see here at the Warming Center. What you see at the Warming Center is basically the end of the line, and we got to turn around and move in a different direction. But there are people out there, homeless students, that are couch surfing.
Yeah.
And they're some of the best students at Flathead High School. Yet here they are. Now, how do we get to a situation like that? That is something that our lawmakers need to look at. And they're not. They're not looking at it. They're not looking at that part of the population because that population doesn't vote. That population doesn't donate to campaigns.
Yeah.
And I'm not putting these people down. I'm simply saying they are not in a position to help. Therefore, they're powerless in terms of government. That needs to change. There needs to be organizations that can advocate for these people.
Yeah. And
organize them.
But there also has to be an education. It's costing us so much money as a community because we have our heels dug in and not wanting to help people get out of homelessness, thinking that they have to earn that themselves. And they do. There's things that you have to do that you are accountable to do to get out of homelessness. But if we have our heels dug in so much that we're not willing to help people to get stable, guess who that's costing? So much the community. It's costing all of us.
I feel like I've taken up all my time.
Oh, yeah.
And I know you got people waiting.
Yeah.
I have enjoyed this conversation. Thanks for a chance for me to get a little something off my chest.
Oh, thank you. And you know, I want to say this before you go. I appreciate that you have come to the Warming Center not once, not twice, but I think 3 times now. because you want to know what's going on. And I appreciate that. And that's what we need our community to do. Some of our community still has questions about what we do, who we serve, and how we do it. And we want to have those conversations with everyone, even the hard conversations.
It's so easy. Just show up.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad that you have.
And thank you for all you and your staff and volunteers are doing for homeless people. God knows they'd be in a real bad situation if you weren't here.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. And we'll see you again.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I know this name. Okay. Howdy.
Howdy. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? So I'd like to put your name on here.
That's fine. Yeah.
Dr. Bob Sherrick.
Yeah.
I want you to start by introducing yourself and telling what you do.
Oh, well, that's me. I live here in Kalispell, and what I mostly do is I treat people with addictions. So mostly people with opioid use disorder. So we use medications like Suboxone, or also called buprenorphine. We use methadone, other things. We give counseling, and that's mostly what I do these days.
That's so very important, Eden. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions around that. Would you tell me a little bit about the misconceptions that are in our community about that kind of care?
Well, treatment of opioid use disorder, opioid addiction, right, with medications is really effective. It works very well. And it is actually considered the standard of care in our field. But a lot of people have the misconception that it's kind of like substituting one addiction for another. But that's false, because when people are using drugs off the streets, and there's a ton of fentanyl in this community, fentanyl, methamphetamine, other drugs, people misusing oxycodone, heroin. I mean, you may think it's not there, but there's a lot. And people struggle with this. It's a very powerful addiction, very powerful. And it can destroy people's lives. And when they get on medication, all that goes away. They get their lives back. They don't have to use street drugs anymore. If someone's using street drugs and they wake up every day, they have to figure out how they're going to get enough money to buy the drugs to get through the day.
That's a desperate situation, very desperate.
Well, if they don't have them, they go into withdrawal. And withdrawal is a very, very, well, people describe it as like the worst feeling they've ever had. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. So it drives people to do things they would never otherwise do. And so when we think about petty crimes, shoplifting, and so forth, and then people are often involved in the drug trade in order to get money to get the drugs they need to get through the day, or in the sex trade, or whatever hustle they've got. It really kind of slowly eats away at people's lives. And, they often lose their employment, they lose their housing, they end up at the warming center. We are so happy to have a place like this here in Kalispell, because we share quite a few clients.
We do, yeah. And it's important. Tell me why shelter is important with someone that is at, the state of addiction.
Well, when you think of, how do you rebuild your life? If you're going through an addiction, first off, people have to make that move towards recovery. But when you do, how do you get going? How do you get a job if you don't have a place to live? You have to have basically a leg up. You have to have a place to be, a place that will help you with that. And that's what the Warming Center does. It helps people. First off, You know, as I say, you can't be in recovery if you're not alive, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, you know, and we talk about that, and we give out a lot of Narcan, naloxone, and talk about keeping people from dying from overdoses, keeping people alive. But freezing to death is a real risk here in Montana. So, so it's great to have a place, particularly in the winter, in the colder months, where people can be and they can stay alive. And the great thing about the warming center is they accept everyone. You don't have to meet any particular criteria. You just have to be a human being who needs a place.
And follow the behavior expectations, of course. But it's that low barrier component that I think is very misunderstood in our community.
Mm-hmm.
They think that because we do meet people where they're at, that it must be a free-for-all in here. And, and I don't know anywhere that it could be a free-for-all.
No.
It's not.
Well, that's another misconception. The misconception, many people are they're afraid of people who might be homeless or using drugs, and they think that they're dangerous, but that's totally untrue.
Yeah. It's not that's not what I have found. Is that what you've found?
No, I mean, I've spent years dealing with people with addictions and many who become unhoused, homeless, and they're some of the most gentle people. These are not the dangerous people.
Yeah, these are not the people that we should be so worried about. But I think a lot of it is fear-based.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the misconceptions are fear-based, and some of it is, that we just don't understand, and so we're afraid of what we don't understand.
Well, I think that brings up a point which, how do you help people develop understanding, compassion, and empathy? And we have a tendency to isolate ourselves into groups where we hang out with people just like us. Mm-hmm. And if you're rich, you hang out with rich people, and whatever you like to do, you hang out with people who are like you. So the people who are not like you don't understand them.
Yeah.
And I would encourage everyone to go outside your area of comfort.
Absolutely. That's one thing that we do inside the warming center, is we'll take volunteers who have the heart, but they don't have the comfort necessarily because they're unsure. And what we tell them is work through that uncomfortableness, because there's a lot of beauty on the other side once you do, but you have to allow yourself to be uncomfortable. But once you do, and you're reaching out to people that are different than you, you figure out that there's more in common than there is not in common.
And I would urge everyone to reach out, to learn, and to meet people who are different from you. Mm-hmm. And whether it's because they have a different skin color, or they come from a different country, they speak a different language, or because they're struggling with issues such as homelessness or addictions or mental illness or whatever, to reach out, spend some time with people like that. Because otherwise, I think you mentioned the fear factor, but you don't really have any sense of them as real people, as humans. You dehumanize them in your own mind. Yeah. So I think hanging out with people who are poor, who are struggling, we all need to do that.
Yeah. And you're missing out in enriching your own life by not doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very true. What do you think needs to change in our community? When you're thinking about homelessness and addictions, and what needs to change?
Well, I think the warming center needs to be bigger.
Yeah.
No question, because there are plenty of times when I know you have to turn away people, and on some of the coldest nights. So the warming center needs to be bigger so that everyone who needs a place to be warm has a place. And I think we think, why are people homeless in our community? And that's a complex question. Homelessness is a very complex issue. It does not have simple answers. we know that mental illness has a lot to do with it, addictions have a lot to do with it. But one of the big problems in this community, and I think it's true in a lot of places, but there is very little affordable housing. Many of the people who come here have income. Many of them are on disability. They may be on Social Security, but their income does not cover what it costs to even minimal housing in this community. In the past, there have been places where people could stay for, it was kind of expensive for them, but they could do it. There's really nothing, almost nothing in this community. We need more low-income housing. We need more housing. Think about someone who's on disability. Most people on disability, they might get $1,000 a month. Now try to think about where are you going to get a place to live for $1,000 a month in this community.
Yeah.
We need more housing options. So not just the warming center. The warming center is the last resort.
Yes. You're right.
But where are you going to send people? If they're coming here, where can you send them to get better housing, more permanent housing, a place that they can call their own?
Very limited. Very limited.
There's nothing around here. And I don't really see.
There's a lot of hope in that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of feeling of hopelessness
exactly
in that.
I don't really see among our legislators here in the Valley that there's really much of a push towards that. I mean, there's plenty of new housing going up, but it's well outside the range of anyone, who's the lower income range.
And I think that we're shooting ourselves in the foot because we think if we were to help to try to find housing for folks, appropriate housing for folks, that's too costly. However, we are just so burdened with the cost of what it is right now. It costs a lot to take care of people who can't take care of themselves.
Well, they end up.
And it costs less to take care of them.
They end up in the emergency room.
Yes.
End up.
That's very costly. Yeah. I would like to see, just like what you were talking about, is that, maybe bigger warming center, that would scare some people, and I get that, but we need to focus on places that people can be to be well, instead of focusing on where we don't want them to be. We've put so much focus on we don't want them in the parks, we don't want them on the trails, we don't want them outside of our businesses, we don't want them outside the library.
These people are not going to disappear. They have to be someplace. Where do you want them?
They're not. Yeah.
Think of some place you want them. Or figure out some place where these people can be.
And let's invest in that, and not just some place that they can be, but also put services there that can help them to get out of that situation.
Well, that's what the warming center has, those services, which is really, really important. And we do that as well. I mean, we're treating patients at our clinic. We don't just give them medication and go out the door. Everyone has counselors, and we have case managers, and we use the resources as best as we can in the community to help people recover their lives.
It's going to take everyone. It's going to take everyone coming together. No one, like your place is not the total solution. Our place is not the total solution. But everyone coming together is so important. And that's why we're having conversations on the bench, because we need to have these hard and challenging conversations so that we can come to solutions. And it takes bringing everyone to the table or to the bench to talk about.
So what do you see as the role of compassion, and how do you teach people that? How do you bring that out in people?
I've seen a shift in our society to that people have to earn or deserve compassion. And those that are giving the compassion are enabling them. That's what the belief is now. And that is so unfortunate, because it has to start. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the very basics of any training of working with people and really being able to affect change in their lives. It has to start with those very basics of needs and those very basics of compassions. And giving that to folks is not enabling them to their poor behavior or whatever. It is enabling them in a way. It's enabling them to move up to the next.
Well, it's enabling them to stay alive.
Yes.
Right? You can't be in recovery if you're not alive.
That's right. Very true. And helping them to stay alive gives them another chance, another day, another opportunity.
Well, every human being is valuable. Okay. Is
And you don't have to
value.
deserve that.
And it doesn't make any difference if you're rich or poor. Everyone is a human being and deserves respect.
Yes.
You know, my definition of enabling is if you do something for someone that doesn't really help them, but decreases their motivation to change, that's enabling. Well, that is not what we do.
That is not what's happening here. You're right.
That's not what we do. You know, we're helping people. They are just as motivated whether you help them or not. And it's not going to cause people to flock to the valley because a warming center is here. Oh, I'll come to Flathead because I can spend, the night in the warming center. Come over, if you think that's the case, come over to the warming center and spend the night here.
Yeah, come check it out. See? Yeah, for sure. That has been a little comical when we have to have comic relief as we work through all those horrible misconceptions.
Well, I highly recommend, come over, you don't have to spend a night. Yeah. Spend an hour. Just spend an hour, sit down, have dinner.
Yeah. And it's those that aren't willing to come in and ask those hard questions that I don't sure that they really want to know the truth, because we have an open door and we want people to come in and ask those hard questions because we need people to understand the truth about who we are, who we serve, and how we do it, because we're only a part of the solution, but truth is going to, the truth has to get out there somehow.
Well, I think you mentioned it. I think a lot of it has to do with fear. People are afraid, not just, there are misconceptions that people who are homeless, people with mental illness, people with addictions and so forth are dangerous. They're not dangerous. But people are afraid because they might have to change.
Yeah.
They might have to change your opinions. You might have to change your thoughts, change how you think about the world and the world around you. And, having compassion, isn't always easy.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's a lot easier to simply say, I don't want to be with those people. I don't want those people in my community.
I don't even want to look at those people.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a ways to go. Yeah. I see some hope on the horizon. I really do.
What do you see as signs of hope?
Signs of hope are the support that we have here at the Warming Center. We have great support. And as people have learned more about us, because the people that have been willing to ask those questions, they see that we're an organization that will continue to try to do better and continue to we're never there. We're never there, and we know that. And we're willing to work to get better. We're willing to have those hard conversations. And as we've seen that, we see great hope because our community is supporting us. Yeah. I see hope in that.
Great.
Yeah. How about you? Do you see any hope in our community?
Well, I don't know that I have the same view of it that you do, but I'm a little bit connected to the Warming Center because my wife is the supply coordinator. Julie is the supply coordinator, so I'm aware of people supporting the Warming Center, and it is amazing, how people are willing to go out and buy toilet paper or hot chocolate or some things that people need at the Warming Center and donate them.
Yeah. It's amazing. We have an amazing community, we really do, that cares about our neighbors and is willing to support even those that are the least of these of our neighbors. Yeah.
We take care of each other.
Flathead. That's our motto. We do, and I believe that. Even through the hard times that we've been through, I believe that. Yeah. Well, Dr. Sherrick, thank you for your work. And thank you for the compassion that you give to people who are really, really struggling. And thank you for your support. You support the Warming Center in more ways than people could ever know.
Well, we certainly we do support the Warming Center, and where I work is called Community Medical Services, and we love to collaborate. And if there are patients who need our services, send them our way, and we'll send patients over here if they need your services, and we can work together to help people.
Partnership is where it's at.
You got it.
Yeah, appreciate you.
All
Thank
right.
you for the
Thanks.
conversation.
Okay, who's next?
All right.
Came to give you a hug.
Oh, thank you. How are
Hi,
you?
this is awesome. I wish they could move that forward.
Crazy.
Seen more on the road, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it does block the hay. Gage, right? Tage, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. This is awesome. Yeah.
No,
I just
thank
learned
you.
all about how ironic that you open tomorrow and this is
Yeah.
today. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
on YouTube. It's live on YouTube. Yes, it is.
No, I don't think so. I think he turned it off for a second. Oh, gosh. Well,
Hey,
good to...
came to say hi. We're going to go hit up the skate park. He's like obsessed with skate parks now.
Yeah.
I've never been to
Oh.
skate parks, but he's...
Well, how fun.
He puts all of his gear on, like the knee pads. And
Uh-huh. How fun. Come on.
Cool. Well,
Oh, we need to put a cone right there because people are going to fall on
a
that.
lovely night.
Thank
and,
you. All right.
Yeah, keep at
Well,
it.
if you drive by, I'll be here in the morning, too.
Okay, here we go, bud.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to sleep. We got some things planned almost all night. Yeah.
He's trying to move Cammy to 5:30 so we can get a couple hours. And then you have that opening.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right. Oh, careful. Not around the camera. Bye-bye. See you later. You too. Come on. Bring the bag over. And I really like the choice of what you're wearing.
That's how I feel.
Oh. So I think they turn it, do you guys got to turn it on before we start or? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to hand you a microphone. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited to introduce you.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here.
And I love, okay, we've got the name Barb the Bag Lady. And so that calls for an explanation. So we can start from the beginning. So tell me, Barb the Bag Lady, how did you get your name?
Actually, we started the project and I had my daughter in the car and I said, and I told her what I wanted to do and she was mentally impaired. So I always asked her and included her in most decisions because I've been widowed a long time. So anyway, and I said, we got to come up with a name. And I thought she wanted, when she was younger and wanted to take a job, she said I asked her what she wanted to be when she got bigger, or older, I should say. And she said she wanted to be a bag lady. And I'm going, she's in special ed, and I'm thinking, boy, put your sights high, Jen. I mean, but I said, would you mind if I borrowed that name for the project? Because I said, that's perfect, then it'll kind of say what I'm wanting people to know about, but it'll make me think of you too. So it's a nice remembrance of my daughter.
Oh, I love that.
So that's how we got the name.
Okay, I didn't realize that part. Yeah. I assumed it had everything to do with the bag. So tell us about I call it a ministry. And I feel like you're called to do the things that you do with the bags. So let's talk about the bags.
Okay, I first was introduced to this. I lived in Michigan at the time, and it was in 2012, and they had a late night newscast, and they were featuring some special things. It was out of Detroit. I lived outside of Detroit, Veronica Scott came on, and she was a student with a design school in Detroit, and she was assigned in one of her classes to make something that would benefit Detroit. And at the time, Detroit had a really large homeless population. And so she had grown up a poor kid, not homeless, but poor, and had a real heart for them. And so she decided to design a coat, a sleeping bag, a coat that would turn into a sleeping bag and hopefully keep them warm. And I happened to, and it was funny because the first one, we have a very beautiful coat now. The first one, they had to use things that they could get a hold of, and it looked sort of like a Michelin Man,
Oh, it was really poofy?
Oh, yeah, it was real poofy. It was more like a poncho, but it was keeping them warm, and everybody got really excited about that on the newscast and was sharing it with the public, and I got excited about it too, but I didn't think about it, that I was going to be part of a project with it for a while. And I was from a small farming community in Michigan, and we had a few homeless, not a lot, but I thought, geez, that'd be a really good thing if we could get somebody to make the bags because I knew they were making them themselves. So I called. It took me a long time to figure out how to get to them, but I called. And at the time, they weren't giving them out anyplace else but Detroit. And so that kind of burst that bubble for, what I was going to do in my own community. But fast forward to 2013, I moved to Kalispell. And then it was in 2017 is when it really started. We were driving around town, and it was a very, very cold day, windy, blowy, snowy, and I'm driving around my car, and I'm complaining when I'm going from the car into my house or my building, a store or whatever it was. And I'm looking at these people, and they were just shivering, and it just made me so sad. And I said, if I don't try to do something to help fix the problem, then I'm part of the problem, is the way I looked at it. So
there's wisdom in that.
Well, I'm getting older, I'm getting even more, but it was slow coming sometimes. But anyway, and so I was thinking about it, and I remembered the coat. And I thought, this is like almost 10 years later, in fact, more than 10 years later. Let's see, 2012, that's 5 years. Boy, my math is lousy. And I thought maybe by now they're distributing them beyond Detroit. So I got a hold of the company again, and they indeed were. They were, at this time, there was all but 6 states, and we were one of the states they weren't funding with or weren't supplying coats to. So I pitched them the idea of, hey, we're really cold up here, and could I be like a representative for your bags up here in Montana? And she said, oh my gosh, we have nobody in Montana. I would love to have you do that. This was Veronica Scott. So that's how it all started, and we got to be friends, and I've done Zoom calls with her. She's just a wonderful lady who's got such a heart for the homeless. And they at one time were going to even do some satellite, and still plan to, but COVID came along, and that kind of, so they make them still only in Detroit, and they make them in a workshop that has 65 people, and they're homeless. They've been homeless, and they're single parents. And they've never had anybody that has worked in the workshop ever go back on being a homeless person. So that is a real accomplishment.
That is a real accomplishment.
It says a lot about the company, too.
Yes,
They're
it
wonderful.
does.
And they have, and I brought a little cheat sheet here because I was afraid at my age, I'm not going to remember all these numbers, but they've made way over 70,000 coats.
Oh, wow.
And last year they made 10,200 coats, and they gave 9,600 of those out to people in 26 states, 2 countries, and 103 cities. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Yes.
And of course, in a place like Montana, people were coming up. I was going to churches. I fundraise for them, basically. And, if you'll listen, I'll tell you. And I do it in a lot of different places, but generally.
So you fundraise. That's part of your
Yeah.
mission in this is you fundraise for them. How much does a coat cost?
They cost $150 a piece. It includes the shipping and everything. And I will show the bag in just a second so they know what we're talking about here. But it's been the most phenomenal experience for me to be a part of this.
It's incredible.
God has blessed me.
I think it's how God is using you.
And I'm privileged to be the person that he picked for this.
And you're thankful, as you say on there.
I had a lot of other things I should put on here too, but
and isn't that how it is that when you help other people, you end up getting blessed?
Oh yeah, I get more from this than anybody who gets a cold. I mean, they may stay warm, but I get
oh, that's great. And I know you put a lot of love into it. You put, you keep thinking about more ways that you can show love through this coat.
And people have been so responsive to it too. That was the other thing that I thought maybe this was going to be a hard sell, because $150, and I take donations of any amount. I had one little boy that when I first started doing this come up after church. I kind of did my pitch at church afterwards, and he came up the next week with a dollar bill, and he said, I wanted to give this so that somebody could have a coat for the homeless. And he had gotten it out of his piggy bank. Well, boy, I choked down a few thank yous, and just, here's a little kid that had a heart already for somebody else, which is pretty special.
That is.
Most kids guard their piggy banks pretty close, at least I did. But it's been a really wonderful experience, and you guys have been great here. I mean, I'm so glad. In the beginning, I went to the parks because there was no shelter here. I mean, I shouldn't say that. There were a few places that had it, but it wasn't anything big. And it was hard to get in contact with them because of, they couldn't give out people's names and all that stuff. So I would go to the park and places that I knew that they hung out and sit down and meet the guys and hear their stories because I needed to learn. We have so many misconceptions about homeless people and how they get there, and that they're all drug addicts or drinking or whatever. And I was amazed at the number of people that were families, or that just because of an accident and it started snowballing. Their workman's comp ran out. They still weren't well enough to go get a job, and then they lost their apartments. They couldn't pay for them, and then they're living in their cars, and pretty soon they can't make their car payments, and they're living on the streets. This shouldn't happen in a country like ours. It does, but it shouldn't stay that way. There should be resources to help people.
Yeah.
So I just do one tiny little.
But it's a huge part, and
world.
part of what we're talking about with the bench conversations is hope, restoring hope.
Yeah.
You have no idea, and you might, but how much hope, even a sleeping bag, when you have nothing and when the weather is so cold.
Yeah, like I said, I would complain just running from one place to another, and I end most of my talks with asking people that when they go home that night and they're getting into their warm beds or they're getting in their recliners with their warm jammies on and blankets and everything else, just think of what it's like to chase the warmth 24/7.
Yes.
I can't even wrap my head around it, but I did one time sleep out in my car in a function that they had up in one of the other towns here to help raise money.
It was
And I'll tell you,
overwhelming.
it was the longest, one of the
Yeah.
longest nights, and I was freezing because I couldn't get in the coat. I was so cold before I got there that I couldn't even get my feet in the bottom half of the sleeping bag, and I was cold. And I said, how do people do this? I mean, it's just, and a lot of their health isn't that great either because of being out in the cold. They've got arthritis.
I don't know how people do it,
frostbite,
but I do understand how homelessness decreases your life expectancy, how long you're going to live, and having to sleep out in the cold is a big part of
I think
that.
it affects, do you want to live lots of times? I mean, do you want to keep perpetuating that? And I know there's, again, a lot of different reasons why they're homeless, but it just, if they want help, there should be help available.
Yeah.
And not everybody's going to want the help. That sounds crazy, but it's true. But if I can't watch that and not try to do something.
Yeah.
And we can all do something.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's donating, it's not always money. It's just, like you do here. There's so many things, foods and things that
And
they can help with.
that's what I love about your story. Your story shows that everyone can do something.
There's something for everybody.
Yeah, there is.
So I'm hoping to branch out to other towns too. I kept it pretty much in Kalispell now, which has been a big enough project for me. But now my life has changed a little bit, and I have more free time to do this. So hopefully, God willing, my health stays all right, and I can branch out into other towns.
I think it's your calling, the bag lady.
Well, I love being called the bag lady.
Yeah, show us.
It's an easy name to
Show us the
remember.
bag and tell us. Here, I can hold this.
Thank you.
And if you would tell us about each part of the bag.
Well, the bags, like I said, are made. Most of the material in the beginning was donated, like Carhartt and Patagonia and Refrigerware, and donated the outside materials. The insulation used to be donated by GM, and it was their insulation they used in their cars, and it was made from recycled plastic bottles, and they would use that for the lining of the coats, so that made them really warm. And basically, it's warm enough that you're reflecting your own body heat, and that's how you stay warm. And they'll go to sub-zero, weather easy. Coat weighs about 4 pounds.
4 pounds. They're light.
No, they're very light.
Yeah.
And you can I stand up all right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta stand up to do. You can throw it over your shoulder, like a sling.
Yeah.
But you can also, my preference, I have a big enough rear end that I can do this. It's the fan thing. So if they want to have their hands free, they can just clip it and walk around with it like this if they're not wearing it. And I tell them, make sure to keep the bag with you because people do take them if they find them because they know what they are. So then you have to carry them all the time. And then when you open them up, you get the coat first, and this will fit somebody 6'4". In fact, they're trying to work out some things where maybe we can get different sizing on them, but that hasn't come to fruition yet. But you want it a little big if you're going to be sleeping in it, But this is the top. You could put the coat on when you want to use the bag as a sleeping bag. This is the sleeping bag, and it's attached. It's Velcro. Getting weaker by the moment.
It rolls out.
Yeah, and then you end up Velcroing this. You get in the bag, and you Velcro it closed. And the only thing that sticks out is your head, your face, and it goes around. So you're really warm.
And you talked about how the sleeves can even be like a pillow.
Oh yeah, you pull the sleeves in, and that becomes your pillow, so that you've actually got everything inside the bag, and it's there's no way that your body heat.
So the design of the bag is to, everything was thought about.
Oh yeah.
As far as it
did a great job.
As far as it being so light that someone can carry, the arms can be, it can be for a pillow.
And the nice thing too is the bag will come apart here. This is Velcroed in the back. You can take the bag off, and there's a sling in the inside, and they can put their belongings in that during the day. And then when they want to sleep in it, they can empty it out and put it together and have the whole bag. Pretty cool, isn't it?
It's very great.
I don't know how it was. Obviously, God had a big part in coming up with the idea, because it's genius, and people look at it and they're just amazed.
Yeah, and
I never get tired of telling people that's the
I
fun
know.
of it. Yeah.
Yes,
It's really fun and
because it's an
exciting, 'cause it is fun.
incredible thing. But, and I'll try not to tear up as I say this to you, but it's incredible to see the people that get this.
Yeah,
and even the ones that don't appreciate it sometimes, they need it, and you can see just the little bit of hope that brings people.
Well, I go to sleep a little bit easier lots of nights when it's cold. I have a hard time because my mind immediately goes to, oh my God, when it gets real cold here. And I mean, we had 39 degrees the other year.
Yeah.
Real temperature, not just wind chill. And I know, yeah. But if we all do a little, then we've accomplished something big.
That's true.
And so, people are very generous. And like I said, any amount works, and that's what we do. And it's amazing how people, I'm just bowled over when I speak about it, how people really are generous. And I think people are good in this town.
Yeah.
Which is,
in the conversations on a bench, we have some that were formerly homeless, that are not homeless now. And they're going to be telling their story. And this bag was a part of their story because there were times that they needed this and to have this. And now you see how they have been successful. So
it's God doing that, kiddo, with your help. I'm doing the easy part.
So we appreciate your ministry.
Thank you. I love you guys.
Yeah, I do. And may God bless you.
Thank you. I am blessed more than the people with the bag.
Oh, I believe it. I understand. And I cried the first conversation. I said I wasn't going to cry the whole. A person can't cry a whole 24 hours, can they?
No.
Well,
but they're happy tears.
I cried. They are happy tears, and they're beautiful because this is just beautiful things.
Yeah, I'm really privileged to be able to do this.
And I'm going to get you to leave this one with me.
Okay.
Because this may help me tonight. But then it'll be wrapped up and ready to go for a person later.
All the stuff, and there's the tag on the outside.
Okay, good.
That you fill out and get back to me, because I do track them. So,
yeah.
So if anybody loses it, I'll know who it goes to.
Okay.
Or misuses it. I'll know who did that too.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
My pleasure, Tonya.
Yeah,
My pleasure.
Thanks for the conversation.
Hey, it was great. You provided such a beautiful day. Boy,
oh my gosh. It could have been, the weather could have been really bad for this, and it's turned out really good. But it's gonna get cold tonight. Yeah. I'm gonna take the bottom off of it, like what you talked about. And I'm gonna set. Oh, I think they're beautiful. Oh, there's so many details. Oh. And Sean will be here for this conversation.
Okay,
so if we could grab him to come out.
Oh, that's his truck.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
You're up till 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah. This is great. You'll be well on your way on your trip.
No, I canceled it.
Oh, you did? Oh my gosh.
So I'm glad we canceled it, but
Okay.
they said Chicago's a mess.
Oh, okay.
And I just can't do it.
Yeah, yeah. Understandable.
I feel bad, but
Yeah. You can't do everything.
but I'm sure glad I did this. This made my day.
Oh, thank you. Made my day too. Oh,
Oops, I don't want to. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to grab you.
Thank you. I'm glad you did.
I think the Warming Center provides a way for a really tough population to be engaged by various resources that can help the entire community. And I think it's a vital asset in this community.
You know, hope is not just in getting that housing. Sometimes you see that hope walk out of the shower, walking out from getting a haircut. I think dignity and hope go hand in hand.
We all need to feel cared for. We all need a sense of community. We all need to feel supported when we're at our most vulnerable.
People can bring their pets here. That's not something that's common in other shelters. Pets provide so much emotional support.
When we bring people inside to warmth and safety, it makes the whole community safer. That's 50 people that aren't having to fight for survival out on the streets.
I don't want to see any human have to go through being on the streets when it's that cold out and possibly dying. I mean, I have a college degree. I was a law enforcement officer for 13 years. Ended up with a pain pill addiction. Could have and probably should have been homeless. So it can happen to anybody. I would hope that people would see homeless people and have a lot more empathy, thinking, you know what, that could be me.
Just would like the community to know that we're still people.
I'm a low-income, disabled, honorably discharged veteran. I have mental illness that causes me a lot of problems.
You do not need to stereotype us. We would rather see the community understand us better.
I don't want to harm anybody. I'm actually a really good guy. I believe in Jesus. And in fact, I want to be a good member of society here in this town.
Because I'm homeless doesn't make me a bad person.
Right.
You wrote my name wrong.
I didn't write it.
All sorts of wrong. It's like, that's a name, not a word. I before E except after C.
Oh, sorry.
One L.
It was Kyle. I know.
I gotta put,
Do you-
I have a name tag. Maybe I should just.
Okay.
Just rewrite it.
Yeah, here. I don't
There
think
it is. Yeah, you're
I don't think we've started yet.
Did you see the cat team?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
I just told them to come over.
Oh.
Because they had like
I
a
could.
small gap. I was like,
Oh yes, I wish I had known because I saw you talk.
Just means that I'm going through a tough time that I need help with, and everybody needs help from time to time.
I mean, I'm going to be forever thankful. They gave kindness when I needed it the most, and that was everything to me.
For many people who are here, they really haven't had an easy time since the day they were born.
Everyone comes with their own story, with their own background. A lot of times.
Are we on? We're going? Like people been watching this? Okay.
So did you hear me tell you my name?
Okay.
So they heard that my name was spelled wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Not for
So I'm really excited about this conversation, guys. Thank you for coming. We have James Pike and Sean Patrick Raphael O'Neill.
Thank you, Tonya.
Yes. So I'm going to let you two introduce yourselves, tell what you do, and then I want to talk about crisis on the streets. When people are in crisis on the street, what that's like.
Yeah, thanks, Tonya. My name is James Pike. I'm the behavioral health supervisor here at the Flathead City County Health Department. And a big part of that role is supervising our crisis assistance team, and that's mobile crisis response for all of Flathead County. And we're based just a mile down the road here, so we do a lot in partnership here with the Warming Center. And yeah, pleasure to be here.
Thank you, James. Sorry. Sean Patrick Raphael O'Neill. You may have seen me earlier. I'm the resource manager here at the Flathead Warming Center. This is a place where we know, it's not something we believe, we know that people come in crisis, all forms of different types of crises when they enter into our doors, and we see that develop into major crises at times, and we partner with the CAT team to make sure our folks are healthy and safe in the community, as well as inside our doors when they're in our community. And it's such a great partnership that we've been able to expand even just over this past year in ways that have kept a lot of people safe and warm that we would have normally not been able to serve. So it's been a pleasure getting to work with James and his team, the CAT team, the crisis assistance team, all the great workers and growing number of staff that is being a part of that team. So with that collaboration, it's just been an amazing journey for us throughout the summer months when we don't provide shelter, and then also when we have that shelter, we can be an asset to them as well. And that's kind of nice to be able to feel like it's not just a one-way street, you know, when we're passing along our folks in crisis, but not able to help alleviate a crisis that they're dealing with in another part of the community, which sometimes is homelessness, and they need shelter. So we can help with that.
So let's talk about crisis on the street and what the CAT team does. I know that you guys work with people, they don't have to be homeless, but...
Correct. We can respond to people's homes. We could respond to a business or other healthcare facility if needed. But we do a lot of work with the homeless population here and partner with Warming Center in that capacity to shelter people as needed. Really what mobile crisis is we're trying to fill this gap where people in the community have a need, and maybe it doesn't rise to the medical need where they need an ambulance and to go to the hospital. And it's not really a criminal concern or a public safety concern as much. So law enforcement can help, but it's not really strictly in their lane. And so we're trying to fill that gap of where we're trying to alleviate some of that law enforcement time to engage with these people, care for these people, resource them appropriately, but realizing that it doesn't rise to that need of an ambulance where they're going to get stuck with a big bill and have to go to the hospital. And so these teams exist all over the country. Just only in the last few years have they existed in Montana. And we're one of 4 teams in the state that work autonomously like this outside of law enforcement and outside of EMS.
My understanding is it's very much relationship-based in a lot of ways that maybe law enforcement doesn't have the time for or the skill for. What gaps would you say that the CAT team is filling?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So I think it is relationship-based, and I would say we have a wonderful community of law enforcement here that is willing to make those relationships and go that extra mile with people, but they're also stretched so thin throughout the valley that a team like this with a dedicated purpose of building relationships, building trust, and finding resources for people, like that is our goal and our mission. And law enforcement is willing to help with that, but they have quite a lot of other things to do, right? So we have that bandwidth to be able to do it. And I think the one thing I like to point out about crisis in communities like ours is that we tend to think of, it's easy to understand, I should say, the hospital system. Like I go up with chest pain and shortness of breath for a heart attack, or I go in with a broken leg from a car accident. And I just walk in the ER door, and on down the line, without me really conceptualizing it, they can write the referral to the next department. you go see the next doctor, the next specialist, and on down until you've had the necessary surgeries and you go to the outpatient rehab you need. And for people with mental health illness or substance use disorder, there is just a wide array of different organizations and entities that provide the services they need. And there's no one guiding them through that process like there is for a physical health concern. And that is why you need the relationship piece that Mobile Crisis can provide, our care coordinators can provide, that your roadmap type services provide. It is a massive amount of education to get people to the treatment or to the support even that they need to walk towards recovery or towards health in a way that we just don't really realize for physical health. It just kind of gets taken care of at the one place. And that complexity is difficult for people like us to understand that are not battling with a mental illness or substance use disorder. And so I can only imagine how difficult that is for people that are struggling.
You brought up a really good example that reminded me of, we had Crisis being played out in a public park and in the gazebo of Depot Park a couple years ago. I don't know how many years ago it was, but you're right. If it was a heart attack or someone was physically bleeding out, we would know what to do as a community. We would know, you call an ambulance and the ambulance takes us to the hospital and they sew them up or they, use the paddles to bring them back. But when it was a mental health crisis, it scared us.
If it's physical health, you're bleeding out or you have a heart attack, it is quite literally flow charted from the moment EMS sees that person until they're out of surgery on the back end. It is just a process that is displayed on posters throughout the hospital, throughout medical texts. Like, it just flows. And mental health care is like a 2-year-old finger painting on a, it's just like a mess, right? And like, that is really hard.
Yeah.
That's difficult.
It is. And it is, and when you don't understand it, I think there's a lot of fear wrapped around it, especially with that situation that was happening. There was a lot of fear, and because we didn't know what we were looking at or what was being on display there, the crisis that was being on display there, we didn't know how to respond. And I think there's a lot of growth that needs to happen for people to understand kind of that mental health piece right alongside of the physical health piece.
And it takes that person understanding they need to work with multiple agencies, but then it takes multiple agencies working together to navigate that person correctly, right?
Yeah.
And that's the piece with like your roadmap program that walks alongside what we do at the Mobile Crisis Team.
Give me just a few examples, and then maybe a few examples of how they're used here, how the CAT team is used here at the Warming Center. So just a few examples, no names or anything, like what examples would someone call for help?
Oh, good point. So crisis could really be anyone that is struggling with like a social determinant of health or just struggling to meet their basic needs. So maybe it's a housing crisis, maybe they're struggling with access to food, or a family dynamic that makes it difficult for them to be in their living situation, struggling with a difficult child that's acting out. And a lot of what we do is around that basic needs piece. But it could also be active psychosis or substance use in the community that's disturbing the community space and the peace, and disruptive. And then 911 gets called because of this odd behavior, kind of like the situation you were referencing. Mm-hmm. But by and large, the work that we do is very parallel to what you guys do at the Warming Center. It's people with an array of needs that need to be connected to various services, and they just don't know how to do that.
Awesome. Thanks, James. I kind of want to compliment what he was saying about the services, the beauty of what it provides our community that we don't necessarily need at the Warming Center, but I know from my past being a case manager, running housing programs with supportive housing elements, What is a key component in preventing people from getting here to where they need the shelter is preventing the crisis from getting bigger when you can. So making this mountain a molehill or preventing it from becoming a mountain is what, the beauty of having crisis stabilization in our community can truly do for everyone. And hopefully the folks don't even get to where they're needing crisis assistance at the warming center, but that's one of the key components. It's not just for us and just for the homeless folks. It's for the whole community so they don't get to this position where the crisis is greater and maybe multifaceted. And so for us, when they do get here, they're at a state of crisis where their baseline is almost crisis. It's just survival mode. We have folks that are often disabled with some sort of disabling condition, whether it's a combination of the substance use disorders, but more that we see are the physical and the mental health issues where folks maybe have some co-occurring, where they're overlapping, they have some injury or wound, and it exaggerates their mental health and makes it to where they're destabilizing or decompensating even quicker than they normally would because of these complicating and complex factors here. And so what we will see where we end up needing to call on the crisis assistance is when maybe someone is not the most stable, they're at a point where they can be stabilized or they can be de-escalated to a point where they can be safe and take care of themselves behaviorally and self-care wise so that they're able to be here in this community and not be a burden to the others so that we can keep it safe for them and healthy for them. And so we'll see folks that come in with significant mental health where they're possibly in the thralls of a minor or a mild episode, and we know that there's rapport with one of those co-responders and that care coordinator with the crisis assistance team. So we have that in our tool belt that we can call on them so we don't have to make an issue bigger by taking shelter away from someone who desperately needs it, obviously. And so to be able to keep them safe here, we need to get them to a certain level. And that's what crisis assistance is able to do for us at times when we have someone who isn't quite there, but maybe we can salvage that night for them. And that is a lifesaver for some folks if it's 15 degrees outside.
Quite literally.
Yeah, lifesaver so that they literally are not losing limb or maybe, becoming hypothermic. That's very easy to do in just mild temperature conditions, let alone freezing. So the crisis is that they're homeless and then they have other pieces, but those crises become much bigger where we need help from the crisis assistance team very quickly. And it's been day in and day out at times critical to keeping people at a point where they're not unsafe in our shelter. And that's the big thing. We just have to make sure it's safe for everyone in there. And so even the folks who are most vulnerable are the ones that we have to turn away because maybe they cannot be safe for themselves or others. But where do they go? Because crisis assistance isn't going to catch all everything. We're not going to catch all anything. So that crisis stabilization level of care, the higher level of cares from there are things that we are still needing as tools in our tool belt, I feel, to be able to get people to the appropriate place where we're very limited in what we do have available to work with when we are dealing with crises, right? We have only so many housing providers or only so many medical and emergency service providers that don't require, emergency services. So,
yeah. Tell me who's on your team.
So we have each shift or each responding unit, I would say, has one therapist and one care coordinator. And so right now we're offering 7-day coverage, 12 hours a day, so 10 to 10. And each shift has one of those units on it. So we currently have 2 therapists that work offset schedules and 2 care coordinators that work offset schedules. And we are hiring more therapists. So I'll put that out into the YouTube space in
Yeah.
case anyone wants to come join. But we are looking to grow that team.
Well, it's already experienced a lot of growth, a lot of success. I can see that is huge. The two teams and the number of hours that you're able to cover is quite a benefit for our community. It's incredible.
I think once we got to 7-day coverage, we built in some familiarity and some reliance maybe too, but it really is a momentum thing.
Yeah.
Like once we're around a little bit more consistently, we just saw our call volume rise, and we've kind of capped out at our team's capacity. We do as much as they can do in a shift with the other admin back end that they have to do. So that's why we're looking to grow, to just be able to take more of those calls.
Wow. What do you think needs to change in our community? What vision do you have for positive change in our community?
I think the biggest change we can make in the short term is really to collaborate as providers and join with collaborative housing, with coordinated entry, and mental health and substance use treatment providers, and sit regularly at the same table with the proper consents and legal documents in place to be able to discuss actual clients and navigate them between the services without the headache of all the paperwork and referrals and all the things that have to happen now. And I think we're pretty close to starting that. But it really takes PACT, who I saw you're talking to Curtis tomorrow, I think. That's a great service offering as a Medicaid service, right? But there are limitations to that. And so how can Mobile Crisis partner with them to give the support that they can't always give, right? And then how can we get people over to PACT to give that long-term wraparound to support to more stable individuals that we can't stay with forever, right? And I think PACT and Mobile Crisis are good, like, complementary services. But also, like Sean was saying, like, people have to get somewhat stable to then find their own housing, move in there and all that stuff. So maybe that's on the treatment providers for a while, then it kicks over to the housing folks to work and back and forth. And so that's the best thing we could do as a community. And I think of it just like the hospital model, like those doctors and nurses across service lines know each other, know the process, know how to get between the different departments, and we just are not very good at that in the mental health space or the substance use space. And we just need to be better.
That sounds beautiful. Having the
That'd be
right
nice.
people at the right table without all the barriers and everything to be able to really make the greatest impact. Yeah.
Yeah, you cross the barrier up front, right? Can you get the right contracts in place, the right consent, get all the legal parties to buy in, and then that's what I say my job is a lot of the time. It's just figuring out all the administrative stuff that no one wants to do so that the talented providers can go to work. And if we can enable that across
And I can see that you're good at
organizations,
that. I can see that you're very good at
then
that.
I think that's what we're shooting for.
So what is your background?
Not in this.
Oh, really?
I stumbled into this one big time. I was a mountain guide. I was a ski patroller.
Really?
And I did some rural medicine internationally. But I was very much in the kind of EMS and remote rescue space.
Okay.
And that's actually where I'm going after this, is to search and rescue training. I volunteer here with our county search and rescue. So that's my little tie to that life.
Wow.
And kind of stepped away from that. I ran a medical education company based in Missoula. For 5 years, I ran the education branch of that company, I should say. Shout out Erie Backcountry Medicine. And then I took my master's program in healthcare administration because I wanted to find a better way to support healthcare providers. And everything you read about healthcare touches on this mental health problem. Like, what are we doing with it? How complex it is. And I ended up writing my thesis on mobile crisis response because I had a background in EMS, so the community-based care I understood. And mental health was a brand new thing. And then finished my program, and 6 months later, this job was posted and got thrown in the deep end.
Score!
So to speak.
Love it.
And I think we've been lucky in the last couple years with some kind of key leadership positions in our organizations having some changeover, bringing in some people that haven't been in the space for a really long time and have kind of a fresh perspective on it and are willing to ask a few of those questions about, hey, how could we do a little bit better? And so I've found like very welcoming meeting rooms. Here with Sean, but also with Western, with Nate Shute Foundation, et cetera, of just really talented folks that are looking to make the community a better place.
Fabulous. I love it. I love when all those things kind of come together. That gives a lot of hope, not just for the people that we serve, but for the service providers that we get tired. We get tired. And so it's nice for us to feel hope too. And there's nothing more like collaboration that spurs that hope.
I think it's a tough balance. I know Sean hears a lot of the same things, but I think we could do a better job of dropping the curtain a bit and saying, this is what we're planning, but this is why it's so difficult. And this is what we're trying to get to. And just have people understand that like there's a reason for hope, but this isn't a days to weeks problem, it's a months to years problem. And as a provider, that has to be frustrating. I know I felt that type of frustration as a healthcare provider. But I think we just need to keep doing that a bit, being like transparent, right, about like what we're trying to do, even if we fail, like, I don't know.
We have a hard stop in 2 minutes for national.
Great. That will cut me off very soon.
Cut you off. We're going to catch you a little later.
Yeah,
I know.
know.
We're going to catch you a little later.
Well, I do think part of the things that I want to just wrap up with, I guess, with us is, we are getting more dynamic in how we can serve. We've recessed, though, from years past, so we need to get back to where we were. Otherwise, we're going to keep dealing with more hard to serve, more acute care type cases. And when we can stop dealing with those and start worrying about just supportive services, then we're going to be winning this fight against homelessness and people in vulnerable positions being here.
There's wisdom there.
All right. Well, thank you. That was lesson 2. I did it.
Yeah, thank you.
That was amazing. Yeah. I would have lost that bet 10 times.
I know, me too.
Oh, guys, thank you.
You got
I love
a good
it.
pad or something? You're going to be here.
Well, there's going to be a fire that's coming out here.
Oh, nice.
And you notice that Barb left her sleeping bag, the sleeping bag coat combo. And yeah, I'm going to be just fine. Thank you so much.
It started at noon?
Huh?
One.
Yeah. So it'll be 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
What are you doing for dinner?
Oh, I don't know. I've been on a diet, so I'm already. I've been on a diet lately.
Celsius diet.
Oh, yeah.
She got 36 of those Celsius.
Well, that was supposed to be to share. We were supposed to have them out for everybody. So grab a Celsius if you want to. That's like the good energy type drink. It's not the bad energy type drink. Oh.
Stevia or something, that's aspartame.
Oh, that gets you. I'm not going to be.
It doesn't taste like soap or but my wife doesn't like it, so I guess she does, so I just don't get to use cilantro.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I love cilantro.
I know. It's not.
Can't put it in
I used to love kiwis too, but now peach and kiwis are the fuzziness is I don't know what it is. It's you can't get that textured feel out of my mouth.
hearts hurt. And the reason why we're hurting right now is because we know that we're a part of the solution. We know that people desperately.
So you're going to have to put it on and hold it close to you.
Yeah, just keep your microphone kind of close to your bottom lip and about that far away. And then there's a little on-off switch here. So you'll just flip it up to start.
Okay. Hey, you're just having a conversation with me. That's it. That's it. I'm going to give you plenty of prompts.
I turn this on.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Okay, just a minute. Not just yet. They're going to let us know.
Nobody come to watch.
Huh?
Nobody come to sit and watch.
Oh, well, that would even be for people who are waiting. It's okay.
I was hoping
We've had some people come. Yeah. But it's online. It's going online, so people are watching. That's where Jody's watching right now.
How's she doing?
She's doing good. Yeah.
I don't know if you can answer this, but how come Alex didn't come back?
Who?
Alex.
Yeah, he's not coming back.
She's done, huh?
Yeah.
That's why I stopped in to say hello.
Yeah, we gotta. Sometimes it's good to move on. It's probably good for him.
I can't stay here forever.
Yeah.
It's pretty taxing, you know.
Why you should never cover your credit card with tin foil. I've worked at a major bank for 14 years. Just yesterday, I saw another
Oh, shit, huh? Gosh.
Just don't say that.
I know.
On the.
I heard myself
I'll have to
saying
get
that.
after you if you do.
What's that not to? My microphone.
Jody, what's up, girl?
Ah! We just thought you'd see it online, and here you come. I love it. And look at who you.
Yeah, there's a lot there, but yeah, we got it.
Huh? Yeah, we have them here. It's the Sheriff's Posse, the nonprofit portion of it. Yeah. Just never know these days.
One of those Ronald Reagan hot mic moments. Who signed legislation outlawing the USSR?
It's all right.
Huh?
I know. The long it drags on, you're just talking to me. Is all you're doing. Okay. So you just look at me.
Figure it out.
You just look at me. I know. Well, some of it is they have a national feed going on right now. And there's certain times that national comes on and they're doing something, talking about homelessness or whatever. You want to just go ahead and talk just so we can get going?
I don't know.
Huh? No, just regular talk till we start.
Yeah.
Will
Yeah,
that make
'cause
you
I'm
feel
getting- I'm
better?
getting all nervous.
Okay, yeah. I don't want you to get nervous. Every interview that you've ever done has been great. This is no different.
Right.
And you're going to talk to me, and we're just going to talk, and we'll laugh, and yeah, I'm going to talk about how long we've known each other.
This winter will be 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. And we'll do a little bit on the past, we'll do a little bit on the memorial stuff, and we'll do how you doing now.
Right.
Yeah, and then your opinions on what our community needs to change. Okay? It's okay. It's all right. They're working on it. Do you want to talk anything about Carhartt Boys or not?
No, I don't want to give them people their due. You know, I don't want them to feel like they've earned something after all these years.
What I do like about it
Just let them rest.
is okay, that's fine.
We can. I don't know.
We'll do that because in my mind, I see what you're
bring
saying.
it up and I'll justify.
In my sign, I want them to see, that they, some people just didn't have any hope for you. And we're gonna drag you down when you.
What the Carhartt Boys turned into was 4 of us friends hanging out, but they tried to arrest us, and we never committed a crime, so they had to turn somewhere else. So we were bullies to this town. We were mean.
Why you should never cover your credit card with tin foil. I've worked at a major bank for 14.
Well, in my mind, it was just.
Super One. I was sitting on the end there on that street side, by Sherwin-Williams. It's like an alleyway there.
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, the bike path, whatever it is. Okay, so they rolled up on me, and I know they're coming for me. So I walked up to him. I said, although I know I didn't commit no crimes, I said, what are you here for? I said, I know you're here for me. What is he? He said, trespassing. So I'm sitting on the edge of that building. I said, nobody turned me in for trespassing. I assure you this. He said, oh, they have too. I said, well, go get him. Let's have that conversation. And we stood there, and I couldn't leave because I was being questioned. They kept me there for the better part of 40 minutes, trying to get Sherwin-Williams to agree with Super One to ban me from that parking lot. So now they had me kicked out of a 10-block radius. I can't eat food or drink or buy anything out of them stores. There's a few stores that could.
Yeah.
So they couldn't do nothing to me because I didn't commit a crime.
Yeah. But they're not the ones who did the whole. It was Flathead 411, that website.
Well, this was all a part of that. Now that Flathead 411 did that, now Super One and Smith's and.
Yeah, I didn't.
The zip trip across from Smith's let me in. The liquor store let me. Wendy's let me in. And other than that, I just walked to another part.
Good. You want to turn? Did you turn it on? Up. Perfect. Oh my gosh, Nate! Thank you for meeting me for a conversation on the bench.
I'm glad to be here with you, Tonya.
Oh, good. Okay, let me get you to put the microphone close to your mouth. Very good. I want to give a little bit of history on our relationship.
Go ahead.
I've known you a long time. Well, I say a long time. Feels like a long time.
About 5 years.
Yeah, about 5 years, absolutely. In 2020 is when you showed up for...
December 2020?
Yeah, December 2020 is when you first showed up to shelter here.
Yeah.
Tell me what was going on in your life at the time.
I was lost in alcoholism. I was homeless. Life was just really tough through that time. I heard about this place, but I usually didn't come to these places because of how many rules they have. But I was told about this place. I come checked it out, and I seem to be all right here. Thank you. It was pretty rough winter that year.
Yeah. So, how many years combined did you experience homelessness?
Combined, there was 3 here. Probably about, I don't know. There's 3 winters and a couple other stints. I don't know how long.
Okay.
I've never been homeless for years at a time. I was homeless for months at a time.
Okay.
8 months was the longest stretch, I believe. Yeah, I think so. 8 months, probably the longest stretch.
Yeah. So you needed shelter before, when we had moved into the building, so it was December 2020, and we hadn't remodeled yet. And here comes Nate Small. And Nate Small at that time was really heavy in alcoholism. Is your addiction, is that correct? Yep. And you showed up to the warming center. Guys, are we going? Oh, okay.
What's going on with Jody? You might check with Jody.
Yeah.
Yeah, alcoholism is a big part of my life, unfortunately.
Yeah. Tell me about that.
Well, when I was younger, I made some bad choices, and then choices made me in the end.
You told me that one time, and I feel like there's a lot of wisdom behind that statement. You said, I chose alcohol, and then alcohol chose me.
Yeah, it kind of, I don't know. It's been a struggle, you know. I'm getting over it now, but I had a problem with it most of my life, you know.
I don't know that people would recognize what you went through seeing who you are today.
That's probably true. Yeah, I cleaned up a lot, didn't I?
Yeah. But there were days, there were shelter nights that you had to sleep outside because of the rules.
Right.
We'll admit that, right?
Oh, yeah.
There were times that you didn't follow the rules and we had to ask you to leave because we do have rules here at the warming center. Some people don't believe that we do, but we do.
No, there are rules you follow, or you don't show up, or you can't show up tomorrow night. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Your stays depends on your behavior, and that's whether you stay or not. It's up to you. It's not up to them. You decide.
So there were some nights that we were very concerned about you because we've always cared about you, Nate. And we were concerned that you were going to die out in the snow. Did that thought ever cross your mind?
Yeah, I conceded with that. I don't know when, but I conceded with the fact that I was dying and death was near. Just didn't really have much to live for, and I just tried to go with it. What got me sober, what made me quit was the pain of the dying process.
Yeah.
I was in some sort of state of dying. We don't know how far because no doctor talked to me about it, but it was pretty close, you know. I mean, it was really painful. You know, my face was swelling up, my hands were swelling up, my feet and legs were swelling up.
So you were pretty far along in addiction.
I was going to drown in alcohol.
Oh. There was one time that you realized how serious your addiction was that you gave staff, I believe it was Jody. It was either Jody or Shayna, but you gave them...
It was Jody, I believe.
You gave them your next of kin information.
Yeah, life was looking pretty grim.
Well, that stuck with us. I still have that information, not that I would want to use it in that way, but to remind me of how far that you've come. So tell us about your recovery journey.
Well, let's start with today. I got, well, not today exactly. I got 2 years, 7 months this month. So it's been a journey.
Yeah.
There's a bug there.
That's okay. 2 years and 7 months in your sobriety.
Yeah, 2 days.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a long journey. I started all this stuff in January of 21. I showed up at the recovery centers of Montana. I was sober for about 8 months, lost my brother, fell apart, relapsed. Used until January of 22. Sober for, I don't know, 4 months. Don't know why I fell apart that time. Something happened, I don't know. I relapsed then. Used until March of 23. Showed up at recovery centers in Montana in March 23. Every winter I showed up here too. Before I went to, you guys helped me get in recovery centers in Montana.
Okay, so how talk about that. How did staying at the warming center help you? And I know it's a journey. You go 2 steps forward, 3 steps back sometimes, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
But what's nice about here at the warming center is the resources show up here. We ain't got to go into town and walk through the winter to find the resources. When you're in active addiction, you ain't trying to do all that. But when they show up here, you wake up sick, hungover, and tired, hungry and cold, all that, you know. And then people show up here wanting to help you. I don't know, I took their help, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it wasn't easy. It wasn't like, hey, Nate, you want some help? Yeah, let's go. No, it took about a month.
And it took relationships.
Yeah.
It took getting to know you and you getting to know us. And
yeah, I wasn't really buying into all this when I first got here. What, you ought to do what? No, I don't need no help. I just need a place to stay.
yeah.
I'd get through the door as quick as I can.
But that develops though, and what I have learned is it takes bringing people inside to start that path. So you first coming inside that first time is just the first step. And then as we get to know you and we call you Nate by a name and we look at you and we have conversation with you and we see you, that makes a difference. That makes a difference. What was it like being homeless in our community?
Oh, it's tough everywhere, but the community kind of turns on the homeless here. The city council really egged that on, and there was a lot of harassment. I'm a pretty good sized dude, so they didn't come at me too much, but a lot of folks around me, you know, talk about it, you know, being harassed, things being thrown at them. I've been called a lot of names. I've been, you know, I heard a lot of comments out of moving vehicles, what have you not, but yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I told a few of them to pull over. They did not, though.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's hard to be homeless.
It is. It is. The stigma is really bad. What I found once I got here is, like, I punched my own ticket to where I'm at, wherever I am in life. I did that, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. I did what, you know what I mean. And I sit in a lot of meetings, a lot of A and NA, and I earned my seat at every table there. But I found a lot of homeless people here didn't punch their own ticket to where they're at. You know, I see some truck drivers got hurt, one woman come to a bad divorce. You know, just different things, and I really feel for them, you know. I drank my way here. I know how I got here. I didn't walk out of a courtroom and lose my house to a marriage, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or hurt my back at work and can't work anymore. I mean, that's bad, you know.
How did it turn around for you?
For me, like I said, the pain of dying was just too much. I went back into treatment, but I wanted to do better, you know. The whole journey was trying and failing. My journey's always been a slippery slope, uphill on a slippery slope. I do my best. I try my hardest. Sometimes, some days are better than others. But in life, when you give it your best every day, you ain't gonna have a steady flow. You're gonna have your ups and downs, because not your best day ain't you know.
Yeah.
I try my hardest every day. I don't end up at the same place every day. It's different.
So you went to recovery.
Went to recovery centers in Montana.
Okay.
Got out of there. went to work. I went to a sober living house twice. Then I stayed here. Just found work, went to meetings, worked the program. I still do, but it's my program, and it suits nobody but me, you know?
Okay. So you've done other things. You're working.
Yeah, I work. I do flooring.
Okay.
Did my peer support training last week.
Okay, and I want to stop on a little bit to that. Some people might not know what peer support training is.
I don't want to sit here and give a professional definition. It's
Oh,
kind of
no,
hard.
you don't have to give a professional definition. I'll share.
We're just. It's one person trying to help another person.
Yep.
It's yeah. That's what it is. It's one person
It's
helping another
training,
person.
and it's training for people who have that lived experience,
Yeah.
so that they can help other people.
I had to have 2 years in recovery to do this.
Yeah, and that's huge. That is quite a success. It's a success that you have 2 years in recovery, and it's a success that you have taken the training so that you will be able to help other people more effectively.
It's a way to give back.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you for that.
I want to tell you, I do it for 2 reasons. One is I've been helped, and that meant something. The other is I have not been helped, and I know what that feels like too. And that's what took me to where I'm at.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of wisdom in that. That's right. You know, Nate, I want to talk about something that doesn't feel as good as the celebration that we were just having about how good you're doing and how far you have come and how hard you have worked to get where you're at. I want to talk about the relationships along the way, and I know that you have lost some friends along the way.
Yeah, that's always the hard part of the story. So every year we have a homeless memorial, and every year I have more friends on there. I ain't seen a year without my friends on there, and that's one of the harsh realities of drugs, alcohol, and homelessness.
Yeah, it's it's hard to be homeless, and life expectancy goes down the longer that you're homeless. It is a hard life. It's hard on you physically, and if you're wrapped in addictions that you don't break free from, life expectancy is pretty short.
Let me talk about that for a second. During the winter of 22, the winter of 22 going into 23, there was a couple of times they come to find me dead, but I was unconscious, but I was still. And they got me up to the hospital, kept me alive. So I almost made the list too a couple different times, I suppose. I got real close. I laugh, but it's not funny. None of this is funny. Yeah, I lost a few friends. We were all alcoholics primarily. I don't know, you know.
Well, and I remember you saying some wisdom to some of your friends that weren't willing to take the path yet that you were taking.
Oh, I told them we'll always be friends, but I wouldn't travel that last mile.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, here it's.
Still makes it hard when you lose them.
I sit here and they're not here with me anymore. And that hurts all. You know,
Yeah.
that'll never change. That hurt. Well, this house, you know. I don't know.
It's a harsh reality of homelessness that I don't think I don't think some people understand. Yeah.
No, and to understand it, I don't know. I just wish, I wish the world would show a little more grace than it does. Have a little more patience.
Yeah. Well, we can learn from you, Nate. We really can. And I hope those that are listening or those that listen in the future can hear that we can learn from you. You have worked really hard. And there were times that people counted you out.
They went to find me dead a couple of times. They didn't expect me to live 1 minute to the next. I don't know if you knew me then and see me now. I don't think you'd recognize me.
Very true. Very true.
I just don't believe you'd recognize me.
And your sobriety is work. Your sobriety is work. You have to work hard at that.
Yes, it's every time somebody asks me how it's going, it's like it's tough. But I make it tough because I put in a lot of work on it.
Yeah.
To come back from where I was it's really hard. I'm not sure how to explain that. When I was in a very, very low point. I don't know how much my body was failing, but a consequences are really harsh. I take a lot of. I don't go see a doctor. I go to a natural grocery store uptown.
Okay.
And I buy a lot of stuff from them.
To help your health?
Yeah. I don't go on a diet or nothing, but I changed my eating habits.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed. I don't know. You probably can't notice it yet, but my shoulders shrunk in a little bit, and I'm dropping a lot of weight. But yeah, I don't know. If you're gonna be healthy, you gotta do all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I still eat cheeseburgers and all that. I just try not to eat as much, I guess.
You have come a long way. And
Thank
I
you.
don't know that I would have ever thought we'd be sitting here. You as a success story, you as a mentor, as a peer support.
During the using years, I wouldn't have believed this either. Yeah. I'm glad to be here. You know, I'm grateful to be alive. I am grateful to be alive for many different reasons. I shouldn't be here, but I am. So here we are.
Well, I'm grateful that you're here too. And I want to ask you, what changes do you think need to happen in our community? How does our community need to change so that others can be successful too?
Just don't look down on the homeless or less fortunate. Whether it's their choice or not, it's not your place to judge them or be mean to them. If you want to help them, all more power to you. But you shouldn't be mean to them just because of their financial status or their housing status. Most people in the world today are one check away from being in the streets.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what causes their most pain, is they know how close they are.
Yeah. It scares them.
And it's not their fault.
Yeah.
You know, the prices of everything keep rising every year, regardless of what politicians say.
Yeah.
The cost of everything keeps rising. The wages ain't following. And we're seeing harder times and harder times. We just need to show a little more grace, have a little more patience.
A little more compassion.
A little more compassion.
That's right.
If you don't like what you see, look the other way. If you don't like what you see in the streets, go home. We can't.
There's some wisdom in that. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, when I walk these streets, people be yelling at me like, go home. Go home. You still got one, go home.
Rise how the Warming Center helped you. I need
it saved
our
my
community
life.
to understand. I need our community to understand.
The Warming Center saved my life. It gave me a warm place to stay at night. It fed me, gave me a place to shower. Showed me we can show up here and leave here with our dignity intact. We're not judged. We're not looked down upon. Our state depends on our behavior, and that's a pretty good rule. I really like that.
Yeah.
You know, your most basic rule here is your behavior depends on your state.
That's right. That's right.
And the resources show up here. I mean, that's very unusual. That's how I got help, is because help showed up at the door. I didn't have to go find it. I wasn't looking for help. Help come and found me at the Warming Center. You see, I wasn't trying to be helped.
Yeah.
But when they offered it, and I was so far gone, why not? I wasn't, really jumping up and down, pick me when they were trying to help folks. I ducked them pretty good, I'd get out before they showed up, or I'd wait for everybody to be busy before I walked out the door, Yeah. It's helped me a lot. I wouldn't be here without it.
Yeah.
The Warming Center and Recovery Centers in Montana are two reasons I'm still alive today.
Well, thank you for that. And please know that you're the reason why we do what we do. I am so proud of your success.
And that's why I wanted to come tell my story too. It's there was a lady on Facebook said talking wasn't enough, and I just her name, and I was like, I'm going to tell my story at 5:30. Please listen in. And hopefully he's listening. I hope you're listening, and I hope you can kind of see what we're doing here. It's not just talk. There's a lot of action behind our talk. Today's for talking, but every other day the work we put in work, whether we're here or not.
Yeah.
I still go out to the parks and stuff and talk to people. And I still go feed who I can when I can. I got a few extra bucks, I'll go buy one of my buddies a sandwich, or somebody I've known for years,
I'm very proud of how you give back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Nate, You're always welcome here, just not as a guest.
I live in a camper now, 35 below, I might show up.
Okay. Oh, well, okay. If you need it, we're here for you because
I'll
you
come
are
as a volunteer, not a guest.
because you are definitely doing the work and you are a good example.
Let me say that, Tonya. Let me say that. When I first showed up here, I was a guest. After I got better, I became a staff member. After that, I became a resource. And as you heard her say, I'm a house welcome here. That's a pretty cool story, ladies and gentlemen.
It is. Does my heart good. Is how.
Yeah, I honestly think that his system is overwhelmed. I
Yeah.
don't think he brought the equipment that he told us on Monday that he had this gaming computer that his son
just can't handle the data.
Yeah, I don't think that it's. I mean, and I'm saying things kind of out of turn. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm
Okay.
pretty savvy with computers, and I
Can't figure that out.
And I didn't want to meddle in.
What did he
while
say
was-
before he left?
That he was going to go get the lights.
Okay.
So, I'm really trying, and I'm feeling terrible here because
Yeah.
Ryan's here, you're here, we're all here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't want to waste that. So, Dana, he's going to be right.
When he asked, because I went through here, we had some meetings.
So it's doing the sound. People can hear the sound. Okay.
It's kind of like a audio-only podcast for the last one, and he had so many good things that he said.
I know.
totally agree with that. And when I think about what I would like, the change that I would like to see in our community is that we've really focused on where we don't want people to be. And when we kind of limit that, then they end up in more places that we don't want them to be. I don't want them to go to the ER if they don't need to be in the ER, or hanging out outside the library if they don't need to be hanging outside the library, or in our parks or down the trails. No one wants that, but our focus has been where people can't be. I want to see a focus on where people can be to get the help that they need. That help so much in our community. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. And I think, one of the cool things you guys are doing is, first and foremost, it's a shelter to stay in, during cold nighttime hours, but there is other, that's not all that you're doing. You're doing a lot of other stuff in social work, getting people plugged in, getting them Medicaid, getting them, social services that they need, to get them off the street, right? That's the end goal. The goal is not to put them up here every night, every winter.
It's not. Yeah. And I think one thing that might be helpful that we're really we keep trying to improve. We're never there. And we keep trying to improve. And one way that we're trying to branch out is transportation. Because telling someone, you need to go over there to get this, and you need to go over there for this help, and there for that help, there's just so much that breaks down. It takes every bit of energy to just make one appointment one day. And it may not even be successful. And then once they get there, they may not have the voice that they need to really explain of what they need. So then what I think happens is they're not meeting with their primary care physician and all that. So then they end up in the emergency room. And that's a pretty high cost to community. And what we want to do is we want to intervene with not just transportation, but a case management component with that walks that person, drives them physically, and walks them in the door, either has that warm handoff or is able to be the voice to go through an evaluation or whatever is needed for that individual. I think we'll see a lot more success in our community, and that's kind of the next initiative that I wanted to share with you that the Warming Center is really going to try to make happen, and it's going to take the community coming together for that to happen, but I have a lot of hope in that.
How do you do that? Work in progress. Yeah. How do you do the transportation? Just physically do it.
You get funding, and we've Chuck Warehouser's given $25,000, and so we're raising a little more money than that, and to purchase the vehicle and to get the insurance. But it's more than that because it's a whole new program. It's not just, we have a vehicle, we're going to take someone there. There's policies and procedures, there's ways of doing it right, but we're working in that direction because I think that could really help our community.
Yeah, and so it would be like something you guys run, not service the city already has.
No, it would be us. It would be us because relationship is what's needed. It's not just the wheels on the car, it's the relationship that knows the person that they would trust to take them to that next step. Yeah. Well, I thank you that you've always been supportive, and you're supportive of our folks. I know that sometimes the homeless population might be frustrating to people, especially those that are high utilizer of services. But as we become stronger as a community, I really believe that those folks become stronger too. And I've known you to be really good with our folks, and I thank you for supporting the Warming Center, and look forward to future ways that we can collaborate together. Yeah. Thanks for having a conversation on the bench. Yes, sitting around the fire. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. Yeah.
We're all set.
Okay.
We're back as though it never failed before. Like that. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
We have audio working. We have video working. So
Right now?
Yep.
We're live now. Okay. Yay! I want to thank our video people. When you go big, big things happen, and sometimes it's I don't know how, but now we're back on in a normal way. That is exciting. So we'll get started with the next conversation. So you are going to be a microphone. Oh, we've got just a little bit of paperwork first. And are we going to have someone else with you?
And do you have teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the prompts for prompts?
Mm-hmm.
You need all of those. You can be on video and record.
Are you going on by yourself, or do you want someone with you? Oh, okay. Okay. Just us.
Kyle, what do you think about doing an update on Facebook with an old phone? You'd probably do it.
Good. Great minds think alike. I'm going to go to my daughter's birthday.
Yes. Okay.
Have fun.
Do we think that's something he'll be able to do now, or should I jump on and? Huh? Okay. Okay, we'll see in a second.
Between like 6 and 6:30, I popped on and was watching you live streaming.
That what?
I was on the live stream watching
Yeah.
YouTube between like 6 and 6:30. And you guys were live, but you didn't think you were.
Oh, okay. Was it really bad?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't really
Okay.
bad. I was calling over and over trying to get somebody to answer, like Leonard. It was
Okay.
right before your interview with Nate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Well, and I think we are streaming right now. I have a microphone on. Your microphone is right down there. And we are going to start by saying, welcome to the bench.
Thank you.
Exciting times, and I've said this more than once. When you go big, sometimes things fall apart and you have to adjust, and that's what we've been doing. And I appreciate you coming and having a conversation. You know, our goal is to have sometimes the difficult conversations, but to have conversations that can change the narrative of homelessness. Perfect. One conversation at a time. And I'm so happy that you're joining me. I want you to introduce yourself and tell what you do and the work that you do.
Okay. I'm Carrie Bradley. I'm a behavioral peer support for the Recovery Clubhouse through Cedar Creek Integrated Health. And I help with the process of finding recovery from start to finish, whether that's just talking to someone and offering peer support, giving them the support that they need, sort of like you do at the warming center, so that they can make valuable decisions, to the beginning, which is getting with a counselor, a licensed addiction counselor, and getting an evaluation and finding out what their level of care might be, to outpatient treatment at Cedar Creek, inpatient treatment at our sister company, Recovery Centers of Montana, or RCM. And my job is I run the Recovery Clubhouse, which is a drop-in center that's available to anyone who's looking for recovery or looking for a recovery community. And that's from homelessness, addiction, grief, any kind of a struggle that.
Talk a little more about the Clubhouse. I think people are learning about it. It is absolutely fabulous.
Thank you. Yeah, Recovery Clubhouse is open 10 to 4 Monday through Friday, and we have a living room there that's set up. People can watch movies, they can have snacks, they can have one-on-one peer support, so they can go behind closed doors, come into our office, and talk about the things that really they want to talk about in their lives. We offer some advice on that level, but from a peer perspective. So that means someone who has experienced those things, traveled through addiction.
Yeah.
And that sort of
That is so important.
It is.
Yes. I love the clubhouse, and I'll tell you why I love the clubhouse. As a community, we have been focusing, and I've said this in other interviews as well. I'm passionate about it. We have been focusing so much on where people can't be, where we don't want them to be. And we need to be focusing on the places that they can be to get the help that they need. And so for a while, we didn't have the clubhouse. There wasn't a drop-in center like there is now. And so it's very important. And because people need places that they can be.
Yes, because most places they can't.
Yes, that's right. That's right. They get turned away from so many places.
It's heart-wrenching.
It is heart-wrenching. So having a place that they can be, that they're welcomed, that you get to know them, and that they're seen is so important.
That's the biggest thing. When you come to Recovery Clubhouse, and we try to greet everyone who walks in the door and offer our support and everything that we can to make them feel seen the moment they walk in.
Yes.
And I know that you
So
do
important.
that at the Warming Center too.
So important.
I've experienced it myself.
So what are the things that they do there?
At Recovery Clubhouse. So we have support meetings. We have 2 Smart Recovery meetings that happen every week. Wellbriety meetings. We have 2 Wellbriety meetings now. We have an energy healer that comes in. We have a meditation room. We are just started an NA meeting this last week, and we have an AA meeting coming on board by the beginning of November. I'm starting a Journey to Recovery meeting that'll start next Wednesday, and that's an hour, a place, and a time for people who are in addiction or family members who are trying to help someone who's in addiction to come for an hour and find out what that process looks like and get their questions answered about what it looks like to be in addiction and what it looks like to be a family member and how they may be able to support someone that they've even given up on.
Yeah. True. That is really great. It's important to include family where support systems are very important. You know, when you become homeless, you don't just lose a home, you lose a community in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
And so when you have the clubhouse, or what we try to do here inside the Warming Center is bring back community to folks that have lost that. And that is transformational in people's lives.
Absolutely. Well, before you can accomplish anything in this life, you have to have your basic needs met. On just that basic level. You have to have food in your body for fuel. You have to have a place to shower. You have to have a place to do your laundry, to have clean clothes. I don't think that, I read these posts on Facebook and the reactions from a lot of people in our community. And I think that there is not any concept of level of understanding of what it's like walking in the day of a person who's homeless. People have no idea at all whatsoever. You get the comments on there that say, oh, just go out and get a job. Okay, well, I haven't had a shower in a week. And I haven't been able to wash my clothes for a week. And I'm sleeping on the ground. And I'm woken up every 2 hours and told to move. I'm exhausted by the time 8 o'clock in the morning comes up. Now I really need sleep because I never really got it. That just to be able to know, because of so many people that come through the clubhouse and so many people that I've sat with and listened to their stories. There's no real concept of what being homeless
it's the idea of pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, a lot of folks that we work with don't have bootstraps.
And they're pulling up their bootstraps all day long, every day. They're walking, and by the time they find a place to sit, their blisters are so bad and they don't have Band-Aids.
And then they're asked to move along.
And then they're asked to move along.
It's very true, very true. So tell me, what are some of the big misconceptions about addiction? I know
that people choose it.
Okay.
I don't think anyone ever, while they're in elementary school is saying, so what do you want to be when you grow up? Well,
I
I want to be an addict.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No.
want to be an alcoholic. The thing with addiction that really strikes me is that addiction starts out fun a lot of times, or addiction starts out as a way to numb a little bit of pain. And then you're in control of it in the beginning, and you don't see or hear it coming when that role reverses, when addiction takes over and you're no longer in control.
You know, a previous conversation that we had was Nate, who is in recovery and quite a success story right now, making some big changes in his life. But one thing that he said to me a couple years ago is he said, you know, I made the choice and then the choice made me.
Yes. Profound.
And, yeah, very
And it's the
profound.
truth.
And it could happen to any of us.
Anyone.
Yeah, and it would be very rare for someone to not know of someone in their family that has an addiction. Yeah.
How many people are able to hide their addiction or alcoholism
Yeah.
for a long period of time?
Yeah.
It will never hide forever.
That's
It just
true.
won't. And
That's true.
That's the transference. That's, you know, I was in control of it, and then it was in control of me. I just never know when that time's going to come.
So what do you tell someone who might be in addiction and they don't feel that they have any hope?
My goodness. You know, what I tell people and what someone else might answer, I believe through my own process that you first have to believe that there is a power greater than yourself that's going to help you to get through it. I think that from my perspective, we deal with so many people who have literally lost everything. They've lost their home, they've lost their family, and they've lost hope. So the first thing to offer is just a soft place to land.
Yeah.
A soft place to land. Somebody who's going to see them, somebody who's going to listen to them, no matter what their story sounds like. You find a lot of people, even in mental health, that they have their boundary. You know, they'll listen to a certain point and then, oh, if it sounds like mental illness, I'm done listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being a good listener is the best thing that you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. And I tell people it's uncomfortable, that very first step, but allow yourself to be uncomfortable. And that very first step may be walking into the warming center. That is uncomfortable.
Sure.
And we just had staff training, and we're trying to remind our staff of that, the gravity of what it takes to walk in the door for the first time. Same thing there, I would guess, at the recovery clubhouse. The very first time they walk through the door is, it's uncomfortable.
Sure.
But
or at least the perception that it's going to be uncomfortable
makes it
is
uncomfortable.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, when people who are unhoused have been turned away and treated unkindly from so many people for so many days, sometimes months, sometimes years, it's just an automatic response to think that they're going to get that treatment wherever they walk into. And especially if it's a building, if it's an establishment of any kind.
Yes.
Yeah, they just automatically, and so they avoid that possibility of being rejected one more time.
That's true. If you could change anything in our community regarding homelessness, regarding addictions, what would you think you'd change?
Awareness. I mean, the awareness of it, the awareness of the impact of it. That's why I said, earlier, I think it's really important that we start talking about truly what it looks like to be homeless, to walk through a day of how a homeless person finds their next meal, how they find a shower or a place to wash up. And then you hit those cold months, and I thank God that you're opening tomorrow. Because we have so many people, including all of our staff, that have been waiting and feeling the coldness of these nights.
Yeah, they're coming.
It's
Cold.
Look, we have a fire and we have coats, and not homeless people can't just go build a fire anywhere to find warmth.
That's right.
They don't have coats.
Yeah.
Awareness. That's the biggest thing for people to start to truly understand what that looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, go get a job. Sure. Go get a job without a shower. Go get a job when you don't have clean clothes.
And what's interesting is once we get to more awareness and get to know each other, we start to realize we have more in common than we don't. And that's when we really work together.
I heard Nate's interview earlier. I was listening to the live stream. And, he said most people are one paycheck away from being homeless.
Yeah.
And that's so true.
It is.
And, people seem to think that the process to get into housing, especially in the Flathead Valley right now and in the last couple of years, is a process that most people can handle and go through. But, we were just talking before I came on to speak with you about that process being so technical and, the navigation of that and not being able to afford it. I mean, who can afford the housing costs?
Yeah.
We need more resources.
We do.
We do.
We do.
Really do.
And some of those resources, again, where people can be
Yeah.
to get the help that they need.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It starts with basic needs. If you don't have your basic needs taken care of, there's just nowhere to go from there.
I'm grateful for peer support. I am grateful for the Recovery Clubhouse and for RCM, Cedar Creek. Those are names that I want people who are listening to really catch a hold of, because we need to move more in the direction of where people can be to get the help that they need.
Absolutely.
And so we're so grateful that you guys are in the community and that you're a partner with us.
Yes.
And we
And
look
so
forward to
grateful to
more
you.
ways that we can partner together.
Definitely.
Yeah. Thank you for having a conversation on the bench. Was it miserable?
No, it was great.
Well, ask me like at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning if it's still miserable.
I know. I'm so worried about you already.
I'll
How are you going to do this?
I'll be here in the same clothes.
Got it. Thank you, Tonya.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Do you want to talk to Kyle?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Tell him he's up.
Okay. Is Mylene waiting?
She's at 8:30.
Okay. Okay. We could take her just right after Kyle, I think. Yeah. Oh. Yay! Kyle Waterman is coming to a walk-up conversation on the bench. I love it. Let me get you to grab that microphone. And if is it turned up?
Up, yeah.
Okay.
If that's okay. I can make that work.
Then you're great.
Um,
Welcome to the bench. What brings you to the bench tonight?
Tonya, I've just watched your work for so many years.
You have. We've had lots of conversations.
I appreciate that. And appreciate that actually conversations are something that you keep going in Kalispell.
Yeah.
And like I say, I've watched you for many years when you first even started talking about this and what an emergency winter can be.
Yeah.
For those in need in the community. So really thankful to be able to join you and just give you a little bit of support out here. It's not a cold night, but cold nights are coming soon.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
they are.
I feel like that's our annual conversation.
Yeah.
Is when is the next winter storm going to come to Kalispell?
That's right. Well, the good thing about it is that our winter season starts tomorrow night.
Okay.
Because tomorrow is World Homeless Day.
Okay.
And so we're excited to be able to open. We just had staff training. And so wonderful staff this year, every year, but this year I'm just blown away by our staff. So we're excited that we will be opening for overnight shelter for our 7th winter season tomorrow night.
I'm really thankful for that,
Yeah.
Tonya. I mean, it's been a journey, and I just see how much the community is. I mean, actually, the church that I'm part of, the Episcopalian Church, was sort of one of the first homes that the Warming Center had, and really been moved by how much support that you have from the community, but also how you've been able to tap into something that a lot of us neighbors have been aware and concerned about. And like I say, I think I've known you for almost 10 years now.
Yeah, I think so.
And
It's
we've
been a
just
long 10 years.
It has been a long 10 years,
Yeah.
but really thankful for the work that you do, but also to create a space that community can provide support for our neighbors
Well, and you use the word community. You use that word a lot because you know the power of community, and that when we come together as a community, there's nothing that we can't do, and there's nothing that we can't accomplish. And
we solve things together.
Yeah.
And I think that part of it is like what I see, and again, I appreciate how much you've done with heart, because I think so many community members have concerns about those in need or people in crisis or what is going to happen when somebody's sleeping tonight on a cold winter night. And
well, we
you've
have
always been that
definitely
person.
felt the support of our community.
Wow.
And we felt even through the trials that we've been through, we have felt that support grow because of having conversation, because of being open to conversation, but also because they see that we know we don't have all the answers and that we want to continue to improve. We want to be better tomorrow than we were the day before, and we're not there yet, but we're willing to do the work to continue to get better.
Well, and crisis is complicated.
Yes.
I mean, how individuals end up into a spot where they are in crisis and need, and they don't really have another place to go. Yeah. It isn't simple.
No.
And it actually takes a lot of grace, and it takes a lot of work, and I appreciate how much you have always been about accountability and how to make sure that the community works together. But there's also so many people in Kalispell who care about their neighbors.
Yeah.
About their loved ones.
Yeah.
And just want to make sure that there's a safe space. And that's why I've seen your mission and your work. I mean, like I say, I've known you for a long period of time.
Well, we had one time that we had a room full inside the warming center. Do you remember that? We called it Hard Conversations.
Yep.
And guess what? Here we are,
Here we
still
are.
having hard conversations.
And I think that that's part of the work, isn't it? Is to be able to keep hard conversations going. And be real about it. I mean, I guess that's what I've always appreciated.
Real with compassion.
Right.
You know, we can talk about homelessness and all agree that there are impacts to community that are not okay.
Right.
But we can have those conversations with compassion, and we can have those conversations by all coming to the same table, and that's when we have solutions.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of hope for the future with solutions and with partnerships with the city. I have hope for that now, and I happen to know you're running for an office.
I am running for office.
Yes.
I'm running for city council. I was on city council when I first met you.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that that takes community. I think that, again, that's a servant heart for myself of wanting to participate in that, but also that it takes a network. I mean, I think you know that I do things with Samaritan House. I'm a Samaritan House board member, but I'm also Western Montana Mental Health Center's board member. Like, it's not just you who actually provides solutions. You are sort of the quilt work. I mean, it's a quilt work of different agencies and people who come together to make things work, but it's also how do you help individuals and families connect to what is actually a really complicated system.
It is. It's complicated.
And I always point out to people, when somebody's in crisis, they didn't plan to have to navigate such a difficult situation. And there's so many things which we have to be able to find ways that we're accountable to ourselves and work harder, find a job, make that work, but also navigate to make sure that we're finding the other resources that are restoration, looking at rehab and looking at mental health services. Those are really difficult things to navigate in crisis.
So tell me a little bit about running for city council again. How do you feel that the city can partner with nonprofits? How can that look for us?
I think first and foremost, I mean, my big thing is that a nonprofit is a business. You're paying staff, you're working, and we have to be able to level set that nonprofits and the rest of the commerce or business community are the same. That we are all working to make ends meet. We're trying to run good businesses. We have staff. So I think that that's the first thing, is making sure that every business or every community partner is brought in equally. And then also looking at what the other challenges are. And I think that one of the things here in the Flathead is about some systemic challenges. We in Kalispell live 2 hours away from the interstate, and major commerce in the Flathead in general is remote. We're sort of on the frontier sort of space. And so in a certain sense, we have to find solutions for ourselves within the valley and being able to have city council be able to understand that these are the partners we have. There's not somebody else who's going to be able to come save the day, and we have to be able to work things. But I also think that that's in the character of our town, of wanting to be a small community and a connected community.
Yeah.
So I think that that's part of it, is to being able to see what solutions we can find here in Kalispell, because I think that's one of the things that you and I have talked about, is there's actually a lot of resourcefulness here in the community. There's a lot of really good homespun, Kalispell-owned solutions that actually are there for the community members, and you're part of that. You're a network of what that would look like, to make sure that people can find restoration and find hope and connectivity back here in the community.
Well, one thing I would like us to all do, whether it be nonprofits or businesses or the city, is to find places where people can be to get the help that they need. Instead of, our focus has been where we don't want people and where people are burdensome to us, and I understand that. But if all our focus is on where we don't want people to be, we need to focus on where they can be to get well, so that they can be contributing community members. And a change of focus would be a breath of fresh air.
I think it would be, and I think understanding what low barrier really means, and being able that sometimes that actually means just bringing everything into one space, so that somebody, I ended up today taking it without a car and walking around Kalispell a lot. It's a big town. It's hard to get from point A to point B, and being able to know that, like, even here, you're far away from job services or the health center. And that takes a lot of work. And as a community, we have to work together to help, so that, like I say, quilt work together. Because it's limited, but we all working together. And I do think that running on city council for what City Hall can do is just understanding and working in partnership to make sure that those that connectivity can happen.
We can be on the same team.
We can be on the same team, and we can also pray and want to make things better for everybody. So I think that that's something which
it can get better for everyone when everyone's at the table for solutions.
I think that that's part of it. I think that what I've learned with working with you, but also with other shelters and just with individuals, I don't think we all understand how far that we're pretty close. A family member or a friend might end up in a situation where they're in crisis and in need, and we can work together to be able to do things. That's sort of just, it's one of those Montana things that we always say, is that we'll help anybody who's stuck in a snow ditch, like whoever they are. And I think that, again, that's what I think is beautiful about your mission about the Warming Center. It's like winters, that snow ditch happens to anybody. And a lot of this neighborhood and this community has that heart and wants to work together. I hope that City Hall, and I know that actually you've provided a lot of solutions for a safe place when it comes down to law enforcement and everybody else, of where can you go, so there's not just...
We want to be that resource.
Because if we keep pushing people out, they're not going to find that solution, and that sort of tears at our fabric. And again, what I love about what you do and what low barrier means to you and stuff like that is bringing a lot of those resources in together. I know you're going to bring some other partners in. You've been meeting with so many people on the bench here. Just to talk that there's a network. It's not, you're not alone. But also people in crisis and people in need and people who are homeless are not alone.
And just bringing lots of people to the bench is because we can't be the total solution.
No.
You know, we're just a part of the solution. But everyone coming together that's where the magic is.
It is where the magic is, because what I know what you mean by magic is where the hope is. It's where we meet people with a lot of grace. You and I have talked about individuals who really are on hard times and are not in a good spot. And that accomplishment of knowing that somebody's able to go into rehab and then also be able to make it back home and eventually find a job and be a part of our Kalispell community is such a gift. And when the magic is connecting those people with that hope and that dream and that grace.
And we've seen so many success stories. And
you have.
Couldn't do it without our community, though.
We're all in this together. And again, I come back to that idea that, here we are in Kalispell. We are really we are a growing town, but we are still a frontier town. We're still very rural, and we're in this all together.
Yeah.
There's nobody else who's going to solve this problem, but Kalispell can solve this itself.
That's our motto, is that we take care of each other in the Flathead.
Yeah, we do.
And I still believe that. Absolutely.
And I think that's always been our motto here. I mean, like we take care of somebody who's in the snow ditch. We've been watching out for that. And I think if we think about our families and the churches that we're all part of, that is all of our mission. So Tonya, thank you so much for taking the time to have hard conversations. Like you say, you and I have had these conversations around the community, and I will always turn to you as a leader and as a partner within that. But thank you for making Kalispell better.
Thank you, and I include you as a partner too. Yeah. Thank you for being a drop-in at the bench, and I love it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
We'll see you soon.
Have a good night. Stay warm.
Okay, thanks. If Mylene is ready, we'll take Mylene. Yay! Watch your step, pretty lady. Come on in, sit by the fire. So this for on. Perfect. Mylene, we've known each other for a while and we've worked together. Our different programs are just great partners. And so I love this conversation on the bench so we can break kind of what that partnership is down and talk a little bit about homelessness in the community. Now, homelessness intertwines with behavioral health, with mental health, with addictions, all of those things together. Trauma, yes. Life circumstances, all sorts of things. But there are so few resources that actually work with people on the street. And you are one of those resources.
Oh, thank you.
So I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to talk about the program that you do. And
yeah, the PATH, I absolutely am a strong believer in the PATH program.
Okay, what does PATH stand for?
So PATH, P-A-T-H, stands for Projects in Assistance in Transition from Homelessness.
Okay.
And I am familiar with the PATH program because my mother went through the PATH program. My mother struggled with mental illness for years. She was in a Catholic boarding school for Native Americans, and she had a lot of trauma from that, plus the generational trauma. So my mother was struggling with a severe mental illness for years and decompensated over the years, and she ended up on the streets. And I remember riding the bus home from high school and just dreading the possibility of seeing my mother sitting on the street corner, homeless. And one day it happened, and she was sitting on the corner, and everybody on my bus laughed and made some racial slurs, and
that was traumatic in itself.
Slumped down in my seat, and I was ashamed of my mother.
Yeah.
And I regret having those feelings, and I was so grateful when the PATH program entered into her life when I was in my early 20s at that point in time, but I had to take a hiatus from my relationship with my mother for several years. But when the PATH program entered her life, it made it possible for my mother to re-enter my life, and she was a fantastic grandmother. So I had years, my girls had years with my mother, and it was all due to the fact that she had a fantastic PATH worker, Gwen, in Billings, which is the program I started in. And I never saw myself ever working with people who struggle with mental illness. I came from CPS and child protection, victim services. Yeah, I've worked in federal, state, nonprofit research, and Once I realized there was a position with the PATH program in Billings, I think I was just at that point in my life where I thought, I think I can do this, because the work that I saw Gwen do with my mother was just so transformative. My mother was never open to medication, but once she did start engaging with medication management with the PAC team in Billings, and she was the mother I remembered her being when I was really young.
That is such a huge success story, and I didn't know that. That relationship between the program and now that's the program that you work in. That's a pretty incredible story. Yeah.
It's the PAP program. We're allowed to be really flexible, creative. We have funding that helps us so that we can be flexible and responsive. So we have a fund that we can use for a startup for first month's rent, deposit. If we have people who need shoes, which oftentimes during the winter time, we have people who are, at risk of losing digits, losing feet, losing legs due to frostbite. And oftentimes they're our most severely mentally ill individuals, sometimes co-occurring. And it's heartbreaking. We've worked with clients where we were trying to prevent major limb loss. And it's difficult because sometimes you're not successful, but a lot of times, the majority of time, you are. And it's difficult because you have to be able to decipher who you're able to help and who you're not.
Yeah.
And that's the heartbreaking part of working in this
You
field.
can't help everyone.
Yes.
You just have to be there ready for the help. And sometimes they're ready and sometimes they're not. And that is frustrating. It is. And I relate it to within our community. When we get to know someone and we see the path that they're on, and it's a devastating path. And it's like watching them drown right in front of us.
Yes.
And that's hard. It is.
And feeling like you're on the side of a river, or you're running down the bank with them.
Yeah.
Trying to point out ways
to come to the edge and not drown. And it's really hard. So part of the PATH program is, tell me if I'm right, you're working with people with severe and disabling mental illness that are homeless for a certain period of time. Is that right?
Well, for us, it doesn't have to be specifically a period of time, but in order for them to qualify for certain types of funding, they have to be considered chronically homeless, and that's for a period of 3 or more years. And as you know, most of our people that we work with meet that handily, easily.
Yeah, especially with that illness component.
Yeah, and we work with 2 different classifications of people: serious mental illness, but we also work with people who are seriously disabling mentally ill, because we also do disability applications for individuals when their mental health is so severe, there is no way that they are going to be able to become employed or maintain employment.
So where are you working with these people?
Well, we do outreach throughout the community, primarily in Kalispell, because that's where most of the services are. We do outreach in Columbia Falls, in the National Forest. We work closely with our U.S. Forest Service law enforcement when there are people who think they're living off the grid, and they're mainly people who are living in RVs. We have a lot of families that are living out on Forest Service land. Whitefish, we really don't see many calls in the Whitefish area. However, we have started to partner with the food bank in Whitefish.
Oh, good.
But it's primarily in urban areas, and we have so many people right here in Kalispell that we are,
Majority of your time is taken here.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is true. And you serve people inside the warming center.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time at the warming center. At least we're here at least once or twice a week.
Yeah.
And you cannot do this work without collaboration with all your partners.
Mm-hmm.
So with CAP, in our weekly continuum of care coordination meetings, United Way.
I don't think people understand that part of that. It's not these different programs. That's not how it works.
Right.
And when we silo ourselves into different programs, that's not how it should work either.
Exactly.
But when we come together and we partner, that's when we can make the most impact in our community and impact in individual people's lives. So you guys coming into the warming center helps with that relationship piece. They know your name, they know your face, and they know you're there to help.
And they see like their peers getting help. They see their peers getting housed. They see their peers being able to.
That's some motivation.
Access, yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have people come to us and say, "Hey, you helped so and so," or they'll sit back and just knowing that we're dependable, that we're reliable, we show up, with just basic needs. Sometimes just water, socks, clean socks.
Yeah.
It's basic needs.
Basic needs, but it's so much more than that. It's not just giving someone a pair of socks, it's building that relationship. And I think that's so important. And
because it demonstrates to them that we acknowledge their worth as a human being.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
And a little bit ago we had a conversation with Nate Small. He was here.
I remember Nate, yeah.
Yes, and he's doing really good. Just finished
He
peer
is.
support training, and yes, can you believe it?
Yeah.
And that's what I told him. I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't say in front of him. Is that I can't believe we're even sitting here talking.
Yeah, Nate's one of those individuals that I would see when I was doing outreach, and I was focused on other members of his cohort group.
Yeah.
And I remember one day he looked at me and goes, "Can you help me?" And I did very little other than just help him fill out some forms.
He was ready.
And
He was ready.
Yeah.
But it took a long road for him to be ready.
Yeah.
And I think another thing that we talked about is that how we have a memorial service every year on the longest night of the year. And that's always a hard time because we lose people to homelessness. It is a hard life. Your life expectancy is a lot shorter when you are homeless.
Yeah, the rate at which people decompensate and lose their sensibilities, their ability to function, their health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they age so much quicker, and
yes.
And if you throw on an addiction or mental illness on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So in talking with Nate, it was really sad, but it's so true. He said every year his friends are on that list.
Yeah.
And that's really heartbreaking to him. And he said, there was a point that he came in the conversation and he said to his friends, he said, "I can't walk this last mile with you." He had to choose a different path.
Yeah.
And that's why Nate was able to sit here and have a conversation tonight and be doing the good things that he is doing.
And I know the friend he's talking about when he couldn't walk that last mile with, and we were both very, very connected to that individual.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult when you see people who have lost their will to live or have lost themselves in their mental illness and can't reach out and grab that line that you're trying to send.
Yeah. And we lost that individual. We did, and it was really hard. And we lose people in homelessness. And that's why we're here, because there's some that are success stories, and there's others that they have the right to self-determination,
and sometimes it's like I had a hard day one day last week, and I was chasing an individual around and realize he's running from me.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah.
And so I'm like, you're not getting away with this. So I cut him off at the pass, and I was like at the top of the hill. And when he came up over the ridge, I said, not a problem. Consider yourself discharged from path.
Okay. Oh, and sometimes you do. Sometimes we have to let go.
Yeah, and I was.
We can't work harder than they're willing to
Right,
work. That's
right.
so true.
And that takes, when you've been in this field for a while, when you're first new, it's like you feel like maybe if I do this, maybe if I take this approach, you can do all the motivational interviewing you can, but ultimately knowing when it's like they're either not seeing the potential that they have, being overwhelmed, not knowing how to start. And we see that a lot. It's like when people have been homeless for so long, they lose their critical thinking skills, and they cannot figure out what do I need to prioritize first. And there's this barrier, then there's this barrier, and there's so much paperwork, or there's, I have to do this before I can do that. And how do I do
such
this
a
when I
long
can't do
road.
that? Yeah.
Such a long road from homelessness to home. It
really
especially
is.
here in the valley, for sure.
Yes.
What would you want to see change in our community?
People being more, to challenge their misperceptions about, for one, I think people don't want to, like, on a subconscious level, acknowledge these are my neighbors, these were my neighbors, or these were the children of my neighbors. These aren't transplants, these aren't transients. These are people who have fallen out of the bottom of the housing market. I mean, if you think about over the last 20 years how our world has changed, how the housing market has changed, how the rental market has changed, and people are being squeezed out of just before, barely surviving. And we all us working folks, are a few paychecks away from being homeless.
Yeah, very true. And we don't want to think that those are our neighbors, because if those are our neighbors, then it could be us.
Yes.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. Very true. So, what would need to change? We need to better understand each other. We need.
That's a part of it, and being able to commit and convince and talk to our political leadership about the need for a variety of types of housing, affordable housing, low-income housing, permanent supportive living housing. A lot of our individuals who struggle with mental illness, if we as caseworkers don't have the ability to have a landlord who's willing to sit down with us and come up with an accommodation plan, then they're doomed to failure, because our people are going to have periods where they are feeling good, they're on their medication, they're stabilized for a while, and they end up going off their medication. And when that happens, they lose their housing. A lot of our people are, they have their crews, they have their family, and then they feel guilty when they can't bring them in. So then that creates lease violations for people. We have to be able to work together as a community, as service providers, to come up with solutions to keep our people housed. And unfortunately, we don't have the type of housing here that we need.
Yeah.
We need permanent supportive living, so that we have a place like Blue Heron in Missoula, where they have case managers there on staff. They have teams that surround each one of the residents. They have security. They have accommodation plans. And everybody on staff is trained to understand they're working with residents that all struggle with mental health issues are co-occurring with substance use.
Yeah.
And so they need to be protected. They need.
If we don't want people on the streets, and that's something that even the naysayers that don't appreciate what we do, I think they would agree with that. We don't want people on the streets. So we need to have housing for everybody.
Yes.
And that is the way that we have a stronger community. It's not enabling or handouts or any of that. It's going to make our whole community stronger when people are housed.
Because the longer someone is on the street, the worse their mental health gets, the worse their physical health.
And the worse the impact is not just on the individual, well, that's enough, but the impact that it is on the community.
Yes.
That makes it worth us coming together as a community and taking care of people. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And it really, there are, clients that need like a multidisciplinary team approach with medical, mental health, substance use treatment providers, housing professionals, and the piece we're missing is landlords and property managers.
Yeah.
And fair housing. Yeah.
Yeah. There are solutions, but it's going to take everyone coming together and being open to hearing what those solutions can be.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Mylene, I love your work. I love your partnership. I love that we work with the same people and that we love them the best that we can.
Yeah. Yes.
I see that in you, and thank you for having a conversation on the bench with me. And
well, thank you, Tonya. If it weren't for the Warming Center, our clients, I can't even think about where they would be. And
we're trying to meet a need here, and the need is definitely here.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mylene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My hands are freezing.
Oh, and even in front of the fire.
All right. Well, how many more hours you got to
Oh
go?
my gosh, I go till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I don't even know what time it is now. It is.
Oh my goodness.
It is 8:52, and we go until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Wow.
That's all right. I'm getting to have great conversations, and that makes it worth it.
You need tea.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mylene.
Well, good night.
You too.
Bye.
You sleep well.
You too.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Could be. I'd stay in the car too. Yeah. Well, do we have someone here? Maybe. And okay, we can wait on him. Okay, that's good. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. That's nice. I can always, I got a little. The Souls of the Flathead isn't only about the homeless. It's all about who we are as a community.
We've seen the soul of our community through the Warming Center. We live in an amazing community that has seen the need and has made this happen.
We wanted a place for all souls, a place that people could go, that they'd find community, that they'd feel loved and cared for, and regardless of what they've done in the past, that they'd have a fresh start. And at the Flathead Warming Center, we're all about the same grace that we've experienced with God. We want others to see lived and through us.
Through our resource center, we have seen people get jobs. We have seen people get into treatment directly from the Warming Center. And we are so thankful to our community for that.
People who talk to me in everyday life, well, they should get a job, they should do this. It's just not that simple. You'll have 47 people here, you'll have 47 different stories. There are certainly some addictions, there are certainly some mental health issues, and there's some people who are just down in their luck for a little while, you know, and bad things have happened to them. And there's just a lot of people living from paycheck to paycheck out there. If that paycheck stops, you find yourself here.
I moved up here several years ago, and then, you know, I actually had a house, and then at that point, it's just over a course of a couple years, I ended up losing my place. COVID broke out, and it's just, I just lost the home and then turned around, and I've been out here on the streets ever since.
It's a struggle, it's tough, it's hard. I mean, if you have something, then you can grow with that, but if you don't have a home, it's hard to get up and get a job. It's hard to be clean, to go to work, to get hired, you know? I mean, homelessness is really hard. It's like starting with nothing but sticks, literally.
Without this warming center, I would not be able to work. And yes, I'm employed. And with housing so limited here in Kalispell, Flathead, and this part of the country, I've either been in my car, at a friend's house, or here.
I've been looking for a job when I first came here, just because of my breaking my back 6 weeks ago. It was kind of difficult, but thankfully somebody came along willing to give me a chance, even take a chance with my situation, and gave me a job and actually put me on full time the second day. And I work hard.
Coming here right now, currently in my life, this is the place that gives me hope. Everybody has been amazing that stay here, including the staff of keeping my children protected, and I'm glad I came here. I'm really glad. I feel so safe here with my kids. I really do.
I was in a domestic violence relationship trying to leave that, and just having this place here, they hold a bed for me so that way I'm able to do what I need to and get the rest I need. When I go to work, if I need socks or something, anything I need, you know, they give me a nice warm blanket and they're just happy to meet me at the door. And so, I mean, this place definitely gives me hope. It's really awesome.
Yeah, I made a lot of bad choices, and I'm trying to rebuild my life now and getting structure and discipline, you know, because I've been so undisciplined for so long. And so, you know, the fact that I have to be here, you know, 5:45, and, you know, there's certain things I can and cannot do. And I didn't realize how undisciplined I'd gotten until, you know, I came here this time, because, you know, I pretty much just do what I want to do, and because I know how, when I'm undisciplined, how poorly my life goes, so the structure helps a lot. It's almost like having a family again.
My favorite part about working here is hearing everybody's stories every day, seeing the progress with a lot of people, just giving them a feeling of being loved and cared for. Because a lot of people that are homeless people won't even talk to them. You know, they just kind of walk past them every day. So I would just want everybody to know that they're just like everybody else, and just to treat them with the same respect that we treat everybody else with.
The warming center itself, it gives me food, it lets me rest. When I went to treatment, actually, I met Western Montana health officials here, and that's how I found my help. I wouldn't have made it to treatment without being here and meeting them. So this place is really an awesome place. I really like it here.
Reach out there. Don't put that wall up. Take the chance, take the opportunity to get to know somebody, you know, and listen to their story. I mean, genuinely care. Because I've met a lot of real amazing people staying here at the shelter that I would have never spoke to before if I wasn't staying here because I was being judgmental.
You know, we take care of each other. That's their motto here, you know, and they actually mean it. It's amazing to see people come together for people, and they don't judge people, you know. Every one of these people here are amazing people that work here. It's just, I mean, I have a relationship with every one of them. You know, it brightens my day most days just to see them. I can't say enough about this. This place really helps, you know, and it's a value to this community.
This is a great place. I can give that 100%.
You guys all set up? You ready to go? All right. Good morning. My name is Jeff Rose, Jeffrowes, and I'm a senior attorney with the Institute for Justice. We're here this morning to announce a major federal lawsuit challenging the city of Kalispell's unconstitutional revocation of the Warming Center's permit to shelter the needy during freezing winter nights. I'm going to provide a little bit of context for this lawsuit, and then I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, Christy Hebert, who will talk about the facts of the case. I'll talk about the legal claims for a few minutes, and then Tonya Horn, the director of the Warming Center, will talk about the impact of the closure on the homeless in Kalispell. The Institute for Justice is a national public interest law firm. We represent ordinary Americans for free in strategic constitutional litigation across the country to defend not only their rights, but to set legal precedent that will protect the rights of Americans everywhere. One thing we specialize in is private property rights. The Institute has litigated cases across the country defending the rights of private property owners to use their land to shelter the neediest. Right away, this case is one of the most important property rights cases in the United States. Just last term, the U.S. Supreme Court, in a case called Grants Pass, affirmed the authority of cities to criminalize sleeping in public places like public parks. If the government can criminalize sleeping on public property, the city of Kalispell can't destroy the right of private property owners to shelter the homeless on their private property at night. We have asked the federal court in Kalispell to give us an emergency order ordering the city of Kalispell to allow the warming shelter to...
That fire is supposed to help. Do you want to put your leg up? Okay. 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 Oh, great. We're back to the bench. I'm wondering if that's on. Are we good?
No. Yes.
Oh, great. Well, we're back to Conversations on a Bench, and we are not quite halfway through our 24 hours, but we're still kicking and doing great. It is 9:04 p.m., and we are here with, oh my gosh, introduce yourself.
Not a problem.
Julie.
My name is Julie Sonderweger. I am a social worker here locally in Kalispell. I am Currently, I have a private practice after I graduated with my MSW last year, and before that, I've been working in the Flathead, doing human services and social work type things since 1998.
Oh.
So I've been around quite a while and seen a lot of changes as
Yeah.
things have happened over the years.
Yeah. So you first got your bachelor's degree in social work?
No, my bachelor's degree was in psychology.
Okay.
I actually didn't get that until quite a bit later in life. I started out actually as a single mom with a CNA, trying to put food on the table, and eventually transitioned into working for the Office of Public Assistance, which is probably where I had my first real smack in the face as to what poverty was like in the Flathead.
Yeah.
And you know, sort of wound my way through working for Medicaid and as a policy specialist and different arenas, finally with Child Protective Services, and then the mental health waiver program for a while, and then finally left all of that and got my MSW so I could see people and work on my own.
Wow, what a vast experience in social work.
It's pretty wide array.
Yeah, you mentioned poverty. Tell me things that you've learned about poverty.
I think that one of the things I've seen the most, especially in changes over the last 20 plus years, has been the range of people experiencing poverty in our area. It's not just elderly, it's not just young single moms, it's everything in between. Most of our residents that are living paycheck to paycheck are just one paycheck away from potential homelessness. And when you lose your housing or you are housing insecure, everything tends to focus around trying to make the extra dollar to make sure your rent's paid, and everything else can go by the wayside, and you know, it just cycles into a bigger problem down the road. With the rise in our wages, but yet it doesn't quite match like how federal standards have risen per se, so people don't qualify for the benefits like SNAP and Medicaid and things like that that would really help add a little bit of a buffer for them, I think, to help them from preventing some homelessness too. I think that over time I have definitely seen things shift, and you know, I've also seen, especially like when I worked for Child Protective Services, for instance, the amount of substance abuse issues that were perpetuated, you know, even generationally, but it kept people into a cycle again of not being able to pull themselves out of poverty and being able to pull themselves up into a better situation, or one little thing would just set it all backwards. I think that we have an incredible amount of resources here locally, but people either don't know how to access them or don't have the financial means to access them. You know, things such as like therapy like I do, or other areas like Greater Valley provides therapy, things like that, but people don't have insurance or don't have means to access things like that. So that also does not help their situation either.
Yeah. What is a person to do in our community that's in crisis?
I think part of it depends on what their crisis is in the moment. You know, if they're in crisis from like domestic violence, you know, I would always encourage them to contact places like Abbey Shelter. If they are in crisis as far as food goes, I think that they need to turn towards the food banks and accept the help that is available to them, which is also often very difficult for people around here. If they are in crisis from a housing perspective, it can be very challenging. You know, at one point in time, I would have said contact Community Action Partnership, and you know, they'll help you with all the applications. But as the amount of people that work for them dwindled, as their resources have gone away, it's becoming harder and harder to find people to be able to help. I know that people can come here, and you guys have advocates that can help work with them. Always encourage people to go like to the Office of Public Assistance and apply for benefits, and at least get those processes started to be able to get something on the road, as opposed to just sort of standing there and saying, well, I can't do anything. It's better to try something.
Yeah.
Something.
as we've seen resources kind of evaporate, that makes our jobs harder.
It does.
We're only as good as the resources that are in our community as far as being able to hook people to those resources. And
Absolutely.
there's no one resource that can completely be the solution.
No.
And so it's been hard.
It has been hard. I think that as time has gone on, you know, and the face of the poverty just seems to be getting younger and younger, in my opinion. I think that there's more and more children that are facing poverty, so we have really good systems within the school, like through Heart Locker and different things like that. But ultimately, the community still needs to be able to come together to really support all of our residents.
Yeah, sure. Tell me about NASW, what it stands for and what you guys do.
So National Association for Social Workers, I'm part of the Montana chapter. We are a nationwide organization of social workers, and the goal of the national organization is to support social workers across the country in being able to help communities, help people across the country being able to meet our code of ethics and be able to support people through different social justice and activities across the country.
Yeah, well, that's great. I think it's good because when you're in the field working with people, it's good to have that support of the bigger organization, but just your coworkers together. I think that is very important.
I do, and I think that organizations like NASW do kind of help those of us, especially that are in like private practice per se, but be able to connect us together on a larger perspective so that we can get some common ground and be able to find some place to work together to help the community as a whole. So I know like this legislative session, I was on the Policy Action Committee, and so we went through all of the different bills that would impact anyone that we could see from that would impact like what our code of ethics stands for, and you know, basically any sort of anything that could harm people for basically no reason or take away support systems. And we would go through them and have discussions about the positive and negative aspects of them, and then be able to, you know, either put support behind a bill or not be able to support a bill based on different parts of it, and then kind of shoot that out across the state to the social workers across the state to be able to have them understand what's going on in the legislature, and anyone else who was wanting to look at the pages too. And so those kind of things are what we can do to help people understand what's going on nation or statewide.
That's so important. When I think back to 2017, the legislature back to 2017, how we are still desperately feeling that right now. I was a social worker at Western Montana Mental Health at the time, and I wasn't really understanding it. There was some advocacy work happening at that time, but didn't understand what they planned on doing and then what the outcome would be. And it's been pretty devastating. It really wiped out several services when you can't reimburse what their services are.
Correct.
They weren't able to continue. And then now I'm seeing some people who used to be housed with some of that case management wrapped around support. Now they're walking through the warming center homeless. And that is so devastating. It's so sad.
It is. And I think that started even well before, you know, back in the 2015 legislature is when I was working with the Addictive and Mental Disorders Division as the HIFA program managers, the Mental Health Waiver Program at the time. And I was there during legislative session in that position, and it was just a constant slash every day coming out of meetings being told, oh, this part of the budget's gone, this part of the budget's gone, this part of the budget's gone. And then eventually just having to leave the position because there was just nothing left to really do at that particular moment, and come back here and watch places like Sunburst and Western Montana Mental Health, and then slowly erode away into not having the ability to support the community the way that they did with any of those wraparound services.
Yeah.
So it's.
Do you think that's turning around? Do you think?
I do think that it will turn around. I don't think that we're there yet. Unfortunately, I think that it'll this legislative session wasn't exactly a lot of pro social work type, or pro supporting people in our community sort of things. It didn't feel like. I do think that there's an upward turn, but I think that it's going to take probably a little while. It just seems like it takes twice as long to recover every time there's any kind of a cut like that from a large legislative cut.
Yeah,
like those were.
It does. What would you change if you could?
What would I change?
What would be the main thing that you think needs to change within our community and within the legislature? What change do we need?
I think the biggest change that really would help people across the board is just to care about the other people in their community. Truly care about the people in their community, not care about what they look like, not care about what they dress like, not care about, what their status is per se, but just truly care about them and make sure that we can come back together as a community to support each other across the board. Not be angry that people need help, not be angry when there's people that you don't understand why they're not having a place to live, that you don't understand why their mental health is out of control, that you don't understand, and instead of reacting to them with violence or reacting to them with, put them in jail, put them this, put them that, being able to figure out a way to come together as a community and actually help them.
Oh, that has been a common theme because I've asked other people here with the conversations on the bench, what needs to change? And a lot of it is we need to understand each other better. We need to not be so judgmental in certain ways. And what I have found is there's been a shift in the culture, I feel, as if now someone has to earn or deserve the very basics of help or the very basics of compassion. And to me, it feels like it goes even a step further, that those that are helping in the social work profession are now labeled as enabling people.
I do think that there are some members of the community that do feel that way, that would label us, any of us that are providing help to people, as enablers. But again, I think a lot of them just don't understand. They don't quite understand the process of how you help people. And they don't quite understand what it takes to actually come and ask for help. And just the absolute achievement that it is for somebody to walk through a door and say, okay, I just need help now. I need help, no matter what it's for, whether it's for substance abuse or mental health or just simple necessities of life. Just the ability to walk through a door and say, I need help now. And who's there to help me?
The very basics, the very basics. And I think that's where we got slammed as the Warming Center with what we were doing, of what we do, is that the very basics, giving people the very basics. Some of our community felt like we were enabling people. And they've heard from me a lot about Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
That's one of my favorites to share.
Please share, because they hear it from me all the time. Let's hear it from you.
I mean, basically, what it boils down to is until your basic needs are met, you're not going to be able to get to a higher level of success. Yeah. And, that's just the basic pieces of how a human being works. Yeah. If you cannot have the basic needs of food, shelter, medical care, clothing, you can't get further, because every little piece of it is going to hold you back. Every time there's a little setback, it becomes a giant setback, because there's not a way to overcome some of those little setbacks. And as they compound, then people give up, and people don't want to continue, and people just don't want to try anymore. And as long as there's going to be people that will continue to help, my only hope is that we can just keep helping and keep helping them know that there is a better option down the road, and there are ways that we can help them meet their needs. It's just unfortunately going to take some time, and it's not always easy to access.
Yeah.
It makes it really hard.
Well, I'm glad someone hears it from someone else other than me.
For sure, I'm sure.
Yeah. Was there anything else you'd like to share?
I think a couple of things probably is just to really make sure that people understand that there is long-term hope in our community. We do have people around our community that want to help. We do have people that want to make sure that places like the Warming Center are successful, that places like Ray of Hope and Peggy's House and all the different, Samaritan House, everything within the community that is trying to work together to help support people is starting to give hope to some of the communities that are having their roughest time. I'm absolutely well aware of how challenging people feel that the situation is right now. I do think that there is a lot of things that are sounding heavier and heavier every day. But the best thing I can say is I really think that as we keep moving forward together as a community, there's hope that we'll be able to continue to make the changes to make things better.
And I think the key word you used is community. That's how we're going to come to solutions.
Hope so.
Is by community. Yeah.
That's the hope.
Well, thank you for the work that you do for NASW. All of that is so important. And thank you for being a social worker in our community. And
thank you for having me here.
You are not enabling people.
No, I'm not enabling people. I can 100% guarantee you that is not my role. So, but we just want to help people out. But thank you guys for everything that you do. It's been great.
Oh, thank you, Julie. Nice to meet you.
Nice
and
to
have
meet
a
you finally
conversation
too.
with
Yes,
you
finally.
And bless you in your work.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Excellent. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, absolutely. And it was more than anything, I liked meeting you. So
well, I appreciate that.
May our paths cross
Britta
again.
and I have talked a couple of different times trying to come down. I told her, like, you guys just need to call me because I do have a good broad knowledge. And so, like, I'm more than willing to come down and help. And, like, people, like, when they're doing, like, Medicaid applications. Stuff like that. I was a policy specialist for the state.
Oh, yeah. You know the paperwork.
I know the rules.
And yes. Oh, that would be great. We would love it.
So just tell her.
Well, Britta's the right person to get you hooked up. I know. Here. She won't let you get away.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and continue to heal. Oh.
2020, the city of Kalispell granted the Flathead Warming Center a conditional use permit. And that means the city recognized the warming center's right to use its property to provide a warm, safe place for the homeless on cold winter nights. But last month, the city took away that permit and took away the warming center's right to use its property to shelter the homeless. 2 years after granting the permit, the warming center asked the city for the right to add 10 beds to the bunk room. There was
Who are you talking to?
Sitting.
never used before and would never use against anyone else. The city took away the warming center's permit and therefore is preventing it from sheltering the homeless. And that means that the people that the warming center serves may have nowhere else to go during the coming winter nights. And when the temperature drops to 20 degrees below zero, to 30 degrees below zero, the city wants the warming center to keep its doors closed to neighbors who might have to sleep in the snow. The warming center has partnered with the Institute for Justice to file the federal lawsuit against the city of Kalispell. My colleague Jeff Rose will now talk more about that lawsuit and the warming center's claims.
The Warming Center and the Institute for Justice have teamed up in federal court to teach the city of Kalispell that in Montana, private property rights matter. What Kalispell did is truly unprecedented. The Warming Center never broke any laws. It never violated any condition of its permit. We have not been able to find another case anywhere in the United States in which a government has done to a private property owner what the city of Kalispell has done to the Warming Center here. Not only that, Kalispell law has no procedure for revoking a conditional use permit. The city made them up, and that's a problem. The U.S. Supreme Court has been clear that when the government singles you out to destroy your right, it has to do so in a process that looks like a court of law. That means a neutral judge, real evidence, sworn testimony, not a political circus in city council chambers. The U.S. Supreme Court has also been clear that the government can't treat you differently than other private property owners, especially not based on stereotypes about people who are politically unpopular, like the homeless. The city of Kalispell would never dream of destroying the private property rights of any other owner in this city who hasn't violated the law and who hasn't done anything wrong. It was unconstitutional to single out the Warming Center this way. The last constitutional problem. The government can't do things that are actually irrational. If the city of Kalispell is worried about homeless people sleeping in public and doesn't like that, it is irrational to destroy the right of the Warming Center to shelter the homeless on its private property. The Institute for Justice and the Warming Center are prepared to fight all the way to the United States Supreme Court to defend its private property rights and the rights of Americans across the country to do what Americans have done throughout history, use their land non-commercially, charitably, to shelter those in desperate peril. We're happy to take your questions.
Are there any similar cases like this that you've won in the past?
We have. Right before Christmas in 2021, we won an important federal constitutional case in North Carolina, in which the city of North Wilkesboro refused to give a conditional use permit to a homeless shelter. And in that case, the judge said, homeless individuals face many challenges. Attaining equal protection of the law shouldn't be one of them.
Have you filed other lawsuits in Montana about homelessness?
The question is whether we filed additional lawsuits or other lawsuits in Montana against homelessness issues.
Yeah.
Yep. We haven't filed other cases in Montana, but the ability of people to shelter the homeless on their private property is an important national issue, and this case is likely to become a test case across the country for the rights of private property owners to use their land to protect the homeless.
Is this going to affect the city of Kalispell economically?
Closing the Warming Center is going to have drastic economic effects on the city of Kalispell because the public cost of homelessness in police calls, visits to the hospital, ambulance, people with mental illness not being able to get their medication or to take care of themselves is drastically going to increase public cost. The city is also going to be responsible for the financial harm it has caused the Warming Center by destroying its property rights and forcing us to go to court and fight to get them back. This was a terrible idea, and the city of Kalispell is going to have to explain itself in federal court under the U.S. Constitution.
Is it only the city of Kalispell?
Listen, if you've been Googling side hustle or escape the 9-to-5 lately, this video found you for a reason. My name is Alex Conner. I'm the founder of Business Lending Blueprint. I had the privilege of helping over 4,000 people start their own lending businesses. And my work has been featured in Forbes, Reuters.
Oh, we're going to do a lantern now. You can set the lantern beside you if you want to. Do we want to wait for this video? How much longer? Oh, we're on. Oh my gosh, you wore the hat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The only way to go. Welcome to the bench.
Hey, thanks. I've been excited for this. You're still awake right now.
I am still awake, and I will be for a long time. Yep. I need to hand you the microphone. Right? Okay.
All right, you can.
We were celebrating the hat. We should do that again.
Okay, we definitely should do that again.
Good job with the hat. Ray Young, thank you for joining me on the bench.
I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I want you to introduce yourself. I want to tell what you're doing now. I want you to tell your story. I want you to tell your why you, spoiler alert, you work at the warming center.
Yes.
And so why you work at the warming center. So there's just so much to talk about, and I look forward to having that conversation with you.
Right on, yeah. No, I'm glad to be here, and I'm excited to be here tomorrow night when we open up. My name is Ray Young, and I was born and raised here in the Flathead Valley. I am the program manager here at the Warming Center. Graduated high school, went to college, got a degree in criminal justice, and I ended up going to work for the Flathead County Sheriff's Department as a deputy sheriff, where I did that from 2001 to 2013. Went through some kind of personal tragedies with the death in the family and some other things, and I had hurt my back and was on some pain pills, and that turned into what a lot of people on pain pills turn into. And when those things happened that were kind of tragic, I started taking more than I was supposed to, and found it was kind of helping me, kind of get through the day mentally. And that really blew up into a pretty major addiction. I left the Sheriff's Department in 2013. And about a year later, I started getting in some trouble. And, one drug led to the next drug, which led to the next drug, which, I went through a treatment in 2015. And then I went through some other treatments through the Department of Corrections. So I got to see both sides of things. And I can tell you the Sheriff's Department side was a much better side to be on. And it took a lot of tripping and falling and having to get back up again. I think I went through a total of 5 treatments. And that last one, I realized, I've got to do this for myself. I have an amazing wife, Tara, and 4 kids, Taylor, Tana, Michael, and Victoria. In fact, one of them works here, Taylor, for morning shifts. And honestly, without my wife's support, she was amazing through this whole thing. She really held down our family and worked and did all the things that 2 parents are supposed to do, and she did it by herself, which really inspired me too, also to get better. And, I got out of that last treatment center, and I'd been home a couple months, and I'd heard about the warming center, kind of what they did, working with homeless. And I think one thing I was really missing in my life when I left the Sheriff's Department was that sense of purpose. I had several different jobs, and they were good jobs, decent jobs. And my addiction would ultimately, lead me to not working in those places anymore. But part of that was I just never felt that purpose, like I was really doing something that mattered. So I came into the warming center here and on a weekend and talked to one of the people working. They told me a little bit about the place, and I said, I was thinking I'd kind of like to work here or volunteer or something. And they said, well, you need to go talk to the director, Tonya. So I think I came in and saw you on like a Monday, told you about myself and, that I kind of wanted to work here. And you ended up calling me back and telling me to fill out a resume and stuff, and had one 12.5-hour night shift that was open.
Woohoo!
And yeah, I just wanted to get my foot in the door here, and so I took that, and that worked out well. And then, through staffing changes and attrition, another shift opened up, which I took, and then you guys ended up creating a 3rd shift for me, which put me at the full-time hours for here, and I absolutely loved it. Working with the guests and the homeless population was really changed me in my heart. I've been in recovery now for, it'll be 4 years coming up in April. So just over 3.5, and it hasn't been easy. There's slips and falls, and you just have to get back up and keep going. And working here, I really attribute to helping save my life. I found that purpose that I was missing 100%. And knowing the whole time when I started here that honestly it wasn't for my wife, I wouldn't be working here right now. I'd probably be living here. And that's kind of a humbling thing to think about. And it made me really look at the stories of our guests and knowing some of them have been through addiction and are at the places that I would have been had I have not had that support at home. But there's a lot of other guests that have, maybe it's a mental illness or people have just fallen on hard times in life. You know, we have guests that are elderly and maybe lost a spouse and ended up losing their housing, and there's just not the housing out there that they could afford, and they're here, and it's heartbreaking. But being able to do my part and help them and greet them when we come in here and watch them go through our roadmap process, you know, with Sean and Britta, and watching them take those steps, because, you know, ultimately Sean and Britta can help them with the process of what they need to do to find housing. But when it comes right down to it, they're the ones that have to put in the work and take those steps to get it. And seeing them do that, and what was it last year, 26 guests, I think, that got into some sort of transitional or permanent housing, and then several guests into treatment. That's why I work here, because I get to see those success stories and celebrate them with them, but I also get to be with the ones that haven't had that success yet and kind of step into that pain with them and help them through it and share my story and hear their stories, because I think a lot of them don't ever get to be heard by anybody. You know, they're judged in the community by a lot of people, not everybody, and they're just kind of beat down. And being able to watch them come in at night where they've had a whole day out there and probably haven't been treated so great and have been told pretty much everywhere they stop and stand that you can't be here, for them to walk in and we be able to see them and say, hey, how are you doing, and call them by their name and kind of see that smile come up, that they're someplace where they know they're wanted and they're welcome, and they get to be warm and they get to be safe and have a meal. That's rewarding. I love it.
I love it too.
Yes.
And when you said that you found purpose here, I can't help but to think that how hard it must be when we've been through what we went through with, you know, with the city challenges and with getting shut down and all of that, and hearing all the misconceptions and, quite frankly, the lies that are out there about the warming center. That's got to be really hard to hear when this is your place that you find purpose because you know it to be so much different.
Absolutely, boy. When that came out of left field, kind of, especially for me at the time, I was actually still working night shifts before I was offered the program manager position, and it was right there at the end of the season, and you put out the thing there was going to be a workshop, and I didn't really understand what was going on. And then as things progressed and there was city council meetings, and I started going to those and wanting to be a part of that. And then when I realized that, hey, there's a good chance here that we're going to get our license taken or our permit taken, and was hearing some of the complaints and stuff, and I'm like, they can't be talking about us. You know, obviously there's neighbors with some valid concerns, and I think that's going to happen anywhere, but there was a lot of things that really just don't happen. You know, we're not passing out drugs here. We don't allow drug use here. We don't hand out needles, is what I've heard. It's not a free-for-all in here. And the misconception that all homeless people are lazy or drug addicts and stuff, it's not true. And I get to see that, so I love telling people that when I hear that, you know, out in the neighborhood and the community of, well, you guys are this and that, and your guests are this or that, and I know that not to be true, and I can actually tell them that and say, you know, our statistics show that, over 90% of the people that are here are either from here, have been here for a significant amount of time, and have a reason to be here. And, you know, do we ever get people from out of state that come here and either they're passing through and get stuck, or they come here for whatever reason, and the first thing we do is find out where they need to get to, where they're from, where they can find that support, and knowing that we will help them buy a ticket. We're not just going to throw them on another community, but we're going to find out where they can get their resources and get the help they need, and we help them to leave here. I mean, nobody wants to come here and be homeless in the wintertime. You know, we close our doors at 10 in the morning, and they don't get to come back till 5:30 at night. And when it's, you know, 8 degrees out, Nobody wants to come here for our luxurious, suites,
Bunk
a bunk
room.
room with 50 people in it and snoring and all kinds of other things. It's just not true, and it kind of baffles me that people really think that. And I urge those people to come in some night when we're here working, or come in during the day, when Sean, the other manager, and I are here, and ask us questions. We're going to tell anybody the truth. We're transparent and give them a tour and kind of show them what it's like. I think they'll quickly see that this is not the Hilton.
Yeah.
But you know what? To our guests, it is the Hilton. It keeps them warm and safe, and I don't mean with the luxuries and things like that, but they know they get to sleep and they're not going to be messed with and they're not going to die.
Yeah, yeah. So if someone were to come in and want to have those hard conversations with you, or with Sean, or with any of the staff, what are they going to experience when they walk through the door?
Well, I think I can speak honestly for all of us in that point, especially myself. They're going to be treated very well. I'm going to be, first of all, happy that they took the time to come in. They're not just buying into the misconceptions. They want to come in and talk to us and find out the truth. So they're going to be very welcomed here. They're going to be treated respectfully and friendly. That's just my personality, and from the people working here, most people don't work here if they don't have that personality where they're kind.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP.
I know personally, I would love to work myself out of a job and know that there was no more homelessness here. That means
Also,
there's a bunch of
per
people
technician instead of
that
per
are no
device
longer
pricing,
fighting for
that saves us
survival.
50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company hero. Mines show
And even those who are
Real heroes wear
naysayers that don't agree with what we're doing,
And you
we have
maybe
common
you're not
ground
buying
that we
this,
all
and that's
want
fine,
to see people
because
off.
you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link and try the thing. It's glorious. Atera, it's what IT ought to be.
Around the corner from the house he built when I was one that my mom
Except
still
cookies.
So I care about this community deeply. Being a deputy sheriff here, I cared about this community.
Cookies accepted.
The crime down as low as possible. And good people here. So I think we do that.
I can turn anyone into a beach bum.
Respect everybody's right to feel how they feel about something.
I bring families together for a
Recognize
living.
there's impacts to homelessness throughout our community.
I make memories for people I don't know yet.
For
24 hours,
I know this view is too good not to be shared. I am a verbal host.
Conversations with local officials, residents, and law enforcement about working together to tackle homelessness.
Having even the hard conversations are very important.
There's some people in
We
this
need to come
world,
together as a community to find the solutions that are right for everyone in our community, and that's only going to happen when we recognize that there's impacts to homelessness throughout our community, and we can only make things better when we all work together.
For 24 hours, Flathead Warming Center Executive Director Tonya Horn will be sitting on a bench outside the center. Her goal is to have conversations with local officials, residents, and law enforcement about working together to tackle homelessness.
Having even the hard conversations are very important. And we improve every single community to find the solutions that are right for everyone in our community, and that's only going to happen when we have those conversations.
75 shelters across the country are taking part in the 24-hour conversations on a bench.
Because it's important. Homelessness is not just here in the Flathead, but it's throughout the whole country. And again, we can have very compassionate conversations that make things better for everyone, all of our community members.
Friday, October 10th is World Homeless Day, and also the first day for the new winter season here at the Flathead Warming Center.
For our 7th winter season, and we're relieved to be able to do that. We're very proud of our community support so that we can do that.
In March, the city of Kalispell approved a settlement agreement with the Flathead Warming Center to reinstate their conditional use permit, allowing the center to remain open. This came after the Kalispell City Council revoked the Flathead Warming Center's conditional use permit in September of 2024. Horn expects all 50 beds at the warming center to be full on opening night.
We fill up our beds because it is such a need in our community.
Horn says anyone is welcome to stop by the warming center bench through 1 p.m. on Friday to have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation. You're welcome. This is a safe space for us to come up with solutions together.
In Kalispell, Sean Wells, MTA News.
I see video of a guy going back to his shower and
I worked my whole life, and this is what it comes down to? Some greedy person wanting his big chunk out of what little bit I had?
How much longer can you afford to live in your home?
1 month. I don't know what I'm going to do.
It is our community.
Hope that I don't wake up tomorrow. That's crossed my mind.
We don't care only when it's one of our guests. We care because this is
One of the most important forms of affordable housing is under threat. They're called manufactured housing communities.
Talk a little bit about
You might know them as mobile home parks or trailer parks, and they often get a bad rap. But 22 million Americans call them home for a reason.
We're pretty much the last oasis of affordable housing in this country.
These parks are at the foundation of America's housing market, often the last line of defense against homelessness. But over the last decade, these communities have become the target of a new kind of landlord: private equity.
Private equity firms are increasingly getting involved.
Some of the biggest investors in America have moved into this industry.
People living at a local mobile home park outraged over the sharp increase in lot rent.
Rents were raised by nearly 60%.
Their rent could
5 minutes before we open our door, and we give them a vest and some garbage bags and some trash picker-uppers, so to speak, and we pick different places around this immediate neighborhood, and we walk around and we pick up the garbage. And if we see things that shouldn't be going on, we say some. If it's somebody that's homeless, or maybe one of our guests that's kind of where they're not supposed to be on someone's property, we're going to tell them to move along, but we're also going to be welcoming to them, like, hey, we're opening up, why don't you start heading to us and get taken care of. The coolest thing about that is none of these guests get anything for doing this. I don't give them $20 or get in line. They're still going to get a bed for that night. But it shows that they care about the community. They care about picking up trash.
And they want to be a part of the community.
They do, and it has been awesome. We have so many cars drive by and honk and wave at us, and I think the neighbors are seeing that, the community's seeing that, hey, these are people that want to give back. They're not the lazy drug addict, transient, or vagabonds, or whatever they're called. They're members of this community. They're members that may be down on their luck and don't have a house, but they're still part of this community, and they want to be productive parts of this community.
Tell me a little bit about behavior expectations inside the warming center. There's that misconception that we're a free-for-all and that we enable people and they can just behave the way that they want to behave.
Yeah, that's not true. We have our occupancy agreement, and the first thing when someone comes in here, in fact, tomorrow night when we open, even the guests that have stayed here in the past every season, they fill out the paperwork and they go through the occupancy agreement, which is our guidelines and rules for staying here, because it is a guest behavior and ability to care for themselves that determines whether they can stay here. And I'm going to kind of stick to the behavior stuff right now. It is our rules, and our first rule is we will be a good neighbor. They can't be on neighbors' property. They can't be out causing destruction and stuff, or we don't want them here. Everybody has a right to shelter, but being sheltered here is a privilege of sorts. Not everybody can stay here. We want the people that can be respectful and follow the rules. So they go through these expectations. There can't be alcohol, there can't be drugs, there can't be paraphernalia. There's not going to be fighting. We have several rules, because if we didn't, this is not a very big building. And when you have 48 or 50 guests in here and, 2 to 6 staff members, it's elbow to elbow. So if it was a free-for-all, I certainly wouldn't want to work here, because it would be
either.
We
wouldn't be doing
much.
this.
And it's given them that structure. And, in order for them to continue staying here, after every 7 stays they have to meet with Sean or Britta for the roadmap program, which is helping them take the steps to get out of the situation they're in into a better situation. So we do have expectations and rules here and a lot of guidelines. And most people follow them. You know, we do have people that don't. And, you know, we have it's called our NRS system, our non-return status, where depending on the rule violation, if it's violent or anything like that, they're out, and most likely they're out for lifetime. But, you know, for minor rule infractions even, once they're asked to leave, they're gone for 7 days. The next time, if it's the same person on a minor thing, they're out for 14. And the third time, if they're not learning, you know, and they want to continue breaking our rules, and they're out for the rest of the season. And I don't want to kick somebody out and have them be outside all winter season, but we can't just think about that one guest. We have to think about the other 48, 49 that are in here, and being in a safe, good environment where they do have a chance to help themselves get out of homelessness. So it's not even close to a free-for-all. Another reason I would love people to come in or even sign up as a volunteer if they don't want to come in and observe. And I think they'll be amazed at how well this place runs, not only because of the staff, but because of the guests we have that are following the rules.
Very true, very true. So you've stepped into a role of being a law enforcement liaison. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's been really cool. Obviously, I have 13 years of law enforcement experience, and, you know, I still have ties there, although all these, you know, officers I'm seeing now are really young, and I'm not anymore. So I don't recognize a lot of them, but we deal with the same people. Law enforcement gets a lot of calls on our homeless population, especially the ones with mental illness that are maybe having a crisis out on the streets. So once a week, Captain Fetfight from the Kalispell Police Department, he and I'll email, and then we talk on the phone. In fact, he came in yesterday as part of our staff training to make sure we're all on the same page of what they're wanting, how we can help them, and how they can help us. And we talk about issues that are going on in the community. If there is, you know, an issue where somebody says leaving their trash and their belongings all over in a public place that's an eyesore, you know, maybe places where kids are, we want to know about that. If it's one of our guests, we want to know about that so we can hold them accountable on our end. So like I said, once again, not everybody gets to stay here. You know, they have to be respectful in our community, and that's what we want. But, and it's other ways, you know, how they can help us. And I think it was great yesterday when he came in, and it shows that they're engaged with us. They want that collaboration, that relationship to go further, because I don't think it's always been that way. I think even a lot of law enforcement had some misconceptions, and I think they see that we're working to improve this place in ways that we can, and also to build all those collaborations, whether it be with law enforcement, the medical services, things like that here, mental health services. We're all on one team. Mm-hmm. You know, we're all dealing with the same people. So the more we can work together and collaborate, the better chance of success, not only for our community, but for our guests.
Very true, very true. Okay, dream with me for a little bit. Tell me, what is the one thing that we would like to see changing in our community?
There's quite a few things. I think the first thing I would really like to see change in our community is the services that are available. We've kind of become the last stop for people, you know, the ones that need mental health services and maybe some in-house mental health stuff where they have places they can be and get the treatment they need. We don't have that right now, so this is where they belong. This is where they come, and they don't always belong here. They may need more help than our staff is trained for. I would like to see that. I would like to see affordable housing. My wife and I both work full-time, and we just bought a house here a year ago, and it was a real hard discussion. Can we afford it? And, you know, my wife has a very good job. I love my job and have a very good job. And it's still really budgeting things out. And thankfully, she's way better with money than I am. But the affordable housing is a big thing. Boy, when COVID hit and everybody started moving here, for what we paid for our house that's not on nearly the size of property I would like, it's not even a half an acre or a quarter of an acre, I probably could have bought a house on the river 10 years ago, and a gorgeous one.
Yeah.
So you have the affordable housing, the services that we don't have here that I want to see here. I know there's a levy out for building a bigger jail, which That's great. I see the need for that, but I also see a need. I wish we'd start putting some money into the services that'll keep people from having to overcrowd our jail. And a lot of that is the mental health services.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see less homeless people here. When we start going in that direction, that means we are getting the services back. We are getting housing that's affordable for everybody. I also want to see the community's overall attitude, which I believe that we have probably a lot more support than we don't. But I want to see the community's view in general change of what homelessness is, so we can all work together to get those resources. Because we all know that legislators and things like that make the decision, but we're the ones that are responsible for who is in those positions. And we need to stand together and say, hey, it's time we want our money that we pay in taxes to go towards these things that we need, so we don't have to drive down the street and see people that don't have a place to go sleeping on a sidewalk.
Yeah, true. Those are some good dreams, right? Yeah.
You're going to be dreaming here later since you're up for 24
I
hours
know.
and I'm not. I brought her marshmallows on. I have a stick so we can make some marshmallows
that
later.
is so wonderful, making fun out of the
Well,
fire.
I brought it for her too.
Super great. Well, Ray, I love that when you say that you found purpose here, you have been such a blessing to what we do here and to many of the guests. I think it's important for people to see those that have changed their life around, and that brings hope. And I think that's what you do here. You bring hope, and that is really important.
This place gives me the hope to bring to other people, which is cool.
Isn't that amazing? As we're pouring out, we end up getting so much more than we give.
It's when you start helping others and you realize at the end, like, wow, I think that might be helping me more than I'm helping them. And our sole purpose here is I'm not here to help myself. It's just a benefit that I get from that, and that's by helping others. And I think I've said it before, you're probably going to have to drag me out of here with horses when I'm too old to walk in here and work. I love it. I'm more passionate about this than I believe I was with law enforcement, and that was my dream since I was a kid.
Wow.
Because I still get to help people, but I really get to help people in a different way. And I know I go home with a full heart. I was just telling my wife tonight, I'm like, I'm so excited for the season to start tomorrow. I'm excited for the new staff members we have.
Yeah,
and I'm excited to see our guests again. You know, I see some of them out in the community, you know, and I'll say hi and things like that, but I'm excited to get them back in here and get them taking those steps that they need to take. And hopefully watching a bunch more people get into housing and get the services they need this year. So, yeah, you'll have to drag me out here, Tonya, but probably not tonight because I'm going to go home and go to bed.
Okay. Better than I'm going to be able to go home and go to bed.
We're going to be busy tomorrow, so.
That's right. Tomorrow is the beginning of our 7th winter season. Tomorrow's World Homeless Day, and it is an honor to do what we do and to bring people into warmth and safety and saving lives and so much more, all the different things. Thank you for having a conversation on the bench so that, is there anything else you want to say?
Honestly, no. You're thanking me, and I want to thank you for taking that chance on me when you didn't know me and you knew some of the struggles I'd went through, and the fact that you welcomed me here. And I went from working one 12-and-a-half-hour night shift to, you know, being in a position with Sean of actually running the operations inside this center. You're a pretty amazing person. I love working for you, so thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the conversation.
Yes.
I know.
I'm going to leave them here for you, though.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, we'll make sure you get your stick back. It may be 3 in the morning before I get to do marshmallows.
I'm going to leave that here, but I'll grab it tomorrow when I come.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oops.
Really? How many we have in training? 11 or 12? So we're talking like 8 of our staff. Brand new, but I'll tell you what, I think we've got the best group of people. Cool. They're smart. I think their hearts, I think they're here for the right reasons. They're not just here for a paycheck.
That's good. Hi.
I'm ready whenever you are. Are we ready? We ready for the next conversation on the bench? Thank you. Yay! Come, sit. My friend Jeff, this isn't so bad, is it? Well, you have to hold a microphone though, so I'm going to turn it on, and you have to keep it fairly close. Well, we have the famous Jeff Hawkins.
Not famous.
And yeah. Here you are. You have been a volunteer for several years.
Since you opened.
Yes, that's right. And at the other church, at our very
the,
first church, Christ Church Episcopal.
Yeah.
You came to that volunteer orientation, and that kind of started the role of our relationship. And you keep coming back.
I do.
So first, introduce yourself. Tell us a little of your story, and I want to hear why you keep coming back.
My name is Jeff Hawkins. I was homeless, meth addict. I went and did treatment. I found Jesus. Jesus found me. And I wanted to reach out. He wanted me to reach out and spread the word. So when I first came to the warming center, I came to do a Bible study, and on the third time, nobody showed up. So I kind of gave up on that.
Some people would just totally give up in helping at all, but
so I gave up on the Bible study, but the Lord told me to serve.
Yeah.
And so
you better serve, or you're going to end up in the belly of a fish.
I decided to serve, and I've been serving ever since.
Yeah. What keeps you coming back?
The hope, just trying to show the people here that there is hope, that there's a way out. When I first came, I wanted to change everybody. I wanted everybody to have the same thing I did, but I've realized since then that that's not possible. It's not that it's not possible. It's just that it's not
not everyone's ready.
They're not ready.
Or they're not willing at that time.
Willing, ready, time of the year, whatever. So I've decided that I'm not going to change the world. I'm just going to serve and be there for them and help them. And
I love that philosophy. We were talking about that just earlier on Conversations on a Bench, in that our goal is just to love people so differently that then they want to know the source of that love.
Yeah, so, I wear Jesus t-shirts. I do all the time. I always have. So some of them will ask me.
Hold on just a second. Hey, guys, shh. Thank you. Sorry, I can't hear. Yeah, conversations going on all over the place. Okay, let's start again.
So anyway, some of them aren't ready for Jesus, or can't grasp what it is, but that's not on me anymore.
You are our guest here at
that,
the warming.
I want to show that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, but I can't make anybody do anything, right? And so I just try to be the light. I try to be hope for them, show them that there's a way out. There's one of my friends that I still talk with every week was here for 2 years. He was an alcoholic and a drug addict. I helped him quit drinking and drugging. He got his driver's license, got a new job, got a CDL, got custody of his 2 boys, has a full-time job. It's clean and sober, chasing Jesus. So I know that every now and then, some of them find a way, or Jesus shows them the way out. So,
yeah, and I think we just continue to be there, continue to do what we're called to do, and let God do the rest.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah. I can't either.
And I wanted, when I first came, I wanted to change. Like I said, I wanted to help everybody, but I realized I can't. It's just too much. But I can be the light.
Yeah.
You know, I can show them there's a way out, but
it's up to them, and it's up to God.
it's up to them. It's up to God. You know, I wish there was more civil. I wish there was more mental health than there is, because I think a lot of these people, if they had the help, they could find a way out. But that's beyond my control.
Yeah. And do you see a lot of mental illness when you're here? What do you see?
I don't see a lot. There's some, but I see it's a little bit of everything. I think there's people that choose this way, choose this lifestyle. I think there's people that don't know that there's a better way. I think there's people that have mental illness that if they had the right help, they could probably find their way out. But it's the whole gamut, the way I see it.
Yeah.
Now, what I've seen, there's people on street drugs, there's people on prescription drugs, there's people on alcohol, people that should be, people that aren't, people that are. You mix them all together, and it's kind of it's kind of a mixed bag sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
You're never really sure what you're gonna get from night to night.
Yeah.
You know, most of the time it's fairly benign, you know, but there's always, not always, there's a lot of drama sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's
there
to
can be when you get lots of people together that all have different challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We
to
just
be
had
expected.
staff training, and one of the jokes that we always say is sometimes it feels like a middle school sleepover.
That's about right too. That's about, because you never know, you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really. It's not going to affect me serving. You know, I'm still here to serve. I'm still here.
Serving is about who you are and what you're called to do. It doesn't matter what they're doing or whatever. It is what you're called to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
So Jesus said, you know, love God first and then love your brother second. So I don't see any. It's pretty easy for me. I mean, I'm here to serve. I'm here to love them. You know, I don't know most of them, but I'm still here for them.
Well, and just being here, and for those that can know a little of your story, to know that there is hope.
There is hope. There's a way out.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes it looks different for each person, right? I mean, sometimes it's just a matter of getting the right medication. Sometimes it's a matter of getting a place to live. Sometimes it's not. You know, so I don't know. It's one of those things that, like I said, I don't have the answer, right? I don't. But that's beside the point, right? I'm here to serve. I'm here to love them. I'm here to show Jesus and Jeff. You know, they know me as the cheeseburger man.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I bring cheeseburgers.
You bring cheeseburgers. Thank you,
So-
McDonald's.
Yeah, thank you, McDonald's.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So anyway,
What is the one thing you would want to change within our community?
mental health,
Okay.
without any doubt. I think if they had more access to mental health, it would be more. It would be less confrontational and less. I don't know. I think if mental health was more important, was more of a focus, that it would change more lives.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, I mean, I know there's guys that I've talked to year after year, and they're the same, and there's one guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but when he's on his medication, you could carry on a conversation with him. Then he thinks he's he thinks he's cured, and he quits taking his medication, and then next thing you know, he's talking to the wall again.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it's if we could try to relate in some ways, when we have an illness and we're taking antibiotics, okay? When you start to feel better, how many times have we've been told to do
Right.
the whole pack of
Right.
antibiotics, and then we don't do it ourselves, It's kind of similar in some ways.
Yeah,
to that.
sure it is. I'm sure.
When you start to feel better, you start to think, I don't need this, and I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, I'm sure it's part of the mental health world, right?
Yeah.
I think if they had caseworkers and or community doctors or something that would come in and say, here's your meds, take it first thing in the morning, and make sure that they do, right? It would change their lives. But I don't see that, and I'm sure it's a bureaucratic money making, or it's a money thing, right?
Yeah.
And I understand that, but at the same time, the solution, one part of the solution to homelessness is mental health, right? And I mean,
we need to put some resources into that for sure.
That's what I believe.
Because we're paying big time. We are.
Yeah.
But why don't we put that preemptively into helping people?
It seems, I mean, people complain about the homeless situation. I think a lot of it could be cured if they would just help, if they would reach out, right? And make a, here's your meds for the day, take them, right?
Mm-hmm. Support.
Yeah.
Yeah, support.
So.
Yeah. Well, if someone were to ask you, what's it like to be a volunteer? We have lots of volunteers inside the warming center. What kind of things do you end up doing?
It's pretty easy for what I do. I do the night shifts. Basically, open lockers, get the food ready for the evening, serve the food, make sure that the volunteers that are under my shift know what they're doing, know how to handle it. Things are running smoothly. Everybody has plates, glasses, utensils as needed, crock pots warmed up when the food's there. And then after the food, it's always nice to go out and talk to them, and if you can carry on a conversation if they're willing to, it's nice just to show them that they're loved and that they're human, and it's just
sometimes it's the first conversation that a person has had the whole day, really.
Yeah.
They get moved along or whatever, and then they come here and someone greets them by name and has that conversation with them. And another value that I see in volunteers is it's not just serving a meal. The meal is such a big part of community. And that's what I think people miss in homelessness. They don't just lose a home, they lose community.
Sure.
And we try really hard to build a community inside the warming center. And our volunteers are a big part of that.
Yeah, there's guys and girls that I know by name, and they know me. Mm-hmm. They may not always know my name. They know me by Cheeseburger Man. but they, it's nice when you break down that wall, when you can actually have a conversation and they're happy to see you, or they smile, or cheeseburger, whatever it is. I if that's all I get, that's fine.
Yeah.
It breaks down the wall.
Yeah, and it builds community.
It does.
It really does.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about? Anything else? What's on your mind about the warming center, or about what we do, or about homelessness, or the stigma, or about recovery, or hope?
There's I go back to Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm a Jesus freak. I was homeless. I was a meth addict, drinking every single day, smoking pot, and he took that, and he gave me a new life, and he gave me a new purpose. Excuse me. So I'm all about Jesus and serving. So that's where I come from.
And that is the most important thing with hope.
It is,
Our hope is in the Lord.
A lot of them grew up in, I don't want to say, they grew up without Jesus, let's just say.
Yeah.
And some of them are just dead set against it.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Yeah.
There's nothing Jesus can't change.
Yeah.
You know, and there's one girl that I said, Jesus loves you, and she screamed at me, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I can't change your mind.
Yeah.
But, I still show up. I still wear my Jesus t-shirts, and I still serve cheeseburgers, even if you don't think he loves you. I know he does, but anyway.
Well, in an earlier conversation on the bench tonight, we were talking about how we all have this void in our life. And I've seen it time and time again. You almost see a line of people out here waiting to get in there, and you can just see a void and a void and a void and a void. And what I think people don't understand is that the only thing that's going to fill that void is Christ, is Jesus. And we're trying to fill it with all different things. Every one of us is trying to fill it with all different things. And I think that's a big part of, folks falling into addiction or.
It's a demonic world, and demons are everywhere. And they're waiting for you. And if you open that door, they come right in and they live there. Right? And they live there and they will take over your life. They did mine. And until I turned to Jesus and asked for help and surrendered to him, my wife, this is before I went to treatment, she looked me in the eye one morning in the kitchen and she said, I want to speak to my husband. And I kind of went, what? Well, I didn't realize it, but meth had taken over who I was.
Oh.
And the demon that it was who I was.
Yeah.
And she saw it. She didn't know what I was doing. She didn't know I was doing meth. She just saw that something wasn't right. And I didn't realize it when she said that. But shortly thereafter, I realized that meth had taken over who I was.
Wow.
And I say that now, looking back, that alcohol, drugs, porn, whatever it is, they're a demon. It's a demon. And without Jesus, I personally couldn't see a way out. So anyway.
No, that's all important. And the fact that you show up and that you volunteer and you keep showing up is what we need. That's what we need. We need people to show up in these people's lives. And that's what you do as a volunteer. And I hope others will be motivated to come volunteer too and just show up for people.
I hope so.
And shine a light that's so different that people just want to know the source of that.
Like I said, there's some of them have asked. Some of them have listened. Some of them haven't and won't. But that's not the point.
Yeah.
I'm here to serve, so.
Yeah. I love that. And your service is greatly appreciated. Yeah. Thank you for having a conversation on the bench with me. And even coming late. We have a few more even later than you, but
that's good.
It's
past my bedtime.
Yes, past mine too. This goes 24 hours.
Yeah, you're out here all night?
Yep, till 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Wow.
So if you're driving by or whatever, I'll be
here.
Thanks
for doing what you do.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No,
I appreciate you.
We couldn't do it without you.
Yep, I appreciate you. And
Yeah.
thank you for sticking with us all these years.
Not a problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Take care. Have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right.
Good enough?
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah. Come over. Let's see. I think we should be showing a video in just a little bit.
I'm going to break for the videos because it messes up the audio feed.
You are our guest here at the Warming Center, and I want to say welcome. My name is Tonya, and I'm the director here at the Flathead Warming Center. You have just signed an occupancy agreement that's very important, and that's why we have this video, so that you can clearly understand the expectations to be able to stay here. We care about you and we want to help you, but it is your behavior that determines if you can stay or not. And that's what the occupancy agreement is all about. I started the Warming Center to be helpful to you. Our community pays for everything here at the Warming Center to be helpful to you. We need you to be helpful as well. And that's what the occupancy agreement is for you to understand all the ways that you can be helpful so that you can protect your stay with us. We expect you to be helpful. If you cause problems here or in the neighborhood or even in the community, you can lose your bed, which means you can't stay here at the Warming Center if you don't follow our occupancy agreement. If you are disruptive, if you are destructive, or disrespectful, not just here on the Warming Center property, but to our neighbors as well, you will lose our services. We fought very hard to keep the Warming Center open because there's some bad actors out there. If you are one of the bad actors, you cannot stay here. We take it very seriously. We ask that you do not loiter around the Warming Center or around the neighborhood. You cannot come early. You cannot stay late. This is very important for us to be able to keep our services open for everyone. If you come early, you lose your bed. It's that serious. So it's important that you pay attention to the time so that you can be here on time. If you are disruptive to any of our neighbors, that means the businesses or the homes around the Warming Center, you can't stay here. That's so important because remember, we fought to keep this place open, and we need you to be a part of the solution of what we're trying to do here. That's your job. Meet us at the table so that we can help you. Right now, we're going to go through the different parts of the occupancy agreement. Hope you'll really pay attention because we want you here.
All right, so
Resident of Kalispell, a couple generations, not that that makes me any more qualified to speak. I have spent the last 20 years dealing with folks charged with crimes in this area. I'm the managing attorney for the Public Defender Office. And every morning we go to the jail and we talk to people that have been arrested, usually the night before. There's one thing that I want to talk about that really hasn't been directly addressed, and I think it's one of the probably intervening, superseding causes of what you guys are facing. I've heard a lot of people come up to this podium and talk about extreme behavior, and it's not okay. I mean, what people are talking about is serious, and I appreciate you guys listening. I should also mention I'm on the board of the Warming Center. I'm on the board of the Warming Center because I want to be part of the solution to this extremely difficult problem, and we all need to be part of the solution of this extremely difficult problem. And so thank you for listening, and we look forward to working with you again. But I want to say this. Mental illness is such a huge contributing factor to what we're talking about tonight. And I'll give you a brief history lesson. I'm one of the last guys to speak. No, I'm not. Good. And so it's not going to be a long history lesson. It's going to be very brief. When I started doing this work back in probably 2004, before the Public Defender Office was created as a statewide agency, we had more robust services, behavioral health services, by far than we do today. I used to be able to get people out of jail and into services easily. Now it's almost impossible for me to do that. In 2017, we lost case management services throughout this state, and we were hit particularly hard in this community. What that meant is people that are mentally ill don't get help going to their appointments. They go off of their medication. They decompensate in the community, and they end up in the jail. We have a record number of mentally ill people in the jail. Talk to anybody at the detention center. I'm sure you guys know this. It's extremely frustrating for KPD and law enforcement of all kinds. My heart goes out to those guys. They do really good work, and I appreciate what they do. But here's the deal. 10 years ago, we had 142 petitions to file, right? We all know that we don't have behavioral health services now like we did before. But 10 years ago, in 2014, 142 involuntary commitment petitions were filed. That's what happens when you have people decompensating in the community, creating a huge disruption in the community, being naked, doing things, spitting, doing things that are really dramatic and difficult to deal with. So that were 142 petitions, 142 people that were swept off the street, diverted either to the state hospital or within the community where they could get services. That was back in 2014, right? That was before the explosion in growth that we've experienced. That was before the dissipation of services. But we still have that emergency sort of release valve at the state hospital, right? And so with everything that's happened, you go 10 years later now, what would you expect that number to be? Because we can't help them in the community like we once could. You'd expect that number to be like 250 or 300, right? It probably should be. Do you know what that number is this year? In the first 5 months, going back to November, how many involuntary commitment petitions that have been filed? 0. Exactly 0. So what does that mean? We have people decompensating all around us because they're not getting the mental health services that they desperately need. And that's what people are seeing in this community. And I will tell you that the Warming Center has to deal with that too. And it's profoundly sad because I have seen people throughout the course of my career rebound from being in that position, take medications, come back to the community, have a case manager, and be productive citizens. But if you know somebody that has a severe mental illness like bipolar, schizophrenia, they don't have insight into their condition. And if they don't have help, they're going to go right back to where they were before. So we can send them to the state hospital. But right now, it's almost impossible to get people to the state hospital. So I want you to consider that. We've got clients that have over 30, count them 30, trespass charges, disorderly conduct charges. They're the same individuals that are appearing again and again. And I promise you, there are multiple calls for every single one of them. Your data is skewed. And I would tell you that it is skewed because of mentally ill people we have in this community, some of whom aren't allowed into the Warming Center because of behavioral issues. And so if you're thinking that's the problem of the Warming Center, I promise you it's not. But please, let's work together. And together we really can. Maybe not solve this problem, but we can make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Watch what eggs do to your brain. Take a look at these 2 brain scans. They both look young, strong, and healthy, but only one of them.
4:30 in the morning. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you could potentially go from 1:30 to 4 in a resting state.
Yeah. That was the end of Nick. Should we call? Okay. We ready to call him? Okay, we're good. We're going to call Nick Emisager. Let's see. Call. Speakerphone.
Hello, Miss Tonya.
Hello. You are on speakerphone on a conversation on a bench.
Well, and it is my pleasure to be on speakerphone on a conversation on the bench. How are you holding up?
I'm doing all right. Let's make sure all this is working. I've got you on speakerphone with a microphone to you and my microphone on. Let's see if our people are telling us that we're coming through. Oh, good. We're coming through. So you're here. And you had to be out of town. So I really appreciate you continuing to meet us with the conversation on the bench. So we just showed the video from City Council.
Oh, wonderful.
Where you spoke about the need for that crisis stabilization and what's happening in our community and why we're seeing some of the behaviors that we're seeing on the street. Why don't you first introduce yourself and what you do for the Warming Center, and then let's talk a little bit about that if you're open to that conversation.
Sure. No, happy to do it. So my name is Nick Emaseker. I'm the managing attorney for the Public Defender Office there in Kalispell. And I've been there for going on 20 years now, mostly in a management capacity while I've been there, but I've also had a caseload the vast majority of the time that I've been there. So I handle cases at the Public Defender Office, and so we handle misdemeanors and felonies, and we handle somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think 4,000 to 5,000 cases a year. I don't know where we're tracking right now, but somewhere in that neighborhood. So we handle a lot of cases and see a lot of folks that have that are also guests at the Warming Center at various times, especially given the fact that we handle all the misdemeanors. And there's a lot of folks that are homeless that have been charged in the past with trespassing and disorderly conduct and things of that nature, fairly lower level stuff. But especially with the trespassing, folks that need to get moved along often pick up those kinds of charges. And so there's quite a bit of overlap there with the guests that we have at the Warming Center and clients that we've seen over the years at the Public Defender's Office. Of course, not everybody, obviously, but especially those people that have mental illness, that are plagued with untreated or not completely treated mental health conditions. We have quite a few people like that. I was born and raised in Kalispell, so I've been there my entire life. And I have a real heart for helping people that have a hard time helping themselves. And I think we do that at the Warming Center. So it was kind of a natural fit for me to gravitate towards the Warming Center. And I became a board member here a couple of years ago now, and have been serving in that capacity and enjoy it very much. And very, very much appreciate the work that you do, Tonya, and your wonderful team there at the Warming Center. And really just appreciate everything that you guys do for the most needy in our community. So thank you for that. And thank you for taking this opportunity to sit on the bench and talk to folks. Now, my question for you, it's been about 9 hours. How are you holding up?
I am getting a little tired, but not tired of conversation. We've had some great people on the bench and really sharing some good insight and some success stories and staff talking about success stories. We're really excited. This is a great way to roll into World Homeless Day, and it's a great way to roll into our 7th winter season. Can you believe that? Tomorrow night, we open up for our 7th winter season.
That is fantastic. Time flies.
Yeah. This week especially, we've had staff training. And so we have a new group of staff, some returners, but mostly new staff. And it was a really great training. I'm very excited about this season, and they're excited about this season. And one thing that we're all excited about is that we just keep focusing on getting better. We're never there, never there, but we have the will and the desire to keep getting better. And I think that that's why we have our community support, because they see that we're part of the solution and we're willing to work harder for it.
Well, yes, and amen to that. It truly is amazing how much community support that we've had. We've been very, very blessed in that regard. And so I'm thrilled that we continue to have people come and help us out in very large numbers. And so a big hearty thanks to our community. They've been wonderful, huge supporters. And so I know I appreciate that. I know you do as well. So
absolutely. Couldn't do it without community.
No, that's fantastic. So that you mentioned that you played that video.
Yes.
back when we were facing the shutdown there, which, gosh, what was that?
It's been a year.
About a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
No, a year.
We were not open. We couldn't open last year at this time of year because we were shut down. So
right. But I think that meeting took place, was it May? I think when they were. So. Mm-hmm. We had that particular hearing. So it's been a while. But so one of the things I talked about, I think in that during that talk, was my experience as a public defender and what mental health services have looked like. And I think what I was trying to do is impress upon the council that some of the complaints that they were getting and some of the things that we were seeing in the community, and we still see in the community, have a lot to do with the breakdown in mental health services in our community. And, it's not unique to us. And you know this, Tonya, you were involved in behavioral health services, for years at Western Montana Mental Health. And so you understand kind of what it looked like, the then and now. And so what I was trying to do is paint a picture of how, we're in this really kind of perfect storm where conditions have worsened for people that are homeless in this area just because affordable housing is out of sight. It's just more and more expensive to live in our community, and it's getting harder and harder, for people to afford to live in our community. And so it's easier to be homeless in Flathead than it was certainly 10 years ago. And yet during that period of time, some of these safety net services that we've had in our community have just dried up. And so you've got this combination where you've got an acute need, a need that's more acute now than it, I think, ever has been in our community. And at the same time, when you look back 10, 15 years, we had way more services. And so at a time when you need the services the most, they're simply not there. And I think I kind of went through just sort of an example of some of the things that have closed down. But we used to have, comparatively speaking, a robust mental health network here where people that were in crisis had a place to go. And so you could go to and people could stay in our community, and that was the beauty of it. I talked about, 10, 15 years ago, we had, functioning services that we could get people out of jail and get them to connect to the services. And so if somebody was having an episode in our community, they ended up in jail, we talked to the folks up there at Western, and, we'd had a PAC team, and we'd had the folks that would testify in court, and they would transition people into sometimes a glacier house, used to be the safe house, which was more or less kind of a crisis stabilization center, residential, kind of a relatively short-term residential. But then they could transition into services and like apartment living. They had the lighthouse, a variety of other services connected with that, including significantly case management. And having somebody that kind of had a responsibility for individuals that have serious mental health needs and often need monthly shots. They have to take their medication. They need to make it to doctor's appointments. It's just, we had all of those services, and virtually everything that I'm talking about has completely dried up and gone away. And so the only thing really that we have for crisis stabilization is Pathways, which is now Logan Behavioral Health. And so when you've got that, it just puts so much pressure on parts of the system that were never intended to handle all of the issues that are coming up now. And so you've got more and more people that are decompensating because they aren't taking their medication. They don't have stable places to live. And in addition, we have much fewer options when it comes to affordable housing. And so that's the perfect storm that I was sort of talking about when when we heard all of these complaints, about people that were acting out in the community and how visible homelessness was. Well, it becomes more visible when you have people decompensating in front of us in the street. And that's what people are seeing more and more. That's the real visible part. And it's a part that people hear about, and it's, stories that people talk about in the community with people that are acting out and shouting and talking to themselves, and sometimes, taking their clothes off in the community and really kind of causing a disruption. And in the past, what we used to be able to do is we used to be able to take people to the state hospital in much larger numbers. And I think I used the example of, 142 petitions for involuntary commitment or something like that, filed 10 years ago. And compared to now, or at least at the time, I think back in May of last year, we hadn't had any filed for a period of like 4 or 5 months. That was unprecedented. We've never gone that long without a single involuntary commitment petition filed. And my hope was to get the council to understand that this dynamic where we have acute needs, virtually no behavioral health services in the community for people with serious mental illnesses, and no doorway to the state hospital to take people who are decompensating on the street, stabilize them, and bring them back to the community. We just don't have those options anymore. And so as a result, you're seeing this becomes kind of a crisis where people are calling the police, for trespassing and a variety of other things. But a lot of that, a great deal of that at the root is the breakdown in behavioral health services in our community. So, there's a lot more that we could say about that, frankly, that I didn't say. And part of that is, why is that? I asked the question, why? And it was sort of my hope that maybe, that would pique the interest of some of the investigative journalists that we have in this community. And that, people would kind of dig around a little bit and try to uncover the why in that. Because we need to fix that. We desperately need to fix that. That's where I would love to see our community kind of come together and focus on what we can do to help improve that situation. Because I know if we do, that will take a lot of pressure off of, businesses in our community, law enforcement in our community. And I would just love to see us mobilize in that regard so we could have some improvement there.
Absolutely. What I see is that we're passing people around because we don't have those resources. And, whether it's law enforcement or the emergency room or the shelters, and it's a pretty inhumane way to treat people who are very ill. But we don't have those resources that we need, those places that people need to go to be well. And you're right, that crisis is being played out in public spaces. And that's alarming to our community. And I think what they're seeing is they see what appears to be homelessness, and that's what's sticking with them. But what they're missing is the illness.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And until we can start to see it, for this is not just a homeless problem, this is an illness problem. If we had someone who was bleeding out physically or having a heart attack, we would know what to do with that. We have the resources, we know where to take them to. But someone who is in a mental health crisis, they're bleeding out just mentally, and we don't know what to do, and it scares us. And then we get to blaming each other, and it's very tragic. But it's really tragic for the person who's experiencing that crisis without getting the help that they need. And sometimes that's that involuntary treatment that they have to go through the whole court system to get them involuntarily committed. We've got to do that. And when we're not doing that, we literally, the way it feels is that we're watching people drown right in front of us in our community.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's what I guess is discouraging, because And I'm glad you brought attention to the fact that we're dealing with people who are in crisis. I mean, they're just absolutely in crisis. And they're behaving in a way that they don't have to behave. Many people who are acting out, if you had these, if you had a lot of them, many of them, medicated and in a stable environment, they wouldn't be acting out. It's just, it truly is amazing how different somebody is and presents when they're in a stable place, they're getting treatment, they have people who care about them, giving them an opportunity to get well. And without that opportunity to get well, as you well know, the longer you're decompensating, the worse that behavior gets.
Yes.
And so I think that's where, so what's happening to folks? These, 142 people, 10 years ago that used to be scooped up off the street and brought to pathways and to the state hospital and stabilized in our community. What's happening to them now? Where are they going now? And the truth is that they're going to the jail, many of them. And once they're at the jail, they're staying at the jail longer. So not only are they taking up more and more, space at the jail, but they're staying there longer because we don't have options to treat them outside of the jail. And the sad thing is that when they're at the jail, first of all, the worst possible place, you could actually have somebody who's desperately in need of a mental health intervention. The jail is no place for somebody who's truly mentally ill to be. They just decompensate worse. And so if you talk to Commander Root at the jail, she's wonderful, and I absolutely love her. She does a great job. She's got a great staff there at the jail. She's dealing with a very difficult situation because the jail was never intended to be sort of the last stop for mentally ill people, and neither was the warming center. And yet, because there's no place else to go, that's where they often end up. And the fact that they're ending up in jail absolutely breaks my heart, because they get stuck there, and so they languish there, and they get worse and they get worse. And there is a process, theoretically, to get somebody from the jail to the state hospital, or sometimes to get somebody from the jail, to the hospital on an involuntary commit. And without getting into the weeds too much, just briefly, the difference between the two is if I have a mental illness and I have a family member that calls, like what was that movie? Silver Linings Playbook, I think, did a really good job of kind of portraying what it's like when you've got a loved one who's really struggling with a mental illness like schizophrenia or bipolar or something like that. Because they act out in a variety of different ways. They don't want to take their medication, and then all of a sudden those behaviors kind of slip back again. And there's always this tension there and this struggle sometimes to make sure that somebody that you love and care about is continuing to take their medication. But when they don't, a lot of times you can call the police, and then the police will take them to maybe a community center, the hospital, whatever the case may be. They go to a state-run hospital where they can become involuntarily medicated, which many times is the only place you can take somebody in order for that involuntary medication to occur. Well, when you shut all those doors, right, and you have people congregating at the jail, what's going to happen? Because what happened in Kalispell has played out in most other communities in Montana. Some are a little bit better. Missoula has some more options, certainly, than Kalispell does. But even Missoula and all the major communities in Montana have experienced that shrinkage. And so what that means is you've got the spot that was supposed to be for the worst of the worst, because a lot of these issues could be handled in the community previously. Well, now they can't. So they all have to go to the state hospital for stabilization. And so the state hospital is absolutely overrun. And honestly, and so we're looking at wait times of over a year. The last time, for somebody on the forensic side, criminally, that they can't really go to court because they're not fit to proceed, and so there's a process for restoring somebody to fitness. But in order to do that, you have to take them to a safe place where they can receive treatment, they can become stable, and then they come back to the community again. That process used to be fairly quick. Now, like I said before, it's usually over a year. They're trying to do some things to lessen the pressure on that a little bit, but it's hard. And so you've got these wait times all over the state of Montana where people are languishing in jail so that they can even get fit, be brought back to jail so that they can then go to trial. So that's on the forensic side. On the civil side, it's always been faster. So like I said before, if I'm somebody who's having a mental health crisis, and I've got a family member that calls, and a mental health professional comes over and they say, yep, you meet criteria for the state hospital, we're going to take you to Pathways, we're going to have a hearing, and that process happens very quickly. By law, that hearing has to take place within 5 days of a petition for involuntary commitment being filed. So the process moves very quickly. And so historically, you could get somebody, and many, many times when people would go to Pathways, they have some insight into their illness, not a lot, but some people would just waive. They say, you know what, I don't need to have a hearing. I know the deal. I'm off my medication. Fine. Send me to the state hospital. Let's get this worked out. And they would come back into the community and the whole thing would start over again. They'd have a period of stability, hopefully longer. And so that process would play out. Now, even with involuntary commitment proceedings, there's a wait list for involuntary commitment proceedings, which is absurd because you've got people, this is the process for dealing with people who are in a mental health crisis on an emergency basis. It's like calling 911 and being put on hold. So even when the court finds that somebody meets criteria to go to the state hospital to receive much needed services, there's a waiting list. And so all of that contributes to the reality that I think the hospital is now facing, that if I let everybody in that technically meets criteria, I'm going to be overrun and people are going to be languishing here. And so it's like this hot potato that nobody really wants to deal with. And so it's become increasingly difficult, practically speaking, to get people into the hospital, even people that meet criteria into the hospital. So many people that years ago would not have been turned away, absolutely would not have been turned away, are getting turned away now. So much so that law enforcement and a variety of other mental health professionals just kind of throw their hands up in the air and they're like, well, no sense taking them up there. They're not going to accept them anyway. And that's why people end up at the jail, because the doors are closed literally every place else.
It's very tragic. It's very tragic. And when you end up in jail, there's one thing that I am encouraged about is hopefully if we do get that new detention center, that there can be services in the detention center. Right now, there's not services in the jail. Your Medicaid gets cut off when you're in jail, and that cuts off a lot of your services. And there's not space in our current jail, my understanding, for the type of services that need to be in jail.
Well, and so that's an interesting topic of discussion. I think at first glance, it seems like that's a humane alternative. But when you take a step back and look at it, and you ask yourself, okay, so if now we don't have any services in the community for seriously mentally ill people, so if we build a big fancy jail at the cost of over $100 million, and we open up 45 beds in that jail, and I think that's the number that I saw at least, that can be used for seriously mentally ill people, and you bring services to bear in the jail now, what are we doing in the community? What we're doing in our community is we're saying, hey, if you want your family member to get treatment, you got to get them to the jail.
Yeah, that's not good.
So we need to criminalize mental illness, which we're already doing anyway.
Yeah.
But instead of recognizing that problem and saying this is wrong, as a community, we need to do something more humane. We need to bring back services that used to be here, and we need to add to them because the problem is more acute now than it used to be. But we need to do it in a humane way. So if I've got a family member in crisis, I don't have to put them in jail. On what planet is it okay to criminalize mental illness and have the only place in the entire community that can serve people who are seriously mentally ill be in the jail? Yeah. That is absurd. It is absolutely inhumane. And so what we're doing is we're putting a $100 million price tag on having the only safety net in the entire community be the Flathead County Detention Center.
Yeah.
That, I think, is, we should all be ashamed by that. That shouldn't be happening. And the other thing that's going to happen is if that passes in November, I don't think it should, frankly. I am absolutely an opponent of this bill for that reason. Because I don't think we have any business, right, making the jail a robust service center for seriously mentally ill people. It is inhumane. We shouldn't be doing it. Yeah. And instead, what we should do is use a fraction of that $100 million. I think the commissioner said that they had somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 million that they had saved up, and I think they used maybe $5 million of that or something, to buy this property. Well, south of town. So that means that we still have roughly $10 million in the bank that we can use. I mean, $10 million floating around. If we used that money to help, build back up behavioral health services in this community, and that is more than plenty to get the job done. We don't need to spend $100 million on a new jail. We need to spend money developing behavioral health services in our community again. That's how we treat this problem. Otherwise, what we're saying to the hospital and Pathways Western Montana Mental Health and other players in the community is, hey, you don't need to worry about building up these services. We got you covered. And so the doors will continue to be closed, and the problem will just be exacerbated.
I can appreciate that. I agree. That's not a perspective that I had heard. That is a very valid point.
And I absolutely adore, like I said before, Commander Root. I think if anybody deserves a new jail, it's that staff. I mean, they're hardworking folks.
Yeah.
What they do. I've talked to Commander Root about this. It's not a surprise. She knows that I oppose this and have for quite a while for that reason, right? Mm-hmm. And the capacity issues really aren't that bad. I mean, I looked at the jail roster today. I think we were at like 91 or something like that, somewhere around the 90 mark. That's under capacity for the jail. Now, they talk about how sometimes, it gets up to 110 or something like that. Okay, fine. Occasionally it does. But when you look at the roster on those days, you've got a lot of driving while suspended, people that are getting picked up for failure to pay. I mean, relatively minor stuff. I would say crimes of poverty, many of them. It's a ticket to not have insurance. Should everybody have insurance? Absolutely. But when you're trying to make ends meet in Kalispell, Montana, and you're paying rent in Kalispell, Montana, you've got a low-paying job, you've got children that you have to take care of, something's got to give. And invariably, it's something like insurance, where, okay, maybe I got to pay my rent, I got to pay insurance, what am I going to pay? And so to me, that's a crime of poverty. And so what ends up happening is people like that get a ticket, right? They have to pay, which is a little absurd too. They got to pay a couple $100 because they couldn't afford to pay their insurance.
Yeah.
And then when they don't pay the fine, then there's a warrant issued for their arrest. And so you think about that dynamic. And it's not just no insurance tickets. It's driving while suspended, because when you don't pay your fines, you get your driver's license suspended. And all of these are crimes of poverty. And over time, the pool of people who have warrants out there for their arrest because they couldn't pay their fines becomes rather large. And so if you want to fill the jail up, you can do it almost any time you want by going out there and scooping up people that have failure to pay warrants or failure to appear warrants. And so when you look at the jail roster, when it's, quote, busting at the seams, we're not talking about serious crimes here. Many of them are very low-level crimes like that. And if you look at the roster on any given day, there's a big chunk of people who are there, not because of new crimes, but because they're on probation in this community and they can't do the things that they're supposed to do to maintain their supervision in the community. And again, we're talking about crimes of poverty, many of them, because what are you required to do? Look, get a job, maintain housing, those two things, among a variety of other things. But those are two really big asks. If you've been in jail for a little while, you come out, and a lot of them are drug-related charges. And so you come out, you're trying to stay clean, but you're living a pretty tough lifestyle, and it's hard to find a job. Even if you can find a lower paying job, it's hard to find housing, stable housing, and stay in stable housing. And so you have a lot of people that are sort of cycling in and out of homelessness, and they're on probation, and they have a hard time maintaining contact with their probation officer. Maybe they slip back into drug use. So you've got people like that are cycling back in on a pretty regular basis. So when you look at that jail roster, you think, oh my gosh, we're busting at the seams. Well, it's a lot of the same people that are just cycling back into the system again, because it's so difficult to maintain stability in this community when you're poor and you've got a felony on your record.
Well, there's been some encouraging conversations on the bench. I can't say that ours has been all that encouraging. It's sad. Again, it is like watching people drown, and that has been really painful for us here at the Warming Center to see that. And where's the hope? Tell me. Let's end with this. Tell me, where is the hope?
Well, and I think the hope is people. And we don't have a lot of time for this to happen because I think people are going to be voting in November for the jail. But the hope is that people will have their eyes open to the truth about what's happening in our community, and that they would encourage our leaders to engage in a meaningful way to divert money where it's needed the most. Maybe we should have a newer jail at some point. Although I would add, one thing I haven't mentioned is we used to have a juvenile jail. And it's, a stone's throw away from where the jail is. And that jail had been in place for many years. They shut that down, I think it was around 2015.
Okay.
And so we have been sending our juveniles to Missoula. And if Missoula's full, then we send them to Great Falls. So we don't even have a local place to put youth in our community.
Yeah.
But what they did is they repurposed that. And they made that an adult facility, and I think that was around 2018 that happened, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then they just closed it down. And I think they closed it down because they didn't need the extra capacity, and it wasn't worth the money to man that,
boy, that space
facility.
Could be used. That space could be used.
It was repurposed, right, for that. And I think that it was... and it might have actually been before 2018. 2018, I may be thinking about the remodel that they did at our jail, where they expanded the capacity at our jail in 2018. Okay. And so we've got 20, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 beds, not even being used right next door to our current jail. And so if we're really all that concerned about capacity, we can open that back up again. Nobody's talking about that. We have options. We have options. And our jail facility, I'm very familiar with our jail facility. We have people go down there every single day, talking to people that have been arrested. And so I'm there usually multiple times a week. And that's why I know their staff so well. And like I said, they're fantastic. I love the staff there. They do a great job. If anybody deserved a new building, it's these people. They absolutely deserve a new building. But the issue is we've got limited funding. And $100 million price tag is a huge price tag. Yes. I don't know if we've ever built a building in our community that's cost us $100 million. Yes. I don't think we have.
Yeah.
And so we've got limited funding. And so it's not a question of, gosh, do they deserve a new jail? Sure, I'd love them to have a new jail. That's not the question, though. The question is, what is our biggest need in the community?
Yeah.
And where should we focus our limited resources? And I think the answer to that question is very, very clearly behavioral health services, safety net services, crisis intervention services are desperately needed. And we can have those in an amazingly quick way, frankly, if we would divert just a small fraction of those resources to that purpose. But instead, what you're going to do is use up all of our money, and the taxpayers are not going to be real excited about another bond.
Yeah.
Right? So once the jail goes through, that's going to be it. Everybody's going to be tightening their belt, and so there's not going to be any money left over. And so that's why I think it's so critical to have a conversation about diverting that money where it's needed most. So anyway, it's...
Who can start that conversation, though?
Well, we are on the bench.
Yeah.
And there's other people that I know that feel that way about it, and have, spoken to various different people. It is not going to come as a surprise, I don't think, to any public officials that we have this critical need here.
Yeah.
But I think what has happened is we decided for some reason that we really need the state to fix this, and so we don't need any local dollars for it. Well, yes, it would be nice to have the state help, and the state is using some of the money that Gene Forte has earmarked for mental health services. But again, it's not. I think that money is going to be used by and large. There are some local things that it will be used for, but it's not going to be used to really ensure that we have a robust local system like the one that we used to have. And so we still need to spend some money ourselves. It's a local problem. It's our problem as a community. And like I said before, we've got $10 million or whatever that's sitting in the bank. We could use that now. We could make these services robust now. And then we could look down the road and maybe expanding the jail if we really think we need to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so not to get us bogged down on an issue like the jail that's pretty political and it's coming up for a vote and all of that. But I think we are at a crossroads in this community.
Yeah.
And so there's an opportunity there, to have that conversation.
There's hope and opportunity, but wow.
Yeah, well, but I think the community, but a lot of it is people don't know how bad the problem is. It's kind of the underbelly of our community, and there's people like us that are in that environment, and we're working with people who are impacted by this problem. We know how acute it is, and every now and then there's an article in the newspaper, right, talking about the waiting list at the hospital, talking about the breakdown in mental health services. Those articles have appeared, but in terms of what the remedy is, and putting giving maybe incentive, putting pressure on our key leaders in our community to expend some of our local resources to fix the problem immediately. I mean, those conversations, I don't see those occurring. But I suspect they would if the jail was voted down.
Yeah. Well,
So
Nick, we're running out of time, but what an eye-opener. You have really changed my mind on the jail. There's a lot of wisdom in that. And a top priority, even just with the conversations that we've had on the bench this evening, has been behavioral health. We've got to address that.
Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah.
It's massive. And now's the time to do it, frankly. So, we need to get the word out. We don't have much time.
That's true. All right.
So,
it gives lots to think about. I appreciate you. I appreciate what an advocate you are for the least of these, and what an advocate you are in our community. And we need to speak up, and we need people to listen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's a pleasure locking arms with you. Thank you for the good work that you're doing and you continue to do there at the Warming Center. Thank you for being on the bench for 24 hours straight. I love that.
Yeah. We'll probably do it again, and next time we want you live.
Well,
right
absolutely.
Here.
No,
Okay.
I'll be there with bells on.
I love it. Thank you so much, Nick, and have a good night. Get some sleep for me, okay?
Okay, I will. You take care.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Come on down. Welcome back to the bench.
How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, you just set that right there. Oh, give me the other one.
No, I don't want you to say anybody else's name. It's just me.
Oh, are you planning on going to sleep? Sean. I don't know if that's going to work.
I know, yeah.
Nice try.
Wow. I don't know. I feel like this is what I would want to do tonight.
I tell you, it is getting late. It is getting cold, but
This metal bench right here, nice and warm.
well, here we have Sean Patrick O'Neill back.
Oh, goodness.
Right, our resource manager here at the Warming
Yeah,
Center, and we
still one of those.
We had a purpose
Yeah.
for your visit.
Yeah, there's thank you for having me again on this 24-hour extravaganza of you sitting on a bench. Have you thought about switching like in the next 12 hours to this bench?
Might be a good
Yeah, that way you can get a different perspective of people and like make your, sure that everybody's getting to see both beautiful sides of your face.
I might just try it.
Well, and then you could take a poll afterwards, just like, which is my best side, But yeah, no, thanks for having me because I talk a lot already, but I could probably go on and on and on about this, all the issues surrounding homelessness and the solutions and the different things that
Very complex.
Yeah, there's too much to it. Too much for even 24 hours, probably.
Very true. What I wanted to talk about was you have a lot of experience working with people in crisis in the community, and you understand what it takes to be homeless, what they go through, living on the street.
Yeah.
Like the amount of calories you have to consume to stay warm, the clothing you need so that you can protect your body parts. Tell me, let's talk a little bit about that.
Ooh, yeah. So, I have taken many opportunities to learn from our folks who are surviving outside, in these cold conditions. I'm sure for survivalists or people that like to, put themselves into extreme conditions, it would be helpful for them to learn a few things about how to live outside. Unfortunately, these folks have no other choice often. And so I like to know how they make it through winter. And so I've done a lot of studying of different folks who have different styles. And I mean, we're talking about, so just to start, how much calories you need to consume to stay warm outside whenever it's cold. Well, military rations are based off of basically I'm sure they've done many studies over the years, but one of the studies that we've used to basically figure out how much caloric intake it takes to stay warm at certain levels is based off the studies they do for military rations. And surprisingly, with a typical military outfit or uniform, it's at 57 degrees, takes about 5,000 calories for someone to stay normal body temperature at 175 pounds. So this average, but like that is not winter weather. That is probably spring, fall, we're experiencing, those temperatures this time of year. And so imagine eating like an Olympic swimmer just to be able to stay warm and maybe walk around because you actually have to move. You have to keep moving, and that's part of the reason why you have to take so much calories in. And the problem that we see is the nourishment. I mean, we can get certain calories in, but I mean, if you're just living off of ramen and peanut butter and trying to get healthy off of that, it's pretty difficult, And so a lot of our folks are literally taking every single calorie that they intake and using it to keep warm. And so it's amazing to see someone who eats like Michael Phelps is just walking around town. They're not swimming miles and miles in a pool. They're just trying to stay warm. So that's a disheartening, I'm sure, statistic or fact about just trying to stay warm outside. But it goes even further than that. I mean, people are having to stay dry. They're needing to stay warm so that they don't get hypothermic. I mean, you freeze to the ground if you sleep with your sleeping bag just on the ground when it's in a freezing temperature. So we have to, train or teach our folks that if they are stuck outside, that they need to find some cardboard and lay the ground down before they put themselves onto the ground or their sleeping bag, or they will lose that sleeping bag. And as you know, that's a resource that just doesn't fall off trees. So that's a pretty valuable one. I see you have your sleeping bag coat. And I mean, those are some of those things that our folks need to survive outside. If they don't have them, they're going to be dying fast, and that's another thing, if you don't mind me keep going on this, but folks die just so much faster when they're homeless than folks who are housed. There's a number of statistics there, but the the studies have shown between 47 and 55 is the average lifespan of a homeless person. And that data can be from someone who's been homeless for a year or less than a year, depending on what metric. And so what we find is people die 3 to 4 times faster as soon as they start experiencing those stressors and the health issues related to homelessness. I mean, you decompensate. You don't get better. You get worse usually. When you don't meet those needs, like we always talk about Maslow's hierarchy and getting those basic needs met. Well, there's another couple steps above that you need to at least get to where you're succeeding in life, or at least achieving a quality of life that most people are hoping that they will have. And so what we see is folks are struggling with health issues that they probably wouldn't have if they weren't homeless. And that's the terrifying thing, that the hamster wheel that I mentioned earlier that starts this wheel going, and then you can't get out of it very easily because yeah
Several people die in homelessness.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have had for many years a homeless memorial to remember those folks those neighbors of ours that are unhoused that we lose every year. I'm sure we miss some because it's not easy to keep track of our folks too that don't have family or friends that are reaching out to let us know when someone's passed away. But something that's a little alarming for us, at least at the Warming Center, is we were pretty happy to hear through the season that we only had like one person that we know of that had stayed at the Warming Center during the shelter season that passed away during shelter season due to health issues. They only stayed with us for a short while, and we unfortunately found out that they had to go for some medical issues up to Logan Health, and they did not make it. And that's hard for us, as it would be for any community to lose someone. But the saddest part is once our shelter doors closed, we've lost 7 folks between that day and now, which is luckily for us, we're opening shelter here in a little bit over 16, 17 hours. Yeah, those are the warm months, and that's the thing that's scary. So folks that aren't struggling with those horribly frost-bitten weather and where they're possibly going hyperthermic, we're just seeing decompensation. People just do not get better when they don't have shelter. They don't have their basic needs met. So it's just it's tragic because you can see somebody who's healthy, and then if they don't, they have a couple of crises that they couldn't address in time before maybe they lost themselves into a mental health episode or something similar, where they're in a psychotic state where maybe they're not functioning at the highest level anymore, and they start to get worse and worse as they get less help and less services. And that's what's happening when we aren't open and there's no other shelter or services available that are appropriate for them. Then they get worse. And then so sadly, we just lost one this week. And that's something that really registers with us, because this was someone that I had worked with in my past line of work, and then also the staff here have worked with for years. And just one of those things that we see it. We know these people. These are not just statistics for us. It's not the 8 people that we've lost this year already. It's, I would say names, but we'll say them at the homeless memorial appropriately. But, it's tragic because we see people just every day screaming out, reaching out in every way possible for help. Oh, it looks like our feed might be down.
Thank you. Maybe a battery?
That's good. I was on a rant. Hey, can you hear me still?
It was a good rant. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyone out there?
How are you holding up?
Oh, I'm getting tired.
I was falling asleep on my couch watching Stranger Things, getting ready for this. Even put Stranger Things socks on. Thank you for noticing. Looks like the computer's
I
done.
see a little bit of a green.
We've got a flashing green light.
We got something.
Hey, do you know how long? It was that? Oh, not long. Okay.
All right.
So I guess you were
Yeah, I can't.
talking a little bit about the homeless memorial and how many we'd lost. Tell me again from when we closed at the end of last winter to now.
Hello, Life Alert. Yeah, so, unfortunately, we have lost 7 folks since we closed our doors that we know of. And some of these, there's probably more, that we don't know about because this is like looking at the newspaper for death notices. This is, just what we can find from word on the street. And
You were sharing that you were seeing people through the warm weather season decompensate because they don't have that shelter.
Yeah, it was, I take every day as a opportunity to learn more about who we are working with and what their needs are. And every day this summer that we were open, I saw folks get worse and worse. And some of them didn't have mental health issues or don't have mental health issues per diagnosis or per se, but they've been struggling in the survival mode so much that now they're, a withered away version of who they were whenever they were healthy. Whether that's mentally stronger, if we want to say it that way, but they're mentally weaker than they were whenever they were doing well. And so because of that, we see people who probably are able to, with a little bit of help, to get back in the right direction and a little bit of support to do so, are able to get back in that workforce and be contributing members of society. But it's hard whenever you're not meeting those basic needs. And even if you are a healthy, non-ill person with no disabling conditions, you become disabled in some way. Maybe it's temporary, but we see folks who are disabled, who have disabling conditions, nosedive. They just nosedive. We have one little crisis turn into 5 or 6 little crises, but people are already struggling with the biggest crisis, which is not meeting their basic needs, not having a place where they can rest, recover, and take on with new energy the next day. And that is what we are happy to be able to provide starting from this day through this next few minutes and this next day and through April. And then we also partner with our other shelter service providers, but surprisingly, and maybe not surprisingly to us at least, they have been full for almost the entire summer, which is kind of unprecedented for us in this area. We usually don't need shelter in the summer because people are able to take care of their basic needs fairly well when they have heat. But that's not the case.
Unprecedented numbers in our summer services when we're open for day services.
Yeah, I know we at least doubled our average from last year. Yeah. And some days it was triple what the average was. Our last day we had 60 plus folks in here for day services, which is just, not all at once, yes. But, throughout our 7-hour period, we had 39 showers and 15 loads of laundry done and, a few road maps between me and Britta. And so just trying to make sure we're helping all these folks, get back to maybe a place where they feel like they can take on outside again is all we've been able to do with that day service, and hopefully get the ones that we're still on track for housing and recovery programs, that we were still working on those roadmaps with them. And we did get a lot of folks housed, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot harder when you don't have that consistency with them and that structure and that standing appointments, or, you're able to wake them up out of the bunk room and say, hey, let's work on this at 8 a.m. this morning. We good? Oh, I have
He's
5?
just given a time.
Oh, am I supposed to? I thought I was on for an hour, and you don't want me on for an hour. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. 5. Well, don't I get an extra minute because the camera was down? Nick took so long.
Yeah, Nick did take a long time. Yeah.
Oh gosh. You don't want me back at 3:30. I'll be.
No, you need to sleep because we start our 7th winter season tomorrow night.
I know.
World Homeless Day.
You had Ray up here not too long ago,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I'm
did
glad he
good.
got up here.
Yeah, and you guys need to sleep because it's going to be a big night tomorrow night. We have lots of people
Oh, I
that
know.
are waiting for us to open.
Well, we're hoping that it's not going to be, full house, but we are kind of expecting it because folks are needing more help sooner than past years, it seems. Because it isn't, from my understanding, hasn't been full except for like the first years, right? Whenever the first night.
First nights, we have not filled up completely, but we're prepared, but we're hoping that we don't have to turn anyone away the first night.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of those things that we're prepared for, obviously. We have sleeping bags and items for folks that if we do have to turn away, luckily the weather is not as bad as it will be in a month or two, but still, it will be, I hope we don't have more folks needing shelter than we have shelter beds that first night, or the first week or two. But one thing that I do expect to see is a whole bunch of chronically homeless folks. And the reason for that is because Montana is number one. Woo! For all the wrong reasons. But we are leading the nation in growth for chronically homeless population, and we see it every day here.
You got to give the definition.
Yeah,
so
I will.
Fully understand
chronically
that.
homeless, it means someone that has a disabling condition that's usually fairly severe. It limits their ability to live a normal life or work or certain things around their activities of daily living. And then they've also been homeless for at least 1 year this past year, or they've been homeless over 4 different episodes over the last 3 years, at least 12 months. There's that little extra thing that messes it all up, because if someone's been homeless for 11 months and then they stayed with somebody for a month and then homeless again for another 11 months, not chronically homeless, even though they've been homeless for 22 out of the last 23 months. But anyways, so someone that is extremely vulnerable, not only because they have a disabling condition, but because they've been homeless for a long time is what chronically homeless means. And so we, a few years ago in 2022, we had 319 folks that we counted in our point in time survey that were homeless. That's 5 less than the 324. Second over that same 2007 to 2023 time span in growth. So in just those 4 years, we had 330% growth in our chronically homeless population in the shelter. 82. So if we counted 87 in our entire community in 2022, in 24-25 shelter season, we had 82 just in this shelter that only can shelter 50 people a night. That is a very bad indicator that we are seeing people get worse, and more people that are, the folks that are homeless are just going to get worse. They're not going to figure it out on their own. And that's the thing that we're a little worried about here at the center, because it's going to take a lot of folks to help these folks find their boots and their bootstraps to pull themselves up by. And I will stop saying words, because I'm sure I'm at 5 minutes and 42 seconds.
Well,
the opportunity to give that structure and stability that these folks need while they're struggling in homelessness, to be able to maybe get to a better place. And maybe that's housing, maybe that's recovery for some folks that need it. But we don't recovery for some folks that need it. But we don't have enough of the right types of housing, like group homes. We need step down, step up services to help these folks get back to where they can, take care of themselves again. And they used to. A lot of these folks did. And, it's unfortunate because, whose fault is it? I would say, it's the community as a whole, that we're responsible to pick up those who have fallen and are struggling to pick themselves back up. And that's me. Maybe that's just me. Maybe there's a few other people that think like that here too. I think maybe she's over here and Brant's over there.
I want you to get some sleep tonight.
Oh, sure.
Because you're going to be needed tomorrow.
Yeah, I wasn't going to work tomorrow, but
nice try.
I was going golfing. No, yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Is Brant up?
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, Kent is up. Yes.
Come on. Nope. Come on. Yes, I'm very excited about this. Sit down. So let's talk about. First, I want you to introduce yourself, and you have to hold the microphone up here.
Well, thanks for having me, Tonya, and thanks for being here. My name is Kent Myris. I'm a retired photojournalist. Exactly sure how I first got involved, but my sister-in-law, Vicki Walbrook, works here, volunteers here quite a lot. Couldn't be here this week, but I'm here in her place, I guess, sort of. But I wanted to present this book that I have photographed for the last year for Tonya, and to give to Tonya tonight. I think that's she saw the cover, but now she's seeing the actual book that documented the last year when you
the Warming Center year.
Yeah, quite a bit of the year, maybe a little bit more. I guess I got started when I started photographing Scott's memorial services. The man sometimes homeless man and that kind of brought me into the loop, and I started coming here and seeing what was going on, meeting people and talking to everybody, and they had a really heartwarming memorial, so if you can say that for a memorial service. It was quite a service for somebody who was, chronically at the time. But I really love to hear your words looking at some of these pictures.
Oh my goodness! So
reflection.
knowing where you started,
Yeah,
now looking through the book could be quite an emotional experience for me because it was an emotional year.
Well, exactly.
It where your mission is stripped from you, and from what you believe to be very unfair and illegal. And to walk through this, but I see you starting with, this was the memorial where people were talking about how homeless lives matter. Right. There was a lot happening to people on the streets at that time. There were people being harassed. There were people being beaten. There was a lot of tragedy happening to folks who were already down and out. So you've got a picture of that. Wow, I remember that day. Totally. Oh, you got a picture of. I know names here.
I warned you.
I know names here, and then his memorial. You got Scott Bryan here of his poster.
His mom was there.
Yes, and what I thought was really amazing with these pictures is I always wondered what it would be like if these homeless individuals carried around a picture of themselves growing up. Would we see them differently? Would we treat them differently? And I remember thinking that when I saw that poster of Scott Bryan with his pictures when he was a kid. Nope, that's a moving picture. Okay, and we go on. Still the memorial. But even in the worst of times like that, we saw the best of community. Community came out. I'm seeing people that I don't even know that came to the memorial because they understood that someone in our community had suffered and died in our community. Wow, good pictures.
Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of first-time people visiting during that time.
Well, and here we go we start the court hearings, the city of council hearings. Yep. Boy, you got quite some expressions on my face. Yeah, that was not an easy time. That was not an easy time for Warming Center folks, and it wasn't an easy time for neighbors. It was just not a good time all the way around.
It was really weird for me. Chad Graham lives across the street from me. Another woman who lives across the street from me spoke during this. So I felt like I knew half the room.
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite an intense time.
Boy, you got some raw emotion on my face here. Wow. A packed house.
Yeah, standing room.
Yeah.
At best.
A packed house.
Yeah, standing room at best.
And then we go into community stepping up into some of those spaces to to fight for the warming
Yeah, this is
center.
down by the old courthouse.
Yeah, and to fight for people who didn't have a voice.
Right, give them a voice.
Yeah. Then you came to the warming center, and so
Yeah,
you
on
have
some of
some.
the coldest nights, as you can tell.
Yeah, you can see the steam out of the breath. Wow. Then when I see pictures like this, I just see humanity. You really captured humanity.
Well, I appreciate you giving me access and tried to be respectful of the people here. And hopefully, this will be a
Wow.
good document to show people.
Yeah.
That you'll want to show people.
Yeah.
Killer.
That's
Dog.
right. That's right. And Killer's not with us anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yep. So you got some of the operations here at the warming center where people are just coming in. Oh, this gentleman right here is not with us anymore now too. We lost 7 people between when we closed through the warm weather. Yeah, and it wasn't because of the warm weather. It's just, lack of housing, regardless of, lack of shelter, regardless of the time of year, is hard.
It is.
Yeah. Wow. Oh. Yeah. And there's some pictures here that really kind of it captures mental illness.
Well,
It captures.
That was really my experience.
It captures the struggle.
So many people think that all these people are just on drugs and stuff, but my experience was it was almost entirely, from my experience.
Yeah.
Almost everybody had mental situations that were
Wow.
really and changed my thoughts on that a little bit. Cause I realized that was going on. I just didn't realize how many of the people here weren't just junkies. Like
Yeah.
people, like so many people I think.
Yeah. Yeah. They see sometimes the symptoms of the mental illness and they assume that it's symptoms of drug abuse, and that's not always the case. And some of these folks that you took pictures of that really are struggling, they would be like without a shirt in zero temperatures on a snowbank, and our community would take pictures of them and put it on social media and talk about how they're a tweaker and all this kind of stuff. And it's not that case.
Correct.
It is not that. It is not that. Oh.
That was a particularly fun night when they were doing haircuts.
I love that. This is Tina. Yeah. She comes in and she's done haircuts here at the warming center for years. That is incredible. I love that. Oh, I love that. And what a haircut can do.
Right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say anything. I probably need one too.
Yeah. Oh.
That poor guy. He couldn't tell when it was cold.
Yeah, yeah. And that's something when you are psychotic, you don't feel temperature the way that others feel temperature. So it could go both ways. It could be in the heat of the summer that they're wearing a big coat, or it could be in the wintertime that they're not wearing any coat. Or it could be that the shower feels like razor blades on your skin. It really does mess with your senses. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the police were stopped, not to be mean. They were just doing a welfare check.
Yeah.
It was a cold day. I brought him a large cup of coffee myself, and he's standing out there in a t-shirt.
Yep.
It was a cold day.
And
it was sunny cold, but it was still.
What some people might not understand was that what we try here, a new coat every day. Anything to try to get him to wear a coat. Even incentives that if he would wear his coat, he could come an hour early and get on the computer. Those type of things, and it's really sad when it's like watching someone drown. You've got to, when we can't get them the help that they need. Yeah, that's what that picture reminds me.
That's how the story ended for the moment. I'll probably add pictures as I print this book occasionally, but this is the first and only copy of this book so far.
Well, it was quite a year. It was quite a year.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Thank you for the book.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the memories here.
Hope it's something you appreciate.
Oh, I do. And seeing it will help me with the healing process. I feel like I'm still in a healing process because it was a traumatic year. So I appreciate the picture, especially of folks who we help. That keeps us going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everything is a success story.
Yeah.
Not every person, we've all had our failures. And
yeah.
Hopefully they aren't publicized in public as much as some of these stories have been.
Yeah.
Really got me out into the public.
Well, I appreciate the book and for you using your skills in this way. Means a lot to me.
Okay, Tonya.
Thank you.
Good luck. Stay warm.
Okay.
I'm heading home to bed.
All right.
Ciao for
Enjoy.
now.
Get some sleep for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
God bless.
Okay.
No, let's roll on. Hello, ladies. You did, and I know you're excited to be here, and I'm excited to have you here.
Yeah, I just literally got off work.
Nice. We like to have names here. Thank you.
I like the little trailer.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So, welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Hi. I've been going since 1 o'clock p.m. And we'll be going until 1 o'clock tomorrow p.m. So 24 hours. And I'm excited to have you, Andrea. And I was excited to run into you at your work, and you were able to share about how great you're doing. And you're here with Britta, and Britta works at the Warming Center as our resource navigator. So you said, do I get to tell my story? And you do. So what I want you to do is take the microphone there. You have to put it close to your face.
Breaking. 1, 2, 3.
We want to hear your story.
Okay, well, I was homeless for a long time, and I came here to get help and stuff. And now I have a place to live and 2 jobs. And so without this place, you kind of really don't have anywhere to go and don't have any avenues to travel down. So we kind of need things like this. But for me to be able to go from here to get off the street and be like, a normal person again, it's great because without a place to live, you can't even keep a job. Mm-hmm. It's really super hard. So now that I have that opportunity, I just think that that's the hugest thing that I needed in life. But you need places like this to step up because without it, people are stuck. People are stuck without, people way to clean your house or your bodies, and you can't even look presentable to get a job. So that's something that we need to fix is housing for everyone. And legislation may or may not help us. We have to do it on our own.
It's important, isn't it?
Yeah.
How long were you homeless?
Over 10 years, chronically.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember you here a lot. And you're always a bright light when you come in, though. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I had my moments.
Yeah. Well, and everyone does in homelessness.
I had my moments.
Homeless is hard.
It is.
It is hard.
It's hard for everybody.
It is.
And right now we face so many things that are going on with the Trump administration that is taking away a lot of our resources. So I think there's going to be a lot more homelessness, like when he revises the whole Section 8 program, which is why I get to live where I live. Because without that, that's really hard because people want 3 times the rent. And if you make minimum wage, you can't even touch that.
And you have 2 jobs right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about your jobs.
Oh, well, I work as a houseman at a hotel, and then I work at a local restaurant as a dishwasher.
Yeah.
Well, they've been in business since 1979, so they're family owned, and they're a really great company to work for. And I just got this other gig, and I like both of my jobs because I like the people I work with, and that helps too. And they took a lot of taxes out of my check this last paycheck. I'm like, dang it. Okay. Because I had a decent paycheck. I got 103 hours backed up.
Oh.
And I was going to get $2,073, and they took $533 out of taxes.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang.
We understand the tax pain. We do. Yeah. We do. But you know what that means?
It means I'm on the right track.
Congratulations. That means you're on the right track. That means that's what they call a contributing community member. And you are. You're doing so well. So proud.
Thank you.
So proud. How?
Because just took making the right steps and the right choices and having the right community support and places like this. Because without places like this, people don't even have a place to start. and you have to have a place to start. A house is your foundation, and without a place to live, you can't even hold a job. And at least this gives you something that you could like sleep at night and take a shower. So if somebody did get a job, they could at least maintain their, cleanliness and like have somewhere to sleep at night so they could wake up rested and go to work the next day.
Yeah.
But I think since legislation has given us a hard time, we're gonna have to take matters into our own hands and like find a plot of land somewhere and like build an apartment complex and have like resources like this like built in, because the housing first model does work. It really does. It works in a lot of places, and a lot of countries are starting to implement that. And I think we need to like follow suit and do the things that we need to do, whether or not the county or the city or the people like it or not, because homelessness is not discriminatory. It can happen to anybody. And like, we're on the brink of some really bad stuff here because Trump is making some things happen that are gonna cause World War III, Civil War, and then everybody's gonna be homeless, and then what are you gonna do? Like,
you were talking about
we have to make changes.
You were talking about how we need to make changes and we need to make it locally.
Yeah.
And I think what you were talking about is community.
Yeah.
When you are homeless, a lot of times you don't have community.
You don't even
It's
have
not
your friends
just-
half the time.
Yeah, it's not just losing a house, it's losing community. And I think that that's one thing that we can do is step up and build more community, and that is what will help. That's
We're so
what will help.
divided on it though, like, and I don't see why, because right now in the 21st century, we could all do better, even without the legislation, because we know that they have so much power to tell us we can't do this, but we have things that we can do on our own. Like if we bought our own plot of land, that's private. We could like turn it into something and make it work, Like it could be done.
You could build community there.
Yeah.
That mutual aid piece.
Yeah.
Andrea, you were talking to me about some of the things that you're doing to prevent homelessness when we were coming over here, like to prevent yourself from falling back into
Oh
that.
my gosh. Yeah, I got to pay my bills extra ahead of time so that way I don't fall back into the same pattern. So like being homeless definitely changed my outlook on how to spend your money. Like be more practical with it. So I spend my money paying my rent 2 months in ahead. My electricity is 2 months in ahead. And if I don't do it like that, then I fear that I'm gonna go back on the street. And so it's kind of like putting that step in front of me. So like, okay, I gotta take these measures to make sure that this doesn't happen. Because I don't want to be on the streets ever again, especially here in Montana when it's cold. And people can die out here just because the temperatures get so low.
That's incredible. There are so many people that have been housed for a long time that aren't ahead like that.
I've been ahead the whole time I've been there. The whole entire time. Because when I had to renew, I did the full year lease. And then after that, I had to do month to month. But I had a $441 credit. Then I went and got another payment, but she accidentally messed up on my thing, so I got $200 extra. So I still keep paying that extra payment, but I pretend like it's not there. So I just pay my rent.
You trick yourself.
Yeah, I pay my rent like I already, that isn't there, and so I
Yeah.
just pay my rent like normal, and that's what I do with my electricity too. So I've been maintaining that this whole time, so that way I can prevent not having to be on the streets again.
How does that make you feel?
Good.
Yeah.
It feels good, and it's like responsibilities.
Yeah.
Like I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, I'm proud of you too.
I've come a long ways. I built myself up from the ground, and I'm still going. I still
Yeah.
got a long ways to go, but I got to maintain that, and I've been doing it. And I don't want to be on the streets ever again.
I don't want you to be on the streets ever again either, and I don't think you're going to be, because you're doing the right things. You're doing the work, and it's work.
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
You have to get up and go to work every day, and you got to make that money, and you got to pay your taxes. And
Meeting those responsibilities, yes, yeah. Super proud of you, and I see a light in your eyes that I don't know that I remember seeing before.
Thank
And
you.
I think that's life.
Yeah.
You have stepped up into your life, and you're making it happen.
Well, I think it's because I'm no longer in survival mode. I'm just living now.
Yeah.
I'm doing the things that I need to do to maintain my life, to maintain my apartment. I keep the same job. I have community support there, and it's just a great feeling.
When you said you were in survival mode, what can you explain to people who might be listening about
Well,
what
survival mode
is
is like when you have all your comforts of life and you don't have them anymore, and then you find yourself doing things that you normally wouldn't do in order to get those things. Like if you don't have a job and you need clothes, you don't have any resources, sometimes people go and steal things from stores to get clothes or whatever, and like they'll steal food from the grocery store or whatever, and like I've done that a few times. I'm not proud of it, but
It's
you know, that was
it's
a
that
part
kind
of
the desperation.
Yeah.
And when you don't have the basics of shelter and all that, that desperation sometimes leads to crime. It
Yes,
does.
it does. It does. And that's why this place is so great, because you guys do provide that stuff for us. So we don't have to go and do that crime stuff. Because, like, whether you have $1 in your pocket or not, everybody deserves a place to live.
Yeah.
And you have to have a place to live in order to maintain life, because you can't have a job if you don't have a place to live.
Yeah.
You just cannot make it work.
Yeah. Very basics are so very important, and it's a springboard
Mhm.
to a brighter future.
Yeah.
And you took that springboard, and look at you now.
Thanks.
Yeah. What's the best part about life now?
Being able to go home after a long day's work, throw my keys on the table, snuggle with my kitty, turn on the TV, go to the refrigerator, grab something to snack on, smoke my joint outside.
Oh, keeping it real, keeping it real.
Yeah. I met some really cool people where I work, because I work with a lot of J1s, and I learned how to say a few words in Romanian. Lucre means work.
Okay.
I don't want to say the other one because it's bad.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Oh, that's great.
But it's so cool because I get to learn about other people's cultures and stuff too.
Yeah.
Because I'll never fly over that way. I'm afraid of heights.
Oh, okay. No flying for you.
No.
Oh,
It takes 14 hours just to get from Romania to Amsterdam, and then it's another like 5 hours to get to the United States.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, that's a long way. I'm not doing that. What if the plane crashes? I mean, nowadays our planes aren't safe. So you gotta have like your own like gear, so if you crash, you're gonna be okay.
Happy here in the Flathead Valley then.
Yeah.
So, what do you dream about now?
Actually, road trips.
Okay.
I got a really cool tattoo on my leg.
Okay.
Wanna see?
Oh, you sure did. Wow. That's like your whole leg there.
I know, but I was able to save enough money to do
Yeah.
that while paying my bills.
Yeah, that's great. So do you dream of more tattoos, or you said travel? Like what?
Yeah, I want to go to like the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And I want to like go different places. And I got a new dog. I went to Oregon to go get her actually on the train.
Oh.
And I brought her back on the train.
Okay.
So just being able to have the money to do the things that I want to do.
Yeah.
And still maintain my livelihood.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling, because when I was on the
That
street and
is.
didn't have that, I couldn't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I was stuck.
What'd
But
you have to give
now-
up
This meeting is being recorded.
to do that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No. I mean, in order to, like, from the streets to, I guess I gave up just limiting myself of what I could or could not do. I just liberated myself. I don't think I gave up anything except for the street life, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to die. I don't want to be
Yeah.
in somebody's obituary. Or
Yeah.
on a news article that says blah, 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 homeless chick is dead.
Yeah.
Or, you know how they do it, because they don't really care about the homeless people when they die, especially if they have drug problems. They
Yeah.
just kind of sweep them under the rug. And they're people too. We're people too. Like,
Yeah.
we just need somebody that actually cares so we could get that leg up and get going, you know? Like,
Yeah.
and not always do we get that in society. Because we're so divided on things that are so simple, but yet we have so many people that are like, oh, we don't want this because this crime rate and this, that. But if you just give these people a home, you're going to eliminate a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Because I'm not out committing crimes to get what I need.
Yeah.
I can pay for that stuff.
You are a contributing member of society.
And I'm even getting all my fines paid off.
Yeah. Wow. You're just doing it
I
all.
started with 20 grand,
You're
and now I got like 3
a
grand left.
Okay, so,
So
what
those guys
advice?
can't come and get me.
So let's see. How long have you been in your place?
Over a year, 15, 16, 17 months.
Okay, so let's say 2 years ago. What advice would you give Andrea 2 years ago?
Cut ties with anybody that's going to drag yourself down. Move somewhere that you're going to make it, even if you don't know anybody. Because sometimes you have to start over in a new place, because then sometimes you could, like, nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows, like, your crime history. I mean, you'll go do a background check and stuff, which I passed one. But it's just like you have to make that mindset, and you have to make that change, and you have to actively do it every day in order to not fall back. Because, I mean, if you don't make that decision and you keep doing the same thing over and over, you have to make changes in your life, and you have to diligently keep those changes going. And if somebody wants to say, hey, come on, let's go back to smoke crack, you're like, no, man, I can't do that. I got to keep moving forward. So you have to cut ties with those people in order to move forward, because if they're not going to continue to bring themselves up because they don't want to change and you want to change, you're not going to change if you keep hanging out with people that are doing the same thing over and over. So you have to separate yourself from that in order to move forward. And that's what I did. I separated myself from all this, moved out that way, and I'm doing good now.
You are.
I made the mindset and the decisions to change things that I was doing, and I moved forward with my life. And I didn't look back.
Good. You are a great example.
Thank you. I want to be an example to some people, because I want to be the person that does what I need to do, and then somebody else will be like, oh, well, if she did it, I could do it too.
Yeah.
And then they could go and make the same steps that I did.
I bragged on you the other day. I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I used your name by telling how well you're doing to Pastor Steve.
Oh, yeah. I called him like not that long ago. Maybe it was like 6 months ago or whatever. But yeah, he actually helped me get into that apartment too.
Well, he is absolutely thrilled. He's coming tomorrow to the bench to talk.
I went to church.
And
Was
he's
it Easter
so
Sunday?
happy. Yeah, he is so happy that you're doing good. He did. And he took a chance on you a few times.
Oh, yeah. I was sleeping on the back of their church for a long time.
That's right. That was taking a chance for you.
But I was safe there because there was a camera right there. And God was watching over me, and I always feel safe at a church.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel safe here too, but like when I couldn't be here, I was there because, we had capacity, and it's what happens. Plus, there were some people around here I just didn't really want to be around because I was in my own way trying to get out of that slowly, but I can't hang around the same people if I want to make changes in my life. And if they're not going to make those changes, you got to cut ties. You got to.
What would you say about Andrea?
I would say that, like you said, Andrea's always been a light. I met Andrea last summer for the first time. I was really excited to see her participating in some of the activism circles that I do. And I think you always have great contributions, and it's awesome to see you in a space where you can be comfortable and have the rest that you deserve and the safety that you deserve.
Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah.
Feeling safe is a key thing, too, because if you don't feel safe, then, like, you're kind of stuck in this shell, you don't want to move forward because you're afraid to do something. So you're like,
Safety is important. That's right.
Like, I have a stalker that just lives down the street at the end of Liberty, and I'm like, oh no. And I didn't really feel 100% safe, so I had to remove myself from where I wasn't safe, and I'm safe.
Yeah, you're safe
I'm
now.
safe here, but then he drove up and down this road, and after I left this property, then I was like not safe.
Well, you're
so I
not.
had to get from here to there.
You got a fresh start, though, now.
Yeah, you're not just safe, you're flourishing.
Yes.
Yeah. Very proud of you, excited for your future. So keep us up to date on how you're doing, and it's only going to get better.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Super proud of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your story on the bench.
You're welcome. I was excited and nervous at the same time.
Well, you did great.
I probably didn't come out as articulated as when me and you were talking in the car.
That's all right. It's cameras that changes things.
You came off really good. You did. Very proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I turned it. No, I just turned it.
I can even pay my phone bill. Oh, but it's dead. That's okay. I didn't need it. I was going to leave it at home. But yeah, I did get a new puppy, but she's downstairs at my neighbor's house.
Yeah.
Because he walks her, whereas Aries goes to the litter box. And so I leave him at home and I leave the back door open. so he can just go out on the porch because I'm on the second floor. And so, like, it's just cool. I have to have this lock on my door so that he doesn't let himself out. Because we have the handles that are sideways, and he knows how to let himself out from home. And the last time he was able to go outside, he got attacked by something, so he had a swollen face and a swollen paw. And I took him to the vet, and I had to bring him, like, give him these syringes that had no needle, and I freaking had to wrap him up in a little burrito, pull his neck, open his mouth, and give him
my gosh.
I feel like he would have died if I didn't take him in. So after that, I wouldn't let him outside anymore. But I have this special lock on my door that if I don't shut my door just right and put the latch underneath, I get stuck inside my house. So I've had to call my boss a few times to have him come get me, or my neighbor downstairs to come let me out.
Well, all of those things is because you have a home now.
I know, and
it's
great.
fabulous.
I'm so happy that I'm not on the street anymore.
Yeah. Super proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know, I've seen you twice at the Buffalo.
I know.
I had to come and
That's
say hi.
because my husband loves the Buffalo Cafe. That's why.
They are family-owned.
They are wonderful.
I just didn't want to say where I worked and stuff on
No, that's
the screen
okay.
just because, there are people that might see me in Facebook.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm at the lodge, too.
Proud of you.
Yeah, my check was going to be $2,073. I took out $533 for taxes.
Oh.
Dang it. But, because I get another check at the Buffalo on Wednesday.
Okay. Good for you. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Loved to hear. Oh, okay. Loved hearing your story.
Thank you for letting me share it.
Thank you for sharing it.
People need to know that you can come up from that.
That's right. That's right.
It is possible.
Yep, and you're a great example. So thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
I am going to run to the restroom really quick. It's time. And he has me muted, so that's good. I can go to the restroom.
So how are you? I'm good. How are you doing? Good. I haven't seen you since that one day in Whitefish.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
You're working at the Buffalo now?
Yeah, I've been there for a little over a year. Yeah. It's kind of funny because my job just started in September. That's why I'm wearing these dorky pants. It's part of my uniform. And then I have this dorky little schmuck that I wear over the thing. I have a name tag. But I'm a houseman, not a housekeeper.
The house what?
Houseman.
What is that?
So, like, I go around and I clean the commons areas, bathrooms, and I go and bring room trays or bring deliveries to people. I got a $50 tip the other day.
Yeah.
All I had to do was bring this old man 4 garbage bags. Well, see, what happened is I was doing property walks.
Yeah.
Which is where you have to go and make sure there's no trays on the outside so you bring the downstairs to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Well, this little old man, he's like, "Are you a housekeeper?" I'm like, "No, I'm a houseman." I said, "Well, that's close enough." And he's like, "Okay, well then you can help me." I was like, "Yeah." Well, he needed like a big heavy-duty garbage bag so he could carry his bottles of water.
Yeah.
I was like, "All right, I got you." So I went downstairs and I got him 4 bags and he gave me $50. I'm like, hell yeah. Sometimes you get tips, sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
But I get tips all the time at Buffalo.
Sweet. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's still like.
I've never had a job.
Yeah, can you scoot back over? No, just kidding.
Yeah. So how's it going? Good. I'm sitting here like, what? Oh, you lost your phone.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. We are at, what hour mark are we at? 11 hours? Okay, we're not halfway there yet. My math is better at this time of night. Oh, are we on? Hello and welcome to Conversations on a Bench. At midnight.
Yeah, special midnight edition.
That's right, the special midnight edition. Well, welcome, both of you. Tell me what brings you to the bench.
Okay, great question, because as I was leaving my house, I was like, why did we decide to do this? Because like we could have, just been like, no, it's in the middle of the night. I want to sleep. I'm busy, blah, 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 whatever. But, we started this group, Flathead Democracy, and we're trying to identify things in the community that are already there and already working and already strong. And then, my friend who was watching my kids for me was like, she's like, well, this is even all these things put together, right? Each one of them is important and matters and is consistent with your values of caring about community and wanting to build strong communities. And the Warming Center is just one of those things. One of many, right, throughout the Flathead. And so she's like, that's why it's important. I was like, yes, that's why we're going. Thank you.
Yes. At midnight.
Yeah, totally. So my name is Leonette, and I'm here with Calvin.
Say hi.
Hi.
Calvin's asleep.
Yeah, who was just like, he just wanted to come with me because he was like, yeah, I'm a, supporter of the Warming Center, like we always have been.
She doesn't normally talk for me, but we're good.
Oh, you can talk for yourself. Go for it.
No, I when I heard that she was doing this down here, we've made our time to the rallies, come see this, be here for the people, and give up a little bit of time tonight that it's necessary. There's a lot of people that are out here. It gets cold. Yeah. We need this for our communities. We're just talking on our way down here. We need one in each town. Why are we limited to just one? Why are people fighting this? Like, people deserve to have a place to go to. So to give up a little bit of time tonight, a little bit of sleep is like worth my effort to be here.
Oh, thank you. That's great. One in every town. Okay. This girl's not doing one in every town.
No, not you.
Other people.
You're doing your part.
But,
exactly.
But I agree, and I think Kalispell would appreciate that too. That was one of the things that they felt like they felt like the other communities aren't contributing, there may be some truth to that, but it's also we're here because this is the hub. This is the county seat. Mm-hmm. This is where the other resources are. Mm-hmm. And it's important for the resources to stick together.
Yeah, and be connected to one another.
To be connected and to be accessible to people.
Yeah.
So, but I would not fight against it. I would think it would be great. And anybody who wants to start a warming center, okay, here's policies and procedures. Here's what we did.
Here's what works. Here's what doesn't.
Yeah.
Don't learn things the hard way.
Yeah. Here's the hard way how we learned this, and we'd be willing to share for sure. Yeah, because it's important in Montana for sure. Mm-hmm. But it's not just. Here's something that I just recently learned. It's not just because of winter, because we have lost, and Sean O'Neill was just sharing this. We have lost 7 people since we closed for the winter season. I mean, last winter season when we closed for the warm weather, through the warm weather.
Yeah.
And part of that is what he is seeing is that it's shelter. It doesn't have to necessarily have to be winter time. It's shelter. It's so important.
It's a safe place.
Yeah, and we are seeing people decompensate through the summertime.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's shelter is what it is. It's the structure. Mm-hmm. It's the stability. Mm-hmm. And it's tragic without it.
Yeah. Well, it's like I guess for some people it's home, right?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
you know, without home, it's a tough place to be.
And even more than that, I think it's community.
Yeah.
When you become homeless, you don't just lose your house, you lose community. And that's one thing that I'm most proud about with the Warming Center is the community that we build inside the Warming Center. And that is the most rewarding and most beautiful thing to see is people who have all these issues that they're dealing with in their own life, taking care of each other because they feel like they're a part of something. That's probably the most beautiful thing about the Warming Center, I think.
That's a really good point. And I have to say, I think that's something that people who are housed regularly throughout their lives might need to learn a thing or two from the folks who are living here and guests frequently at the Warming Center who have to build community kind of like to survive, right? But I think when we all live in our little houses separate from each other, we have some kind of illusion that we don't need each other to survive. But actually, we do, and I think we're all suffering because we aren't working together the way that we need to, you know, to be, like, healthier, like here.
Yeah. There's so much we can learn from the homeless community, how they function. One thing that I've brought up more than once, the lesson that we learn when we open the door and there's too many people out there and not enough beds. That's when you see that true sense of community and taking care of each other. You'll see a guy step out of line because he knows a woman's not going to get a bed, or someone with a disability is not going to get a bed, and their choice means they're probably going to be sleeping out in the cold that night. But they do that for each other because they take care of each other. Or the little bit of food that they have, they're sharing, you know, where we probably might not, you know, people that are housed and not used to needing that community. And it's pretty powerful to see how they take care of each other. Now, one-on-one out there, they might be turkeys.
Well,
but you don't mess with each other because they're it's like kind of like a family in a way. Yeah, we can learn a lot from that.
That's really interesting. So I before I left, I asked my daughters, I was like, what should I told them what I was going to go do tonight because, you know, in case they woke up and there's some strange person in their house. And I asked one of my daughters what we should ask you, and she was like, well, just ask her what it's like for her, like, you know, being the director and, you know, kind of running the Warming Center, what a day in the life is like.
Well, that's a good question. How old is your daughter?
She's 6.
Okay. Well, we got to try to give the 6-year-old some. It's a good thing that you go off of what your passion is and what you feel like your calling is and not consider the price along the way. Because honestly, if I had known what we would be going through, I don't know that I would have done it. Yeah, if someone had said, okay, be prepared, because in a couple years there's going to be a fight to keep it. And I don't know, are the costs that it is to our family, you know, we're just, so here's my husband sitting over there. Our son's at home and he's got a football game tomorrow, and we're going to be going to Helena to a football game tomorrow, and the cost on family, and I don't know that I would have jumped so quickly at wanting to do it. Yeah, and I didn't know how some things were going to change, and this is what I view that has changed it culturally. I think that we've somehow believe that people have to deserve shelter, the very basics, or they have to earn it. And if they don't deserve it and they don't earn it, they shouldn't get it. And if you're giving it to them, then you are the enablers. And that just blows my mind. You know, I went to school for social work. I'm a social worker, and I never thought that I would be the evil one, that I would be the enabler or the target. Yeah. But this last year really did feel like that I was the target, and I don't know that I would have jumped on board so quickly for that. But yeah, it's a good thing I didn't know, I guess.
Right. Well, we saw it. I mean, you know, it was real, and it wasn't pretty, but yeah, I mean, the way that you just kept going and kept fighting, because you were fighting for something that you believed in was, yeah, I mean, that was really, I think that was really good for people to see, because not everybody saw you as the devil, right?
Yeah, that's very true.
So to stand up and be strong in your conviction, I think showed a lot of people how to respond to, honestly, what was coming and what would become even stronger, because that culture has, if anything, gained a lot of momentum about people needing to deserve basic decency and humanity, humanitarian treatment, know, from each other. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm thinking right now.
Okay. Another question folks wanted to know from the Flathead Democracy Group in particular is they're wondering what are some of the needs, as a community, when we look to the valley, because, we're kind of like one big area. Like you said, it's a central hub. And so I know that, over the years, especially recent years, we've lost a lot of resources that used to be here to support folks who were needing assistance. And so what would be some of the most important things that we need to kind of work on when you're, like, from your perspective, looking at, folks who are struggling with homelessness and stability? What are some of the, like, just really basic needs right now that would help?
Well, one isn't so much a basic need. One that I've been talking about a lot today is we got to change our focus. Our focus is on where we don't want people to be. We don't want them in the park. We don't want them on the trail. We don't want them in front of the library. We don't want them in front of our businesses. And I get all that, I don't want them there either. But I want them to have a place. And I would love to see the focus change to where people can be to get the help that they need. If we just all shifted, because if we found the common ground, at least for the situation that we're dealing with, we don't want to see people on the streets. That's the common ground. I feel that way. The naysayers that don't believe in what we're doing here at the Warming Center feel that way too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There is our common ground. Yeah. Well, if we don't want them on the streets, where can they be, and how can we work together as a community to get that and to let that be a place that they can first be, and second, that they can get the help that they need. Yeah, so that's not the very basic of things. The very basic of things, I think, if I'm correctly, I think that your group is helping with some meals.
Yeah.
Yes. That's huge. We have some gaps in meals, and it's not just feeding folks here at the Warming Center. It's that whole concept of community that we're trying to build inside the Warming Center. And there's nothing like a meal that helps that inside here. So providing a meal is absolutely huge.
So if folks don't know, anybody, right, can sign up.
Yes.
To provide a meal at the Warming Center for throughout the entire winter
It's
time.
not an easy ask, though,
No,
because
you're feeding 50 people.
You're feeding
so
50
call some
people,
friends
but
and get
very
yourselves together.
That's right. We have neighborhood groups that have done it. We have church groups that have done it. Individuals that have done it. A lot of times it's stuff that'll go into a big roaster, and you can bring your pan and stuff and pour it in the roaster, and it's warm. We can warm it up and stuff, and there's a lot of gratefulness that comes from getting a warm meal when you walk in the door.
Yeah, and it sounds, sometimes I like, in our work we try and look twofold, right? Like, what are the systemic issues that we can address, but then what's the real thing happening right now that people actually have a need that we can fulfill, just by going to do this or do that, or you know what I mean, like immediate action. And I think the meals is huge.
That is immediate action.
Because it's something we all need.
Yeah.
Out of any questions?
Actually, I don't have any questions. Actually, I would like to say thank you for standing up, because it takes a lot of courage and strength to stand against your own community trying to do something for people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of needs here, and I think where a lot of people haven't seen this, this is just a start. It's not the fix to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking now, and everybody has this idea that this is only as far as it's going to go. We're going to let them run downtown, or the homeless are going to be everywhere. But we have to have a start somewhere.
Yeah.
And it is hard to stand up in your community against your community, because I understand that I've done the same thing in my own communities on reservations, stuff like that, to stand up for people. And when there's a lot of people against you, it takes a lot of strength to do that. So, like, you know, I don't have any questions other than gratitude for
No, thank you.
because, you know, we do a lot for the community, we do a lot for our communities, but we can't always be the face like here. We've backed you, we've gone to your stuff, so we're back here. And that's like, you know, I was saying, being here at midnight, like, it's my thank you. Like, we'll come down here and give our time up and say thanks, you know, because you don't get enough of it. More people are going to be like, oh, they're sheltering the homeless and creating more. And it's like I said, to be the enemy, sometimes you got to be the enemy to, like, win, you know. And it's like, so that's kind of where I feel about the thing, is to give up my time and say thanks.
No, thank
and
you.
like, you know, like you said, hopefully somebody else, like I said, there should be one in each town, somebody else to stand up, because then you don't have to take all the hit.
Yeah.
You know, so like, I mean, that's kind of the way I feel about it. Like, if I think about anything else, I'll maybe ask a question, but.
That was huge. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
What other questions we had?
Another question from your daughter?
No, I know, right? No, that was just the one I caught before bedtime. Of course, she fell asleep, knocked out. Let's see. I think, what is, you know, I think one thing that I always love hearing about is about the guests themselves, and some of the like kind of surprise you about the folks who come to the warming center. Like, one thing we've talked about before, I know it surprised me when I heard that a lot of people are working and coming to the warming center while they're employed. What are, like, other things like that that are surprising that people wouldn't necessarily know?
That one there is a surprise.
Yeah.
The number of wake-up calls that we have. It's an open bunk room. I mean, it's not luxurious by any means. And so you can't have your alarm going off at 4 for you to get up and go to work. And so we have 2 staff that are awake up all night long, and they have wake-up calls to wake people up for work. And the number of those, the other thing is that we do, because we run out of beds. We have 50 beds and too many people that need a place to sleep and be warm and safe. And so we have a process, and one of them is we have bunk holds. We will hold their bunk if they're working. And there's a whole process. I mean, they have to show us their work schedule, and they can't, it would mean that they could not be here at 6 o'clock when we open. And then when they get off, they have just an hour to get here. I mean, there's a lot of guidelines for that. And if you don't show up, that means someone else could have had your bed, and so you lose that privilege of having a bunk hold.
But you don't want people to be penalized for working.
Yes, that's
Got it.
right.
Okay.
That's right. And so the number of bunk holds, tells us the folks that are working. But can you imagine, and you probably can, just how hopeless that feels to be working and still you can't afford a place. And when they talk about how people who are in poverty just spend their money, if they've got $15, well, why don't they save that? Well, it's that hopeless feeling of, you know what, I have $15 today. I'm still not going to have a place to live. I'm still not going to be able to pay bills and all of that stuff. Why would you save it? I mean, where is the hope there? Right. And yeah, I think I'm going to spend it on a cell phone instead of housing, because housing is so much further away than the cell phone. There's a lot of things that are very understandable.
Yeah. Well, we all need a little bit of, everybody just needs like a little bit of that comfort, like that daily comfort, whatever it is that brings you a little bit of peace every day so that you can make it to the next day. Yeah. Everybody needs that.
Yeah.
For me, luckily, like, I'm happy to like have a place to live, and it's my couch, right? I can find that peace and just lay on my couch and be comfortable. And that's really nice. It's not, super luxurious, but it is a luxury.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yours.
Any more thoughts?
Other things that are surprising.
That's surprising, I think, about when you have nothing, you're giving more than people who have things. We see that.
That is interesting. So that's consistent. Some people know this, some people don't. I studied sociology in college, and that was something that, always, I guess it surprised me, but it was consistent with my lived experience, and it's consistent with your lived experience, which is that consistently across the board, the less people have, the more they give. And the
Try
more
ringing
people
the
have.
bell for Salvation Army at Christmas time. You will see who gives the most, and it's not the people who have the most. I learned that.
Yeah.
The other thing I learned is about gratitude here. You should see our bunk room. If you haven't seen it, sometime you should see it. We're talking plastic mats,
Yeah.
okay, in a bunk room full of men and women, and but the gratitude, the gratitude where other people would complain or whatever, they're just they're really grateful.
Yeah.
They're
To have a warm place to sleep.
They're not complaining. Yeah.
And where the lights turn off.
Yeah.
Right? When
Yes.
people sleep. Found out recently that when you're in detention or in prison or in jail, the lights don't go off necessarily.
Really?
Yeah. Well, in
I never
detention
thought
centers
that.
right now, the lights stay on.
Okay.
So it makes it really hard for people to sleep.
Yeah, it does.
Kind of amounts to like a sort of torture. But yeah, it's a luxury to be able to be in a safe, warm place where the lights go off and you can get some good rest.
It's not an easy sleep, though. It really isn't. Sleeping with that many people. And
Oh, yeah. For sure. And then I know that you all have had some changes recently, or some like development that you've been working on of like providing more supportive services as you have grown. So that I'm sure some of them have come in the last year, probably.
Well, we didn't start with day one with where we would want it to be. You just start with the very basics and you go from there. But every year we get better as far as being able to provide more to help people to get out of homelessness. I'm very proud of that. And not just that, but also not just the supportive services, but also the accountability, and those things need to go hand in hand. It doesn't need to be all accountability with no support, but the support and the accountability together, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of our roadmaps that we're doing. Every 7 nights when someone stays here, they meet with a social worker, or Sean and Britta, and they develop an individual plan. So we meet them where they're at, because everyone's different, their story's different, the reason why they're there is different. And we start with step 1, and then step 2, and then step 3. And every 7 nights that they stay here, they have to have a roadmap meeting. And it's another way we're helping people to move beyond homelessness. The other thing is how we link people to the services that they need. We bring the services into the warming center. It's hard because we don't have a lot of space. It's a tight space in there, but bringing the services to where the people are is how you start. Instead of expecting someone, you need to go over here to get your ID, and you go over there for a job, and you go over here for mental health, and there's behavioral health over there, and addictions over there. It's overwhelming when you don't know who you're going to meet. You have to wait in a waiting room you don't know anything about, fill out paperwork on your own, and all of that is without a relationship. So what we try to do is get as many resources as we can to come to the warming center just to start that relationship piece. Maybe help them with that paperwork, or make them more familiar, and then people are more likely to be able to be successful going to those places. But, and that has been successful, but it's still not enough. There's still a breakdown in getting people from one place to another, and our county made it hard with transportation for folks to get a ride on public transportation.
Yeah, I was there in one of those meetings.
And that's another...
Lit a fire in me.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I remember you like telling me about this. You're like, this is a huge problem.
Yeah.
And then I went to the meeting and saw some things and heard some things that I really didn't like. And to be honest, it really I was already organizing, but it created a monster in me. Just like this, something's like got to change. We can't continue to treat people this way.
On your roadmaps with all these resources, you've done this for a little bit now. is there one resource like that you could mention now that's lacking that would help a small step? Because I know you can't just jump to the next step and like, oh, let's bring this resource. I mean, is there something now that we could mention now that would be, maybe that's something I know people know, that like a resource that would be a small step to the next one? Do you find a resource that you're missing or a lack of? Is there a major
I think
one?
it's what we're missing in the whole community, though. It's that behavioral health piece. We're so lacking in mental health services. We have a lot of people who are mentally ill here inside the warming center. Without that crisis stabilization piece that our community is really missing, it's huge. Yeah, that's not an easy fix, though.
No, we
It's
recently
not.
opened up mental health on the Blackfeet Reservation the same way, and it's like one of the first on reservations that a friend of mine's wife started, and that's we're seeing that across America, right? It's not just, it's in Indian country, it's amongst the blacks, the Mexicans, all the way through, right? In our people now, like so it really is, if we could get people to volunteer a little more on the mental health side, we might be able to help that resource in your roadmaps to actually step out of here. So from what I hear, you guys aren't just sitting around and having people spend the night and kicking them out the next day. You know, that's this is where people lack in the community, because you hear it all the time. It's like, we were talking about on the way here with one of my roommates, and we were talking about, like, on the Blackfeet Reservation, it gets 90 below. We don't have people freeze to death. We open up shelters, we open up houses, and we go get our family, right?
Yeah.
So in our community, they don't freeze to death. But yeah, what I see in the community here, what we fought against, it's like they're sitting in their warm house, like, how do we help?
Yeah.
You know, and then they read about people passing away. It's like, oh man, I wish I could have done something.
Yeah.
And so, like, these roadmaps, maybe that's a resource we can get out there saying you can do something.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's gonna, if it's mental health, we can work on that or whatever. Because I mean, we're doing it back home. We're very progressive on the reservation, but yet people don't see the same thing. We get the same idea, like, oh, it's a bunch of freeloading drunks getting, you know, stuff from the federal government. But actually, a lot of it's built on our own. We're progressive into taking care of the mental health. And we don't have a homeless problem. Yeah, there is street people that have a mental health problem, but when it gets cold, we go get our people. You know, and that's something like you're talking about community.
Oh, and who goes to go get them? Is it like family or
Families.
One time you told me the cops.
The cops will round them up. They open the jails. They open the shelters. If it's coming, if there's a storm coming, shelters open up 3 days before. You know, so like, you know, our community could learn from that instead of judging like they do here.
Yeah.
And I seen that when we used to come here, and it's like everybody's like, oh, I mean, I know people that live close to here, and I talk to them, and they're like, it ain't a problem. But all I heard is the neighbors are so mad, and it's this and that, you know, like, so, yeah, maybe the mental health and community work would be, but if that's the resource, maybe that's something we can put out. I mean, it needs to be said more, right? Because we hide the mental health thing under the rug. You know, if we have our own house, we take care of our own, but like we don't take care of anybody else, even if they have the same problem. I have a brother that's mental health problems. He can't make it out on his own. You know, we're always helping and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, just listening to the roadmaps, it's I think more people need to hear that. You know, it's there's a great thing going on here. That's why I said, like, that's my gratitude. It's like, let's keep it going. You know, like what we can do as a community.
We're an initiative that we are working on is transportation, because of that hole in transportation, all the barriers with that. But not just transportation to just drop someone off somewhere, but to have that kind of the relationship piece go with it, to help someone walk through that door and to be their voice when they might not have a voice, to make it through that assessment or whatever that needs to happen that isn't happening.
Now, you said that you were trained as a social worker, and one of my brothers was also, he used to work as a social worker back in the day, back in San Diego. But I don't really understand who qualifies to have a social worker. I see so many people who would benefit from having a caseworker and having someone to go with them to help them with these things. And, you know, sometimes some people are lucky and they have a family member, you know, who can help them through those steps of like paperwork even someone with strong mental health, paperwork is really, can be very challenging for some of the services that you might need, especially, you know, if it's from the government. But yeah, like what's the deal with social workers? Why don't we have more?
Well, it's kind of that case management piece is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that crumbled in 2017 when the legislature cut Medicaid rates for case management services. Cut them so
There you
low.
go. Yep.
So that's why they went away. And so we don't have as many case managers as we used to have. I was a case manager as a social worker at Western Montana Mental Health.
Yes.
And we would go to people's home and we would provide that wraparound care that people need when they, when they have a severe and disabling mental illness, that wraparound care. I mean, we were observing them take their medication. We were helping them to socialize. We were getting them to doctor's appointments, what it took for them to be successful living in the community. 2017 hit, then the reimbursement went away so that those services couldn't function. You know, they have to make some money to pay their employees and all that.
Right.
And we saw just case management go away. So those same people who were being successful in their homes, now we see them walk through the doors of the warming center homeless.
Yes.
Because they don't have that case management support.
Yeah, I'd heard that from a couple of people I was doing as a community organizer. I was doing some research and, you know, what is going on in the Flathead and what's the history and what are the issues and, you know, just researching, right? And that was one of the biggest things that came up is like we have this lack of mental health resources, and a lot of it stems back to 2017 when a lot of it was just cut. And so a lot of people that have moved here more recently, let's say in like 2020, right, we had a big influx of the population or of new people coming in. A lot of people don't know that history. They don't understand that what they're kind of seeing is a little bit of a crisis that resulted from just pulling out the rug on a lot of services, kind of all at once, it seemed like, right? Because a whole bunch of places, you know, sort of shut the doors around that time that were supporting people. And then I did hear, you're not the only one, I did hear from just a totally different person that they used to work at one of those institutions or one of those businesses, and that they now see the people that they used to serve there. Essentially what I would say, like self-medicating in the streets, right? Because what they were getting from medication in a kind of safe, controlled manner. And it's, you know, it's still, at the end of the day, yes, it's drugs, right? But it's to
self-medicate.
It's to self-medicate to help them with whatever struggles they're dealing with. You can't just tell someone like, you need to fix everything and not be dependent on drugs like right now. It doesn't work that way, right? And so so when you pull that from people, they will find a way to medicate. And they do. But, you know, seeing the way that you guys try to move forward despite all of that challenge is really inspiring, because what it is it's like, well, yeah, this happened and it sucks, but it's not a reason to throw in the towel and give up on people in your community.
We got to build that stuff back up, though.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah.
Because what's happening now is crisis is being played out in public spaces. And that's what is alarming to people. And they're seeing, oh, that's homeless, that's homeless, that's homeless. Look at how horrible it is. No, that's illness. That's not homeless. That's illness is what they're seeing. And there aren't the places for people to go to get well anymore.
And that is actually another question that came up for me, you know, as a parent with kids, young kids who like are very, you know, especially my youngest, right? Who's like, she will stare at someone if they're a little bit different, because that's how, you know, kids sort of are, right? And so, you know, what's your advice to parents about talking to kids about homelessness and seeing people in crisis on the streets? Because it happens regularly.
I would say expose them to people who are different than them. When I used to manage the warming center in Bozeman, and now he's a senior in high school. I can't believe that. Before that, he was, 8, 9 or something like that. I took him to the homeless shelter there in Bozeman with me. And you know what happened? He sat there and he played chess with a homeless guy. And that did so good for my son. That's so important, you know, to realize this person may look very differently than how I look, but we're more alike than we are different. And to learn that lesson as a young kid, I think helps. So I think the more that you can, in safe situations, you know, expose to people that may look differently, and when you find that common ground with those folks, that makes a big difference.
And that's not just about homelessness.
Yeah.
That's about anybody that's, that looks different or comes from a different background than us or whatever. I think you're talking about building that trait in our children where they see the humanity in others.
Yeah.
And also strengthen like their own humanity in the process, right? Yeah. Because we live in a society where it feels like people will tell you a lot of things about those people over there and how they are and how you should think about them and how you should interact with them. But it's not necessarily rooted in truth.
Yeah. Very true.
Mostly in fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, fear of something different or the unknown. When we came last year, when we did the welcome walk, and I brought my girls with me, and we stayed here afterwards and had some warm drinks, and some of the guests were coming in, and so, folks were interacting with each other and stuff, and my girls were just so excited to see the dogs that some of the guests brought in, and so they were just like, "Oh, can we pet your dog?"
Yeah.
And that was the highlight of their night. I mean, they also really enjoyed the balloons, but
okay.
it was mostly the dogs.
The dogs. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. It was a good time.
That's great. Well, and just you exposing your kids to that is just great.
Yeah, it was a good
stuff.
It was a good night.
Yeah.
Where are we at time-wise?
I think we're getting close to the end, but I don't think we have anybody right after you.
Oh, shoot. Who wants to come on down? Come visit Tonya. Are you awake? Do you have insomnia?
I think what we're going to do is we're going to show some videos, and I'm going to have a conversation with myself.
I was like, are you going to have a conversation with yourself? Yep.
Yeah, and then we're going to, I'm thinking my husband and I are going to sit down and maybe rehash the last year and what that's been like, and
do some couples therapy on
that's right.
on live.
Do some couple therapy. It all has to do with warming center stuff because that's what consumed our whole last year. But
no, but that's real. I mean, going through that together is that's no small thing. Yeah. Good reflection time. I like that.
That's right. And then get ready for tomorrow because we go till 1:00 p.m. tomorrow, and so we've got when it gets to be normal people hours, that's when we're going to have back-to-back people again. So
Okay. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Once you've been up for like 18 hours, it gets a little rough.
It's hard to concentrate.
It is.
Yes.
We
so
did
that's going to be interesting. I'll make
24-hour.
Sure to tell everyone how many hours I have been awake. So
so if I have a wild look in my eye.
That's right. You carry the conversation, please.
You're like, actually, I'm going to ask you questions. And yeah. No, but that is a good question, though. Is like, what brought you here? Like, why did you decide to come and talk to me? Like, why is this important to you? Because, whether people realize it or not, the warming center is important to all of us.
Yeah.
I had a mentor one time. She had worked on a lot of issues surrounding homelessness when she was younger. And something that I think a mentor told her was that all of us are only a few steps away from living on the street. We just don't know it. And some of us are more and some of us are less. But through just a couple of circumstantial events could happen in your life that could all of a sudden land you on the street, and you wouldn't see it coming a mile away.
And that's why we don't want to think of these people as our neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're our neighbors, it means it could happen to us. And we don't want to even conceive the fact that it could happen to us.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's just a paycheck away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so the fact that we have a resource in this community, like the warming center or like the Sparrow's Nest, and other resources like that for people who need a safe place to be is it makes each one of us safer every day.
When you bring people inside to warmth and safety, it makes the rest of the community safer and stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the idea of closing it down, thinking that's going to make anything safer, it's not. It would put 50 people on the streets in a fight for survival.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times that fight for survival will end up in crime and all the things that they were complaining about in the first place. But I guarantee you, if they're inside our place, they're not breaking into your garage or they're not defecating on your porch when they have a bathroom here that they can use. It just makes
the lack of logic of shutting down a bathroom.
Yes,
When
and then complaining that
insane.
people are pooping. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they don't have a bathroom and they still need to poop, like just like you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy times.
But yeah, don't come at with the logic.
Yeah.
No, but do come at it with humanity and compassion, which you do all the time.
We can talk about the hard conversations. We can talk about, yes, there are impacts to community because of homelessness. And they're not okay, you know, the destruction or whatever is happening. That's not okay. We do not think it's okay. We can have those conversations. We can have them with compassion, and we can come up with solutions when we're together.
Yeah.
You know, Ryan Hunter came and spoke today a little earlier, and we talked a little bit about what he would do if he became mayor. And one of the things that he talked about is that homeless advisory council that I think we really do need. And that would be if you've got a business owner and you've got homeless individuals that are communicating and talking, and the homeless individual is hearing from the business what it's like to have someone, you know, causing a disturbance or whatever outside their business.
Yeah.
And then the business person is hearing about what it's like to be homeless on the street.
Yeah.
And what that's like to live that way. When we're hearing from each other, it's amazing what solutions we could come up.
Oh, yeah.
If there's problems, if the homeless community is causing problems in the community, they need to be at the table for the solutions, and they need to be a part of the solutions. That's the only way we have solutions.
Yeah.
So the idea of getting together and having dialogue,
what?
That would be
crazy.
Finding a common ground.
Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, when you get people together, creative solutions abound, because that's just how we work as humans. We're collaborative creatures more than we are competitive. Yeah, I believe that.
And that common ground, at least with the warming center situation, is no one wants to be on the streets. No one wants anyone else on the streets. So let's start there.
Get people off the streets.
That's right.
Yep. Come and go.
We can do that.
Great. All right. Well, close out that. Any final words? Thank you, Tonya.
Thanks for coming at such an odd time, staying up. Okay. Well, when you wake up in the morning, I'm still going to be here. So
I know. I'll say a little prayer for you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. So nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take care. Glad you came. Thank you. Oh, yeah. That dip. Okay. All right. You guys have a good night. Maybe we keep the feed on and just turned. Oh, really? There's 4 people out there watching? Oh, hi, 4 people.
The later it gets, the stranger you get.
Oh, wait. Justin Wilson says, I tuned into the live stream. Oh, yay.
Shout out to Justin.
Yay. Hi, Justin, if you're still listening. That's right. Oh. Gotta like that. 12:38.
Oh.
So not too long ago. That's wonder.
Yeah, they were up at 9 just a few minutes ago. They dropped.
It did get colder. I think we maybe get low on propane. It was kind of popping a little bit.
I think it's going to be time to swap tanks. Well, we're boring our 4 people.
I know. No, there's not still 4 people. You know, one of those people is my mom. So.
Well, she's asleep. Mimi, go to bed.
You want to set that aside? So. Ooh.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know why that scares me because I think it's going to pop. Ah.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name is Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness.
He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
Unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge. And that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name? Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
Unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge. And that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
It is 1:04 a.m.
104. It's
So that
12
means
hours down.
12 hours down.
12
Okay.
hours and 4 minutes. And you look at me like, well, what are we going to talk about? But literally how many hundreds of hours?
You got to hold that up.
Literally how many hundreds of hours over the last 7 years or 8 years have we stayed up late at night talking about the warming center? This is nothing new.
That's true.
Oh.
That's true. We've spent a long time of our marriage
just-
talking about this place right behind us.
It just is.
Yes.
Driving to wrestling tournaments.
Yeah.
Remember Noah was
Noah was smaller when we started this
little
journey.
guy wrestling. And
Yep.
that was when we came up with the idea for the link.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Oh.
All the way to Libby, sitting in the stands all afternoon and thinking, how are we going to do this? Working on the language and what was it going to look like and what was the next step for the warming center. And by the time we left Libby, we decided it was going to be the link. You remember that, no?
Yeah. No, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
And it was another drive to another wrestling tournament when we came up with the idea for the 7 days and the roadmap. And so this is our life. So I mean, I think we can handle another hour.
I think we can. Oh my gosh. It's kind of scary when you say, this is our life.
Well, look what it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe.
But look what the last 12 hours have brought.
Yeah.
And you would think 12 hours just sitting on a bench, it's going to get old, but you've had 12 hours and you've had, 20 guests?
Yeah. Wonderful people.
And
Great
12 hours
conversations.
and incredible, impactful conversations every time.
Yeah, but this one might be my favorite.
Well, it should be.
Yeah. It should be. Nope, absolutely one of my favorites. Because I like what you just said. We, and that's very true.
Well,
this didn't happen without we brainstorming, we talking to the wee hours of the night.
Ideas are easy. Doing is hard. You have done.
I couldn't do without the ideas.
Ideas are cheap.
No, not true. Not true. Not true. You've definitely been the idea person.
We're not going to argue over that. Just let me say it and take it. You have done the work, and you have found a community full of people to support it. I look at this building and what it represents and what it does, and I'm stunned that every dollar that pours into this is a dollar someone has taken out of their pocket and said, here, go
Yeah.
change a life.
Yeah. The amount of trust.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't take that lightly. It's hard to spend a dollar knowing that someone has entrusted us with the dollar.
No, it's different. I'll spend 100 of my own dollars, and I watch you agonize over $10 that was given. And talk to Luke, and no, you can't spend that money on candy in the parade. No, make it less. Save it.
Yeah. Because it's true. It has meant so much to me to see people get behind this. And even when this was attacked and taken away, we still had people getting behind this.
Yeah. No, think about how the Great Fish Challenge went last year. Last year, in the Great, they didn't know there would be a warming center. You were closed. You were illegal.
Yeah.
You did not have a permit to operate this building. You didn't have a permit to exist. Yet, hundreds of people backed you with tens of thousands of dollars.
Incredible.
On the faith that it would come through. And of course it did.
And the confidence. That's what's been a lot, is the confidence that people have put in this mission through hard times. I mean, it's a hard time for lots of people in our community, and still see people come forward and give of their resources to have confidence in what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The $20 checks and the $50 checks. And those little ones are the humbling ones to me.
Yeah.
Because we've never been people that can write big checks and give big gifts. Yeah, and it's a big deal for us to give $100.
Yeah.
And when we see those little ones come in, I kind of picture being someone like us. That it's like, well, okay, go do something good.
Yeah. And just in our brainstorming, we talked about innkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
The innkeeper. And that has developed through the years, and we still want to develop that more.
The innkeeper is yours. Yeah, that's
well,
your
you didn't
idea.
like the
That's
idea.
I didn't.
You didn't, but you've come around to it. But to me, when you talk about something being humbling, it's that innkeeper that gives $10 a month. We had the woman for years that wrote a check for $10 a month every single month, and that is very humbling.
No, that faithfulness that we're going to step by. We'll be behind this year after year after year.
Yeah.
Is she still giving?
She's not. I'm not so sure that she's still living. There was one time I went by her apartment, though, because I wanted to thank her. And that really threw her through a loop. She was thinking that I was coming, thinking that she was an elderly lady and living in an elderly complex. And she thought that I was worried that she wouldn't be writing checks anymore. And so she thought I was coming to stay on her to do that. And that was, I tried really hard for her to understand that, no, I'm just really, really grateful. Yeah.
It's a big deal.
It is. The support is a big deal. This year, the Great Fish Community Challenge, that was a big deal to me too. The number of individual donors.
480, we looked at it last night.
480 individuals. Now, we didn't raise the most money, but to me, that doesn't matter the most to that individual confidence of people to give. There's lots of good nonprofits, and they chose the Flathead Warming Center to give to. And that, another humbling thing.
Yeah, the need is so obvious. We see it, we read about it, all over Facebook, all over the news, and the people step up and say, you know what, go do something good.
Yeah.
And
We
here
don't
you
take
are.
that lightly. And when I say we, I don't mean just you and me. I mean everyone that's working together on this. We don't take that lightly.
Well, think about just over the course of this afternoon and evening, how many you've talked to Nate and the gal that was just here, what was her
Andrea.
name? And Andrea, whose lives were absolutely turned around through this ministry. You were talking with the volunteer, and he talked about that guy that he became good friends with. He's off drugs and he's working,
Has his
and
kids
his life
back.
has changed. And were there others that we heard about or talked about in the last 12 hours? There had to have been.
Definitely. I think, even staff that has sat here and said that this has been life-changing for them. And I agree to that. Yeah. It's been incredible, and it's not something that we can do on our own.
Of course, not every person that walks through the doors of the warming center is going to have their life changed like that way. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't. Who do we have?
I don't know.
Someone's coming up? It's true. And we've talked a lot about... Hello!
Hello!
Oh, you are so great. Oh.
Wow, isn't that cool?
That is so cool. Thank you. Tell me your name.
Jill.
Hi, Jill. Oh, thank you, Jill. I'm so bad with, until you say Jill Davis, then I know. Look at you. Oh. No chocolate for me. I'm trying not to do the sugar part.
Oh, well, see, it's no sugar added, so it only has a teeny tiny bit.
Oh.
And that's Splenda. Or no,
Yeah,
Splenda,
yeah.
It's not, whatever.
It's
fake
stevia.
sugar.
Yes.
It's fake.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to come have a conversation?
I will gladly surrender the microphone. You're on.
You just come and sit here and we just talk.
That's all you do. What?
Yeah.
It's too late. You've already been on the camera. So, so here we
Yeah.
are.
So come around. Don't get in the fire.
I will try not to die on this cord or burn it.
Oh, I gave the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Huh?
The one
Oh.
with the tape on it, that's yours to keep it warm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it is warmer too.
Yeah, I just made it.
Wow.
I don't make coffee in the middle
So
of the
do you
night.
live close or did you come
Yeah.
far?
Yeah, listen,
Oh, wonderful.
yeah, I live on 2nd Street, kind of near the Samaritan Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Jill, tell me your story. What brings you here to the bench other than bringing me coffee?
Well, I dropped some stuff off earlier, and I saw the whole setup, but it looks like you were busy, so I didn't stop and ask what it was about. And then I just woke up in the middle of the night and saw you were out here. So I came to say hi.
I love that. I'm going to peel off this so I can have coffee. Perfect. Your timing is perfect.
Oh, good.
So I guess we're doing 24 hours.
Yeah, I didn't catch that whole part, no.
Okay. So started at 1 o'clock p.m.
Yep.
Going to 1 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. And I have several scheduled, not this time of night. Not too many people are as crazy as you, I guess, to be up.
Yeah, I just woke up, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, 3 o'clock had to cancel. Oh, we do?
You have a 3 a.m.?
Is she cut? Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Okay, well, that is cool.
Yeah.
So wow. So the idea is, and this is happening, it's not just here. There's 75 homeless shelters across the United States that are doing it, that are open. And the idea is to try to change the narrative around homelessness one conversation at a time. And sometimes that's hard conversations because it's a hard subject right now. And so it's important to have those conversations, though, because when we can have the hard conversations with compassion, we can come up with solutions. And that's kind of the goal, and it's been great. We haven't had too many walk-ups because I always fear that because we've been kind of a controversial subject, so you never know what's going to come.
True.
But it's been a lot of encouragement. It's been great.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear
So
that.
what is your take on homelessness? On where are you? What do you think about it?
I think it's very complicated, but for this area, I think 2017 seems to be a big year that affected like the wraparound services that you were talking about. And so I think there's more gaps in social networks or assistance that can help people not get on the street in the first place or not be out there as long. I don't know. It's going to take a lot of different people, a lot of ideas to. I wouldn't say you can ever solve it 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
it's complicated. I don't have all the answers. I just kind of try to pop in and be helpful to you guys when I can because I don't know.
So you've been a supply donor.
Yeah. I manage vacation rentals, and guests will pay for amenities like shampoo, conditioner, soap, toilet paper, paper towels, things like that. A lot of times they don't get used, and so sometimes I'm allowed to donate some of it, and I bring it here.
So it's fabulous. It
Yeah.
really is, because just that hygiene part can make all the difference with someone who's struggling.
Yeah. And they're those little individual bottles, so they're
Those are
perfect
good.
for the situation here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being a part of the solution. It takes
Sure.
everyone doing a little bit.
It does, yeah.
To make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw what you guys went through last year. That's kind of how I got involved with here at all.
And you came and spoke to me.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I remember
Came, spoke
that.
to you, spoke at a city council meeting in support of y'all staying open. So yeah, you're kind of helping me get out of my comfort zone. I don't like public speaking.
I don't either. Can you
I know.
believe that?
I know you don't. I heard you say that some other time. I'm like, well, you sure do a lot of it.
Yes.
For not
when
liking
you-
it.
When you have to, yes, and it's true. I can't tell you that I ever really enjoy it, but
Yeah.
you sometimes have to just dig deep, and it gets easier. It does. It doesn't mean you like it, though, but
Yeah.
it does get easier.
Well, I think anything after last year for you would be easier, right?
Yeah, exactly. This
It's all
should be-
easy.
It should all be cake from there. Oh, those meetings were so hard. They were
Yeah.
so packed. They were so emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And they just went in the wrong direction, and that just made it all the heavier and traumatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've talked about how this is kind of a recovery year.
Mm-hmm.
And the saddest thing that we lost through that whole process was a year of program development, because we could have been focusing on the actual things that people were accusing us of not doing. We were doing those things to help people, but we could be doing them a whole lot better if we could have spent the year in program development instead of the fight for our lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Just to
it
stay.
opened up some hard conversations that weren't being had. I don't know that a lot of people realize this, but people didn't come talk to us. There was a survey that went around, a petition that went around, and the person knocked on every single door except for 889 North Meridian, which is right here. We didn't know that was happening. And no one came to tell us what their concerns were. And we heard about it after the very first meeting, and they called for another meeting. And when that happens, dialogue has to stop, or at least city council is told, oh, well, it's because it's on the agenda, you can't talk. You can't have dialogue. So our board was reaching out to the city council to try to have dialogue, and it was shut down. Before we even knew what was going on, we couldn't them.
Yeah.
And then it just became a fight for our lives, meeting after meeting, and that was hard. I don't care to ever go back in that room.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, not a fun room. And I remember thinking when we would drive there, I'd be like, okay, this will be over. We can do this. Let's just get this over with.
The next couple hours.
Yep, and I would sit there and imagine being somewhere else other than sitting there, because that was pretty painful.
Yeah.
All the accusations, the blame, and there wasn't, it's okay. All the accusations, all the blame, and there wasn't the
the opportunity to even see if this was a guest of ours, or the opportunity to view any kind of evidence, it just blew us away. Yeah. That was a hard year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's over.
That was. And we care.
I know you do.
If someone is pooping in someone's yard, I don't want that to happen.
I know.
I don't want there to be needles everywhere our kids are supposedly playing in, and
if you're not told about it,
yeah,
how can you address it? Or
can't.
You know.
There was nothing I could do about it. And then it turned into all legal stuff, and now we're being blamed because we got an attorney. Well, we had to get an attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the attorneys that we ended up with were such a blessing, because they found us because of how outrageous things were going.
Yeah.
And a newspaper story is how they found us. And so that was a blessing.
Yeah. And I could tell a couple of them, you know, remember on this fundraiser in, I think, March or February that you guys had, and the attorneys that had helped last year were on the screen.
Yeah.
You could tell a couple of them actually really, really cared. A couple of them had tears in their eyes.
Yes.
So for an attorney to have tears in their eyes, I feel like that's meaningful.
Oh gosh, they became like family. They really did. And afterwards, after the settlement and everything, like a couple months later, they came back, and it was not just attorneys; it was a whole team. So you had a PR person, you have your attorneys, paralegals, just a whole team, and they all came back, and we were able to have a dinner inside the warming center, which made it extra special. We dressed up the tables in there, brought china in. I mean, just the contrast of having that in there. And that was really a fun evening, a celebration. We gave them a key to the warming center. And I think that meant more to them than anything, you know. We made a joke that they deserved a key to the city.
Yeah.
But it didn't look like the city was working on that.
Was offering.
So we decided that we would just give them a key to the warming center. Yeah. But that was such a blessing to have a good legal team that was all heart and understood. They were good people. Good people. Now they've moved on to another town, and they're helping in another town that's
trying to save the world somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I think so. But they're always welcome here, and they have a key. They can stay whenever they want to.
Just pop in whenever they want.
Yeah.
They don't have to rent an Airbnb
Yeah.
when they come to town.
They just stay right here. They have earned a free night stay at the Flathead Warming Center. Yeah. So it was a wild year, but it taught us about how much education we need to do, and we're looking at more ways of reaching out and trying to educate the community more and get the message out more about all that we really do. And
there's a lot to it. Even somebody who's a fan, you know, I find out more and more as I go along.
Yeah.
So somebody who doesn't really, you know,
that doesn't care to know the difference, or the number of times that we've offered people to come in and see. We really want people to come in like you have, even if not to bring a donation, but just to come in and ask.
Yeah. Like I made an appointment last year, and I think Chris was the one that gave me a tour.
Yeah.
And I didn't really know anything about it before then, and I just heard all this hubbub and around the city about it. I thought, well, I'm going to go to the source and figure out what's going on, and then,
that we really appreciate that. That's what we want to happen more of. And so we will just, if that doesn't work, then we've got to shift and try something else, but always trying something new to educate the community, because without us here, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
And
so, I can't imagine not having not having a roof over my head on some nights that are so cold.
Yeah. And any of the things that the people were complaining about, without the warming center, it's 50 people out on the streets.
Yeah. Like, it's all I can do sometimes in January and February to walk my dogs in the cold.
Yeah.
And then at least I'm so grateful to be able to go home and get warm.
Yeah.
But if you guys weren't here, I don't know what would happen to those people.
Yeah.
And like you guys were talking about earlier with Leonette, a lot of people are just a paycheck or two away from homelessness. I've been there a couple times, almost,
Yeah.
If it wasn't for someone in my life that helps me,
It can happen to anyone.
it really can.
Yeah.
People can lose jobs through no fault of their own or whatever. Yeah. You know, the economy can take a turn.
That's right.
Companies
we don't
can
want
get
to
sold.
We don't want to think that it could happen to us.
Yeah,
but
we
it really
don't. It's
can.
scary, and it. Yeah, nobody wants to think that it's them that it could happen to. But it can.
It can.
So we got to help each other.
That's right. That's right. That's why I like the motto is we help each other. We help each other. We hold on. I'm so tired.
I know.
Our motto: we take care of each other in the Flathead. There it is.
Yeah.
That tells you I'm tired.
I know.
And it's right there. We take care of each other. It's not just that we help each other, but we take care of each other in the Flathead, and that really means something.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm glad y'all are here.
Yeah. We plan on being here more, and we plan on doing more and more and improving more and more. You're never there.
Yeah.
But we're going to keep trying. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question. You mentioned a little while ago something about transportation, and I guess I don't know how transportation was before it wasn't available as much. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah. During COVID, transportation became free, and they started not the routes, but they started going on demand. So you could call and you could get a ride with public transportation. They'd come to your door.
Oh.
So that changed through COVID, and then they decided to charge $1 per ride. And I don't have a problem with the dollar. You know, everyone should be able to pay $1 if that's what needs to happen. But it's how you had to pay the $1 that really caused a barrier for a lot of folks, for a lot of vulnerable people, not just homeless people, but the elderly too.
Like they couldn't pay cash, right?
You cannot pay cash. You have to have a cell phone with an app on it and tied to a bank account or to a gift card or something like that that can pay the $1. So that takes what should be just $1 easy access to public transportation miles apart for people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when all that was happening, the other thing that happened was since the warming center started, we had a great partnership with the public transportation. They would bring folks to the warming center and would take folks away from the warming center. The year before, we paid for it. They said, well, it's not fair for you not to have to pay for it. We're going to be charging $1 for people. So we were charged $1 a ride for our folks. And that, was a $3,000-$4,000. But we paid so that we could continue to have that to bring people into the neighborhood and out of the neighborhood.
Yeah. And go to other services, right? And go to other services that are in other parts.
Yeah. Well, then they decided they couldn't do that at all anymore. And that's what we still had the transportation when this process started. And part of the accusations against us is that we weren't providing transportation, though we were paying for it at that time, knowing that it was going to be taken away. And so it was taken away, so we don't have that anymore. And that makes it harder.
It does.
And it's opposite of what the neighbors want.
Yeah.
But so we're working really hard to try to come up with a solution, not just for the neighbors, for bringing people in and out of the community, but also to help our guests get to where they need to be to get the tools and resources that they need to move beyond homelessness.
Yeah.
But, so transportation's an issue.
It is.
Yeah.
Last winter, I stopped at the post office to check my mail, and there was a lady who had never been here before. She was from Browning, but she was in a situation where she was trying to find the warming center, and she was just so exhausted from walking so far in the cold that when I tried to explain to her that it was just a little farther down on the right, it just seemed so far to her, and she almost started crying. So I just gave her a little ride, even though it wasn't that far, because when you're really tired and really cold in the middle of the winter, even to walk that much farther after you've walked miles to get here.
Wow. Yeah. It's overwhelming.
It is. It takes a lot of energy to stay warm, even just the very basics in the winter. So yeah. Anyway, transportation's important.
It is, and we want to work on that. We want to take it even a step further so that someone goes into the appointments with them to help connect those dots and to help them be their voice when they don't have a voice. And
because I have a friend who, I won't say where she works, but she lives in the valley, and she had a head injury. I'm not sure how many years ago, but you know, she can work, but she can't. But she gets overwhelmed easily. So something like filling out an application for a place to live or to get housing assistance is overwhelming to her. So other people didn't understand, like, why hasn't she applied? We gave her the resources. She just needs to take it, you know. But just getting to know her, I figured out she just needed me to sit there. I just brought my laptop. I met her at a place with Wi-Fi, and pretty much she did it on her own. She just needed me there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but sometimes it's just simple things. You need somebody to just sit there with you and be moral support or whatever, bounce ideas off of her.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. And that's community.
Yes, community.
In both of those situations where you help those people, you were community for them.
Yeah.
And that's what we all need.
Yeah, because when you're really down, sometimes you feel like there's no hope, and everyone needs hope.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little hope is the difference between life and death, actually, between suicide and not suicide.
Yeah. And we have to borrow hope from each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep. True. Yep. Well, I guess I'll jump off of here because I didn't know I was going to be talking. I was just going to bring you some coffee.
I love it. Well, I love that you brought coffee, and I love that you had a conversation. And I am very grateful for your support, whether that's you coming and speaking and not feeling comfortable, but still doing it.
Like you.
And you bringing in stuff for our guests. You are an example of a good neighbor. So thank you for being a good neighbor. Thank you.
You do this all the time, so.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
grateful
you.
for you.
And we'll see you back anytime.
I'm sure.
You're
I'll
always
be here.
welcome.
I'll be here, let's see, not this Friday, but next to help fix dinner.
Oh, wonderful. With what group? Is it with a group or?
Flathead Democracy.
Okay, yeah.
Lena's going to lead the place. I don't know what she's going to have me do, but I'll be there.
Thank you. We appreciate it. That's so important. Meals are so important.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what to.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Get some sleep for me. If you can sleep with coffee.
You see that hope walk out of the shower.
Yeah. I love it. Thank you. Huh?
7.
7 what? Oh, I think we shut off. Did we shut off? Okay. Oh, still on? No, it's not on this thing.
Yeah, it looks dead.
Oh, did he say he's got? Oh,
There we go. It's undead.
are we okay to have a conversation or? Okay. Sweet. So we're back. So you said there were 7 people awake.
7 people.
Hello, world.
People. Before Jill came, that was cool.
Yeah.
We were talking about how not every life is going to be transformed.
Yeah.
And you don't know who that walks through the door, who's going to get their life changed and who's going to stay a couple nights or a couple weeks or a couple months and move on.
Yeah.
And because you can't house everyone, does that mean you shouldn't try to?
Yeah.
That you shouldn't try.
Or because not everyone's going to be grateful, or because, not everyone, some will take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Does that
Is
mean you don't help anybody?
Is
No.
it not better to help 10 to have one life changed?
I agree.
If you don't know who it is, so okay, we're not going to help any of them because maybe 9 of them won't have this radical change in their life.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, isn't That was in the Bible, wasn't it?
It was.
It was.
Tell the story.
Well, I'm not much of a Bible scholar, but the way I recall the story, 10 lepers came to Jesus. They begged Jesus, have mercy on us, heal us, make us clean, make us purified. And Jesus, of course, he knew who these 10 people were. He knew their histories, and he knew where they're going and what was going to happen. He chose to heal all 10 of them. And then he gave them a command. He said, you've been healed. God has healed you. Now go show yourself to the priests and give the offering that's required and come back. And the 10 healed men left, and only one came back with his life changed. The other 9, we don't know if they went and saw the priest. We don't know what they did. They were gone. And did Jesus waste his grace on the 9 to change one man's life? Well, certainly he knew. And he chose to do that. And he said, no, this is not a waste. This is what we're going to do. We're going to help all of them regardless. He didn't ask for a credit check or a rap sheet or check any of the things or ask, are you good enough? He helped. And in his omniscience, knowing that 9 of them would reject his commands, he still helped. And in that light, the criticism that comes against the Flathead Warming Center, will you enable? Well, no. We were called to help. We were called to give. We were not called to judge each man. That's God's job. It's not our job.
Yeah.
And that help, is it about the folks we're helping or is it about us? That's an honest question.
No, it's about who we are.
Yeah, you have always said that.
Yeah.
And it's a test of who we are.
Yeah, not about who they are.
God brings them into our lives to see what we will do.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, are we going to obey or not? And yeah, I've learned so much in the last 2 years going through this whole thing. My worldview has changed substantially.
It has.
And you've heard it all. You've heard me process all of these things as I've grown through it.
Yeah.
And how about you? How has this thing changed you?
I'm tired.
Yeah.
And not just because I've been on the bench for a
No.
long time. But yeah, no, you've heard me. There's times I don't want to do this anymore because it's a lot. And I wouldn't have signed up for it. We talked about that in a conversation earlier. I wouldn't have signed up for it had I known what was going to come. But
the hate that has come from people that we thought we agreed with.
yeah,
Yeah. If I look at the folks that have come out in just absolute vitriol against the warming center, these would have been people that prior to this I would have said, yeah, I can relate to these guys. That's my politics. That's my Christianity.
That's my patriotism.
That's my patriotism. I'm the guy waving that flag. And then the guy waving that flag and, wearing a MAGA hat and saying, go Trump, and then spews these lies. Yeah. And this hatred and this anger and this absolutely biblical worldview. And it caused me to look at me, right? And it caused me to examine who I am and what I believe. And did it make me a liberal? No. No, I'm.
Oh, but we're accused of being.
We're accused. Oh my gosh! You should see the hate that was on the face on Facebook today. Liberal dribble and this and that and the other thing, and nothing. It couldn't be further from the truth.
No idea. Yeah, they have no idea that we are. We have always been conservative Republicans, and I feel like we've been abandoned by people we thought we were like-minded with.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, the first glimpse I had of it was when that very, very conservative candidate for governor spoke at the city council meeting. And he said, what we need to do is round these people up and get them out of our state. I wanted to crawl and hide.
Yeah.
To think that you're of the party of Abraham Lincoln and the party of freedom, and your solution to a problem is to round people up and ship them out. How embarrassing is that?
That was embarrassing.
Yeah, there's something wrong.
And that's what made it all so much more painful.
Is our camera dead?
Oh, yeah.
Are we dead?
All
right.
It's blinking.
Try again.
Watch out. There we go. Check. We're going to do a check. See if my mom's still awake watching us. No way. Yay.
So boring we chased two people.
Okay. No, that was a painful process for us because as conservatives, Republicans, to have people from our own party accuse us of being different and accusing us of being part of the problem without there even being a conversation.
No, not once. No one came and knocked on the door. You know what? Well, I'm really struggling with what you're doing. And I've got a better idea. Hey, let's... none of those things. This was behind your back, surreptitious. It was absolutely a cheap shot. These are people that most of them claim to be Christians. And, what does the Bible say? If your brother offends you, go to your brother. Well, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So no, we've learned, and I've learned, and it's really caused me to look at my beliefs, and certainly they've changed. Before this, I would have honestly thought the most important part of Christianity was doctrine. We have to have right doctrine. We have to hold the standard here. And that's always in tension, in competition with loving our neighbor. And I've learned that both are pinnacle, both are important, but to love your neighbor comes first. In the doctrine second. It's doctrinal. The doctrine says you love your neighbor first. And keep the right doctrine next. And that's been a big eye-opener for me. And I understand the left better. I understand where they're coming from. Doesn't mean I always agree, and that's okay.
Yeah, Boy,
It's okay.
that was quite a process
It
throughout the
was,
year. That was
yes.
really quite a process because we were talking about a very staunch Republican,
Mhm.
very staunch conservative.
Even in your 50s, you can learn and you can grow. And,
Yeah.
God can take these very tough things and bring us to a better place.
It was a growing experience. It wasn't easy. There were a lot of tears,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of just not wanting to be around people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the good things that have come of it? We spent a lot of time talking about the anger and the hate and the stuff that's come at the warming center. I mean, my gosh, the stuff that came at you.
The good things were all the things that you didn't see publicly. Publicly you heard, that we're doing something wrong and that we're hurting our community and that I lied. All of those things is what you saw publicly. But privately, there's a lot of support that came in.
Yes.
And handwritten notes of encouragement. You're doing the right thing. Keep going. And those things were very helpful.
Yeah.
Kept us going.
Yeah, and the fact that, that opposition really seemed to be from a small sliver of the community.
Yeah.
The support is, like we talked about earlier, the support has been so broad-based.
Yeah.
And not many people are really in opposition. But the sad part is, and something I was thinking about and wanted to talk about tonight was how pervasive the lies became. And what struck me, you remember last night, we had a UPS delivery. And I went out, I'm talking to the UPS lady, and I don't want to get her in trouble that she was talking to me for too long, but told her what was going on tonight, and we talked a little bit, and she says, well, that they bring those people, they get off the train in Whitefish, and Whitefish pays to send them to the warming center in Kalispell. And this is a lady that actually supports the warming center. And just absolute matter of fact that she knew beyond we have to push the button on the camera again.
Uh-oh.
No, we're broadcasting over here. So maybe the camera just goes to sleep. I don't know.
Oh, does the camera just go to sleep?
It
It's broadcasting
shows we're
there,
up
though.
here. Okay, it just
Okay.
went dark here, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but she knew.
Okay.
Uh-oh. 100% matter of fact that's what happened. They get off the train and they ship them here. Why? Because that's what Chad Graham said. Right? And when a city councilman sits in city council and says something, I mean, it comes with that authority.
It does.
And before this, when I hear someone speak in authority like that, I'm like, well, okay. And just because a city councilman says it behind the dais in a city council meeting doesn't make it true.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it any less of a lie, because what a lie. And 2 years after he told that tale, here's a UPS lady that had no connection to any of it, and she's convinced. That's what happens. And I went on to explain to her, Tonya knows the people that come to the warming center, and she knows how many people come off the train. And she knows how they handle them. And, the same thing with the letter from the county commissioners. Well, this came from the county commissioners. It must be true.
Yeah.
there must be an organized network and this secret website or whatever they fabricated or dreamt up that doesn't exist.
It was really hard for me because I was raised to respect authority and to believe authority, and people are in authority because they can be trusted, and
we've learned that, well, even folks in authority are people.
yeah.
That's what they're still people. Did Chad Graham believe it? I assume he believed it. I don't think he's going to sit up there and just tell a bald-faced lie. But from that, he's got an obligation to fact-check it, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And the commissioners, when they wrote the letter, did they believe those things? Yeah, I think they believed those things. Were they wrong? Yes.
Did they fact check
Did
it? No.
Fact
No,
check.
they did not.
So, yeah, it's taken a toll in just the way we see the world.
Yeah.
And the way I think especially you would see people in authority. And that was a huge, huge surprise, especially for you.
Yep, it was. I've always been raised and believed it to respect authority because they're in that position for a reason.
And it gives you a newfound respect for the responsibility that people in authority have to get it right.
Yeah.
Because when you get it wrong, you've impacted, here, a whole county full of people. And now you've got thousands of people walking around believing the lies that you thought were true. Yeah, I think Chad Graham believed it. I think Mark Johnson believed it.
And I think the hardest part was that the communities were told we're doing something wrong and the way that we're doing it is wrong, and so it should be shut down. And that, you don't just get over that really quickly.
You know what's scary is these very, very conservative people were so quick to jettison the Constitution. I'm not an attorney, but at a gut level, I'm like, this testimony isn't sworn. This testimony from these folks speaking before a city council isn't subject to cross-exam.
Yeah. It just, at a gut level, didn't feel
at
fair.
At a gut level, yeah, it just like, it doesn't work this way. You don't get to take away rights without process. And the folks that think like we do, the conservative people, were very quick to abandon our rich history of freedom and restrained government because the target of that was an organization that they had been told was bad. And so it makes me look, would I do the same thing? Would I ignore? Could I make the mistakes that our neighbors did? And it's an opportunity for all of us to be introspective and learn and make ourselves better.
And it was a growth process. The people who have believed differently than us have then became our biggest supports through this.
No, I think that struck me today. Just working the table and checking people in and out and having conversations with the folks that were going to come up and talk to you. There were some very, very liberal people that came here to support the warming center. there were also some very, very conservative people that came to talk to you to support the warming center. And we don't see that often. We don't, in this fractured society that we have, liberals and conservatives, they don't go to the same churches anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
You don't go to the same church, you don't go to the same anything, but here we are, liberals and conservatives alike supporting the warming center. I think that tells us we're doing something right. The community has made it political, but it's not.
That's right.
What does that banner say over there?
Yeah.
What does it say?
It's not about politics.
What does it? It says
Helping people
is
not
political.
Mm-hmm. This should be the cause that everyone can get behind, because it's not about politics.
So stunned. In what world is helping homeless people bad?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
It wasn't like that in the beginning.
No, something bizarre has happened, and I haven't wrapped my head around it.
I don't know if we ever will.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have hope it won't always be that way. It wasn't always that way.
No, this is something post-COVID, something the last. It's recent.
Yeah.
I've wondered, thought about, Rush has been gone for a couple of years, and Rush was a huge, huge influence on conservative thinking in this country. And Rush was always a positive, happy, upbeat guy. And what did he say? Let not your heart be troubled, right? There's always something bad, and he found a reason why it wasn't terrible and why we shouldn't despair and why we shouldn't be angry. And that voice is gone. And so many of the other conservative pundits that are left are angry. And is that part of it? I don't know.
I don't have the answer. I got to stand up, though.
I'll let you. I noticed it's a lot warmer sitting here.
Yeah.
Than it
I
was
bet.
Over there. This isn't bad at all.
Yeah. No, it's sitting so long that I'm getting cramps by even not moving.
You're only halfway there, babe.
I know. That's why I gotta. That's why I gotta stand up. I don't think we're still on.
We're on. I can see it over there.
Yeah, I don't get it because this is.
No, the fire is flickering. We're going.
Oh. Oh, there's some pictures in Kent's book. This feels cold right now, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
So this was a gift from Barb, the bag lady.
Well, it's not a gift. She brings them to the warming center.
Oh, so it's not a gift.
No. It's not for me. It's gonna go.
No, it's not a gift for you.
Yeah.
It's a gift to the warming
center.
center.
Always.
From Barb, the bag lady.
She always provides these.
Yes.
Oh, see, I got a cramp just raising my arm this way. Yes, this is her ministry, and these are special. That's the sleeping bag part down there. But you can survive in really cold weather in this.
Yeah.
Laying on the ground. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's still a little warmer.
Give it a minute. You'll warm up.
Yeah. Most of anything, I just needed to stand. It's a warming center, but it's not so warm out here. And we're not trying to, do a simulation of homelessness or anything, because we can't. I mean, you wouldn't have people come by and bring in your coffee necessarily, and you wouldn't have
in front of a fire.
In front of
under
a fire.
The lights,
Yeah.
Get to go in every hour. And
have
get
conversation.
warm, and no. So where do we go? What's next for the warming center? When we first sat down, we talked about all those conversations we've had
Mm-hmm.
in bringing the warming center to this place. What's next?
Well, we talked about the transportation piece.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's very important.
Will be exciting.
Yeah. And we talked about how it's our goal to just continue to get better and better and better.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. There's so much of the criticism that you faced in the last 2 years is a criticism of why are you not doing the very things that you aspire to do? Right? The links, the roadmaps, strengthening those pieces and helping move people forward in their lives. The warming center could not be born complete. It has to start somewhere and develop and grow over the arc of its development. And step one is we're going to keep 20 people warm in a basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Step two, well, we'll keep 30 people warm in a gym. And then we'll move into a garage. Then we'll take that garage and turn it into actually a warming center. And now it'll be 50 people. And now we're going to have links. And we're going to bring help into the building.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the next step, right? We're going to do roadmaps. We're going to sit down with people and hold them accountable and move them forward in their lives. And what's the next step, and the next step, and the next step? And these are the things, it's as if you could be criticized while you're only keeping 20 people warm. You're only keeping 30 warm. You're only keeping 50 warm. You're not keeping them all warm. Well, what are you doing with them when they're not there? You can't be all to all.
Yeah.
You can only do what you've got the resources to do. And what is so exciting is that the community has seen that you've done well with what they've given you. And you can hope that maybe next year they'll give a little more and you can take that next step and have the next layers of accountability and the next layers of help and assistance and the case management and the things that are needed to get these people into housing. Look, it's just this year that you brought Sean on with all of his knowledge, and that, in that first season with Sean, 30 people housed.
Mm-hmm.
How many will it be this year? 50? We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Sean was brand new in his position.
Yeah.
And he was able to do that.
It's been a blessing to have the right people in the right positions.
Yeah.
Makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Think where the warming center can be in 5 years. And what they can do in 10 years. As long as they, keep grounded and keep the first things first and keep the eye on the mission and never lose sight of the mission.
I think that's the part that people didn't understand. I think they thought that we could serve everyone and that we were serving everyone. And it's not the case. We can't. And we don't. Because we do have standards, and if they can't, follow our behavior standards, then we don't serve them.
Well, I learned a lot listening to Ray talk about that and why so many of the worst actors in the homeless community in Kalispell are not at the warming center. Ray says they come for a night or 2 nights or 3 nights. They're like, oh, you have rules. Oh, you mean I have to do that? Well, that's it. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And they're gone. And those worst actors, this is not a place for them.
Yeah.
Because you have to toe the line in this building.
True.
And
he would know that.
Yeah, no.
That's Ray's job.
Ray's
He
the
keeps
guy.
up with all that.
He knows.
Yeah.
And no, it was an eye opener. I was just watching you and him have a conversation, and that was exactly the way he put it. He talked about those worst actors, that their attitude was, "I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing this." These may be some of the folks that were at the gazebo, probably folks down on the Parkline Trail or over in Woodland Park.
Mm-hmm.
There's bad actors all over this city and all over this county. And they were bad before the warming center existed, and if the warming center went away tomorrow, they would be bad the day after tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference is the folks that are in a place to be helped, well, here you are.
Yeah.
And here they are. And you're not going to transform every life, but you're going to help a lot of people.
The thought of accountability and that it is our role to hold people accountable for behaviors we never saw, or we don't even know who is doing whatever was happening out there. And the thought that we could have some control over that, that blows my mind. What other business or what other nonprofit is to be accountable for adult behavior off of the property?
Chad and Mark, making the accusation that you had not given your cell phone number to everyone on the west side of Kalispell. Tell me one other business owner that does that.
Yeah.
Some guy that owns a bar? No, he doesn't hand his phone number out to the, well, if a drunk guy throws up in your yard, you just call me, I'll come clean it up.
Yeah.
No, it's not a thing in this preposterous idea that you could do that. And that they would literally try to hold you accountable to do that.
Yeah, I agreed to share my cell number with
people within 150 feet.
Yeah.
And
they laughed at that.
And they were
but they're not going to laugh at the thought that I would go a half mile with.
What's interesting in that is I read through and studied every word of what you wrote in all the application materials. And through context, it is very clear that you understood that neighborhood definition to be 150 feet. Through the context of what you wrote, it was transparent. And the folks from the city and the attorneys, they poured over every word.
Yeah.
And they had to have seen it. And they chose to ignore that. That was, when they're trying to come back and find a justification to whack the permit. They read your application materials, and if they read them fairly, they would have known that was precisely what you believe. And they still chose to accuse you of being a liar.
That was painful. I don't think that they ever really believed that, though. I think that was the reason.
Yeah, no, it was the only way that they could justify coming after that permit. And it makes it that much more egregious what they did. It's one thing to accuse someone of being a liar when you believe they're a liar. It's another to accuse someone of being a liar when you don't believe they're a liar.
Yeah. Hmm.
If you're going to make it, you need a can of Celsius.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I need that cushion. I'm gonna get that cushion.
Go get the cushion.
I got a long ways to go. There are a lot more hours. I don't remember the last time I stayed up all night.
Have you?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Ever?
I remember in college.
When I was in my 20s and 30s, I'd drive all night. We've been on road trips where I drove all night.
Yeah, but I would sleep.
But that was 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, after a while, after hours and hours of conversations, you're just not as sharp in your conversation skills. Me.
Fire's warm. Yeah, it's funny. I kind of expected that in the middle of the night we might have people walk up.
Yeah. That was cool that Jill did.
That was really cool. I meant like strangers walking down the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a homeless guy who might be here tomorrow night.
Yeah. But we haven't seen anybody.
No.
You know, that always amazed me, that the idea that the neighborhood was ruined because of us and because of the warming center being here, and yet we're here working and around all the time, and other than seeing homeless people, just don't see it.
No, you remember last year during the season, easily 4 days a week, after work in like that 4 o'clock hour, I would drive through this neighborhood, up and down Liberty Street, back around the fairgrounds, by Hawthorne. Is it Hawthorne Park? By the park over there, by Washington Park, and easily 100 times. I drove.
And that's because you cared.
Yeah,
we wanted to try to figure out what's going on.
I can count on 3 fingers the number of times that I saw an issue. And yes, homeless people are going to have an impact. But 3 issues. I saw homeless people sitting at a table at a park. And once I saw stuff piled up by the electrical box down there by the fairgrounds. And once I saw a guy sitting on the electrical box by the fairgrounds. That is not destruction of a neighborhood. I never saw a homeless person on Liberty Street.
Oh.
I'm not going to say that there's not. I just never saw one. I never saw a homeless person by the park over there, Hawthorne Park, I think, is the name of it. Saw lots of kids playing.
Yeah. In the places that were supposed to be very dangerous for them.
And to say I saw nothing, it's not true. 3 times.
Yeah.
And 3 times I came into the warming center and I talked to Ray, and 3 times Ray got it taken care of. And what that means is any other person in this community, if they saw something, could come into the warming center and get it dealt with. Yeah, did I see homeless people walking on the sidewalk? Yes, but that's okay. They're allowed to do that. This is America, and we get to walk in public spaces. We don't need a permit or a license. We don't have to be from the neighborhood or from the city or from the state. If we want to walk on a sidewalk, we get to. Are you going to fall asleep on me?
No, I can't.
You are going to.
Not standing up.
You're going to. I thought we were going to sit down and you were going to lead this conversation.
I appreciate you leading the conversation.
I'm good at rambling. I can be like Sean and on.
He is so good at his job. He is so good at it.
Excellent. You hired him.
Yeah. He is the right person.
Yep. Ray's the right guy. Britta is the right person.
Yeah.
Sean is right. And look at that. You're 4 core staff people, right? Kyle, Ray, Sean, Britta, all the way across the political spectrum. It is so cool.
That is.
All the times you're accused of being this liberal commie outfit or whatever they think you are, if only they would come down and talk and have a conversation. Oh, you like Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I liked him too. Listen to Rush? Yeah, I listen to Rush too. You voted for Trump? Yeah, I voted for Trump too. But you don't know anything about me and accuse me of being a liberal. But you've opened my eyes and helped me to see
Yeah.
that there's something liberal thinking that is correct.
Yep, and there's something pretty crazy going on with conservative thinking.
Yeah, the anger, I don't understand it.
The lack of compassion.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, you're going to have to go to bed.
But not yet.
Okay. I love that. You've always been completely in. When you marry a social worker, look at what happens.
I thought a social worker just had a job that didn't pay much.
You didn't know it meant staying up all night, doing projects, and...
No, look. Now, how is that turn around? You start dating me and you're doing paper routes with me all night.
Oh.
Driving down this very street at 3 in the morning, throwing newspapers.
Did we do this street?
Oh, of course we did.
Oh my gosh.
And 20 years later, we're sitting here at 1 in the morning for your stupid job.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What time is it?
I don't know. This is nice. This is the most we've talked in the last couple months.
Well, that is true.
It's true.
It's been really busy.
You've been busy.
Well, we've had football, and we've had family coming in for football, and a lot going on.
You have been busy from sun up till midnight, night after night after night, getting ready
For another season.
for another season,
For staff.
making plans for Souls of the Flathead coming up in February, planning this. It's unreal how much work you put into this. How many guests did you schedule? 30? 35?
Well, every 30 minutes, except for these overnight hours.
Had to be 35, maybe 40. 24 hours and 2 an hour, and probably 40. And you personally contacted every single one of them. You didn't just send out a mass email. Hey, wanted to remind you. You called them, texted, emailed, whatever personal contact you needed to do to make sure they're coming.
That's what you got to do
You
to get good
wrote-
people. You got good people. They're really
You
good
wrote
people.
Interview prompts for each one of them. Hours and hours and hours of work to make this happen and make it happen right. Or simultaneously, you're going through all your training materials. Every year you rewrite and hone your staff training materials. That's 20 hours
Yeah.
of training.
It takes a lot to open it up and do it right. It does. It takes time.
Well, there you go. Yes, there's you can open it up easily, but to open it up and do it right. I was talking to Kelly today about the training and how good it is and how comprehensive it is, and she's just, she'll be here in a couple hours. You can talk to her about it. But
What is she coming at 3?
she's coming at 3.
Whoa.
Because she's got to get into the sink for working overnight. So she's going to stay up all night tonight to get used to it.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That's hard work. Stay up all night. It is. This makes me feel for them.
It never felt for me when I was a railroader staying up all night.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Looks like I got a text.
No one is texting you at 1 in the morning.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Who?
Uh-oh.
Okay. We're waiting.
Oh, no. Just read this very last one. Does he need to go home?
Oh my gosh.
That's why we've seen him run back and forth.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Going to.
Not good. So Kyle was going to come back at 5:30.
Okay. I was just going to text. Oh.
Know who we haven't talked about? Who else is staying up all night?
Who?
Members of the sheriff's posse.
Yeah.
Have you discussed them at all today?
No.
The fact that we've got the Flathead County Sheriff's posse out here 24 hours with us
Yeah.
giving us a little security and making us feel super comfortable sitting out all night.
Yeah.
That is really cool to have law enforcement support like that.
It is. They're very nice.
Even if they won't come on camera.
Yep. No, they told us before they wouldn't, but to stay up all night is really nice. Well, I'm thinking that maybe he should go home. But what does that mean?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Maybe reach out to Kyle and see if he can be on Ready 5 if something goes south. Technology-wise, it seems to be working pretty good as long as we don't
switch off,
change the feed or switch off or anything.
Is there people watching now?
I don't know.
Unbelievable. I don't believe it.
No, it says 6. Maybe they're asleep. Maybe their
Yeah.
computer is on. Wake up! Mimi, is that you still watching?
Yeah.
Go to bed. Oh boy.
Well, he had talked about going to sleep, but I guess he can't even do that.
Not the way he feels.
Yeah.
No. So have you talked about Dana, our tech guy? Has he gotten his credit?
No.
So we're not the only ones here tonight. There's Tonya and I and 2 folks from the sheriff's posse and Dana in the trailer monitoring all the video feeds, making sure that we can stay up and keep you guys awake.
He has spent many, many hours.
Yep, he's been there since, 11 this morning?
Yeah, he has a big heart for this mission. He does.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing how many people support this.
Yeah.
And I have to believe that it's, we talked about it when we first came on, that it's so obvious in this community that it's needed.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to see so many folks come together to make it happen.
It's so easy to believe that the naysayers on social media are a majority. It's easy to feel that way. But that's not the case.
If they were a majority, this building, this wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
It would not be continuing to grow and add services and help people.
Yeah.
So what were things you were able to do this year that you weren't able to do a year ago, just from the natural development of the warming center? Where did you come in a year? I don't mean just the numbers. This many people stayed, and
more
this
people
many
got
guest
housed.
nights. More people got housed.
Absolutely.
And rehab.
Yeah.
And
but I still, good things came out of it. However, we lost a year of program development.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All that time that was spent fighting City Hall All of those resources and all those efforts could have gone into program development, finding the next step.
I would definitely say there's been some strengthened partnerships, some stronger partnerships.
Okay, who are you?
That's good.
Yeah.
Crisis assistance team, I think we're stronger with them. Well, our law enforcement liaison work is great. You know, which is some of the shelters, the fact that, you know, we've got Ray of Hope and Abbey Shelter and Sparrow's Nest all coming to the bench.
Paul wants to talk to me.
Oh, okay.
You're on candid camera. What? Oh, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. Good. You're on camera. You're in front of the fire. You're in front of the camera. I think there's 6 people watching. I think they're asleep, but the computer says there's 6 people watching. Are you one of them? Okay, so it's you. Oh, yeah. No, we're on a 1-minute delay. So what you're seeing on the screen is a minute behind.
Oh.
Oh boy, we put her to sleep, huh? Yep. 1:40 there? No, it's not. It's 12:40 there. Your clocks are wrong.
I think the Warming Center provides a way for a really tough population to be engaged by various resources that can help the entire community. And I think it's a vital asset in this community.
You know, hope is not just in getting that housing. Sometimes you see that hope walk out of the shower, walking out from getting a haircut. I think dignity and hope go hand in hand.
We all need to feel cared for. We all need a sense of community. We all need to feel supported when we're at our most vulnerable.
People can bring their pets here. That's not something that's common in other shelters. Pets provide so much emotional support.
When we bring people inside to warmth and safety, it makes the whole community safer. That's 50 people that aren't having to fight for survival out on the streets.
I don't want to see any human have to go through being on the streets when it's that cold out and possibly dying. College degree. I was a law enforcement officer for 13 years. Ended up with a pain pill addiction. Could have and probably should have been homeless. So it can happen to anybody. I would hope that people would see homeless people and have a lot more empathy, thinking, you know what, that could be me.
Just would like the community to know that we're still people.
I'm a low-income, disabled, honorably discharged veteran. I have mental illness that causes me a lot of problems.
You do not need to stereotype us. We would rather see the community understand us better.
I don't want to harm anybody. I'm actually a really good guy. I believe in Jesus. And in fact, I want to be a good member of society here in this town.
Because I'm homeless doesn't make me a bad person. It just means that I'm going through a tough time that I need help with. And everybody needs help from time to time.
I mean, I'm going to be forever thankful. They gave kindness when I needed it the most, and that was everything to me.
For many people who are here, they really haven't had an easy time since the day they were born.
Everyone comes with their own story, with their own background. A lot of times it's wrapped in trauma and in loss.
Let's work together as a community, bring these resources together, bring back resources that we lost, and focus on building an inclusive Flathead Valley that homes everybody.
I encourage everybody that I talk to that take the time and come in here some night, when we're open, and observe or visit with some of the guests and stuff. And I think they'll find the preconceived notion of what homeless people are would quickly go away.
I'll give them a free tour. I'm pretty good at that now.
Life works best when we take care of each other.
My name is Cindy.
My name is Devin J. Hansen.
My name's Jerome Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Mary Tyler.
My name is Danette Woods.
My name, Kevin Frank Foster.
My son suffers with mental illness. He got his diagnosis with schizophrenia when he was 18.
When I was younger, I got in an accident on a bike, which led to being prescribed pharmaceuticals, painkillers from the doctor, and that led to a pretty heavy addiction.
Being a woman in a domestic situation, a violent domestic situation, that was a nightmare. It really was.
I have struggled with a drug addiction. I overdosed twice.
Since before COVID, I've seen an uptick on homelessness, and one of those people is my son. Sorry. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar.
Out of the blue, after years of continuous residency, I was asked to leave. So I did, respectfully.
I never dreamed that I would be homeless.
He would sleep under bushes, just like an animal.
Unfortunately, when you're in survival mode, I mean, jail doesn't mean a whole lot. You gotta eat, you gotta stay warm.
I was just scared to death. Like, what do I do now?
You know, it was so bad that he would strip down to nothing except for pants, no shirt, no shoes, and run around in winter.
The warming center was that step up that I needed to where I could put things together and start doing job interviews and dressing a little better, showering.
Plus there was hot meals for us to eat. And I didn't have a lot of clothes either. So they would, give you clothes or shoes and toiletries and things that, that you needed, the basics. It means a lot when you don't have much. And it really does.
This is where they're at their lowest when they come here. And this is the time. I'm starting to cheer up thinking about it. This is the time that's the most important for them.
They offered every bit of help.
Tonya kind of spearheaded the whole thing. She's a warrior, and I know she started the meetings, and she's a hero as far as I'm concerned. This community has a hero in her.
Their hearts are huge. Their love for their fellow man is huge. And that's part of our purpose on this earth, is to help others. And it takes a village, and this is just a piece of it. Instead of going backwards and shutting things down, we need to go forward and build things up.
The warming center is changing lives.
Without the warming center, I don't know what I would have done.
You are our guest here at the Warming Center, and I want to say welcome. My name is Tonya, and I'm the director here at the Flathead Warming Center. You have just signed an occupancy agreement that's very important, and that's why we have this video, so that you can clearly understand the expectations to be able to stay here. We care about you, and we want to help you, but it is your behavior that determines if you can stay or not. And that's what the occupancy agreement is all about. I started the Warming Center to be helpful to you. Our community pays for everything here at the Warming Center to be helpful to you. We need you to be helpful as well. And that's what the occupancy agreement is for you to understand all the ways that you can be helpful so that you can protect your stay with us. We expect you to be helpful. If you cause problems here or in the neighborhood or even in the community, you can lose your bed, which means you can't stay here at the Warming Center if you don't follow our occupancy agreement. If you are disruptive, if you are destructive, or disrespectful, not just here on the Warming Center property, but to our neighbors as well, you will lose our services. We fought very hard to keep the Warming Center open because there's some bad actors out there. If you are one of the bad actors, you cannot stay here. We take it very seriously. We ask that you do not loiter around the warming center or around the neighborhood. You cannot come early. You cannot stay late. This is very important for us to be able to keep our services open for everyone. If you come early, you lose your bed. It's that serious. So it's important that you pay attention to the time so that you can be here on time. If you are disruptive to any of our neighbors, that means the businesses or the homes around the warming center, you can't stay here. That's so important because remember, we fought to keep this place open, and we need you to be a part of the solution of what we're trying to do here. That's your job. Meet us at the table so that we can help you. Right now, we're going to go through the different parts of the occupancy agreement. Hope you'll really pay attention because we want you here.
All right, so check-in time. Guests can arrive here at 5:30. You'll notice the gate on the fence. You may enter the fenced area. We ask that you line up when you get inside the fence. It helps us when we go out to get names and to see how many people we have in line here to make sure that we don't overflow. Once you are in that gated area, you cannot leave. If you do leave the gated area, you will be asked to leave for the night, and you'd have to try again the next night. Please go back to your occupancy agreement and make sure you understand all those. This is a weapon-free zone. Those who carry pocket knives or other things, once you are getting checked in, you will have to check those in with staff. They will be locked up safely and given back to you when you're leaving. Remember, when you're bringing in things like that, though, it is the staff who are working who can determine what they feel is an inappropriate weapon and what is allowed. If you do bring in something that's inappropriate, you will not be allowed to stay that night. Any firearms of any sorts are not allowed on the property, period. And if they are brought on the property, that is a lifetime NRS from here. You will never be able to return. So be sure to not have them in your vehicle if you have a vehicle or on your person. Substances. We do not allow any sort of illegal drugs or even legal drugs such as marijuana on the property, nor can you have any paraphernalia. If you have prescription medications or over-the-counter drugs, you may bring those in. If you would like staff to lock up your prescription medication, please let them know, and we will take care of that for you. Other than that, you may keep them in your lockers, but that is something, if you do have prescription medications, it's a good idea to have them on you